20. Tyranny of Final Days. The sense of relief James felt at the sight of his father, uncle, and aunt, along with the other members of the new order, was nearly overwhelming. A collection of heavy logs and smooth boulders had been levitated into position around the fire, forming a circle of benches. As Harry resumed his seat, James squeezed in next to him. Ralph plopped gratefully next to tiny Professor Flitwick, who was dressed in a traveling cloak and comically enormous leather boots, a floppy, wide-brimmed hat pulled low over his brow. Scorpius, however, remained standing, his arms crossed at the edge of the flickering firelight, since Hagrid's bulk occupied the entirety of the remaining boulder. "Shall I summon you a log, Mr. Malfoy?" Flitwick offered cheerfully, producing his wand. Scorpius shook his head. "I'll stand if you don't mind, until I know a bit more about what this is all about." "Oh, he looks so much like his father at that age," Hermione smiled wistfully, nudging her husband. "I can see it," Ron muttered. "It's not exactly a halcyon memory, if you recall." Ralph peered carefully across the firelight at Professor McGonagall. "Are you all right, Professor? We read about what happened to you in the Quibbler." McGonagall straightened and raised her chin. "Despite what you may have read, I am not intimidated by a gaggle of hired brutes. I held my own quite well, if I do say so myself." "They attacked her in her garden," Revolver spoke up disgustedly, glaring into the fire, her golden hair shadowed by a deep red hood. "5 of them set upon a defenseless woman." "Not exactly a defenseless," de Bellows grinned mirthlessly. "She sent 3 of the 5 to St. Mungo's with injuries far worse than her own. The other 2 fled back to their masters, no doubt with tall tales of being attacked by a she-giant with 10 arms. "Still," Hermione said with a shake of her head. "The monstrosity of it. Poor Minerva spent weeks recovering from those curses. To attack a woman of her stature and experience." "If by that you mean a woman of my age," McGonagall said stiffly, "you are quite right. One does not bounce back quite so easily after their 8th decade, but I dare say it looked worse than it was." Harry turned to his son. "The professor told us everything as soon as she could. We know about the Durmstrang professor, Avier, and his connection to that wizard you encountered in New Amsterdam. Everything you said checks out with what we already know. Something is going to happen at the summit next week. We don't know exactly what, but now, thanks to you and your friends," he nodded toward Ralph and Scorpius, smiling thinly, "we know who will be responsible." "You're welcome and all," Scorpius said, still standing at the edge of the firelight, "but why didn't you also summon Rose Weasley and James' brother? They were in on all of this as well." "Oh, Rosie," Hermione said to herself, both worried and angry. "Getting involved in all of this. That incorrigible girl." "Hush," Ron said, stifling a grin. "She's her parents' daughter. What do you expect?" "It's simple, really," Hagrid said, peering askance at Scorpius. "Rose and Albus aren't in your care of magical creatures lesson. I coulda gave detentions in their own lesson, just like I gave you, coulda brought all ya out here together, but that'd be right suspicious to anyone payin' the slightest attention, wouldn't it?" Flitwick's high voice rose over the crackle of the fire. "What we discussed tonight, we trust you to pass on to Ms. Weasley and young Mr. Potter however you can. We know you have means at your disposal." He gave James a knowing smile. Ron nodded. "But we have to make this quick. Grudge is gone at the moment, off on whatever errands keep him busy these days, but he could come back at any time. If he notices that Flitwick and de Bellows are both gone, he'll get suspicious." "He needs very little excuse for that," Revolver commented. James nodded fervently. "He's a paranoid maniac. He's completely banned any of us from talking to each other, even in our personal time. Filch is watching around the clock. And then there's all those portraits of Snape." James realized by the blank looks on the faces of the adults that none of them knew about Snape's pervasive collection of self-portraits. With a sigh, he decided that there was no point in keeping the potion master's secret any longer. He explained how he, Zane and Ralph had discovered the disguised portraits scattered all over Hogwarts, and how Grudge had commissioned Snape to use them for covert purposes. Flitwick was impressed despite himself. Dozens of portraits, you say? Are you quite certain? At least, Ralph nodded. And not just in the halls and classrooms. He's the monk in Professor Longbottom's sitting room. He's one of the painted knights in your office, Professor McGonagall. McGonagall rolled her eyes in weary exasperation. He supposedly borrowed that painting to exorcise it of Boggart's. I told him I was perfectly capable of managing it myself, but he was insistent. Good grief, I thought I was shut of that man's constant duplicity when he died. To think he's been watching us all this time, reporting everything he sees. Despite McGonagall's stern demeanor, James could see that there was more disappointment than anger in her words. Hermione frowned. He can't help it, can he? He's bound to help the current headmaster. He didn't offer such services to me when I was headmistress, McGonagall said archly. Revolver made a disgusted noise. Perhaps Grudge was simply cunning enough to ask the right questions. Once he learned of Headmaster Snape's many portraits, he was bound to put them to use, and Snape was bound to oblige. It isn't quite that simple, Flitwick suggested. Magical portraiture does not negate free will. Still, it would be difficult to resist. Especially if one finds that their orders coincide with their own subconscious instincts. Harry nodded. Professor Snape was never what anyone might call strictly ethical. And yet, I cannot help but think that even he would not contribute to Grudge's iron rule without knowing his true goals. Well, Scorpius admitted, he did tell us the room of requirement was safe from Grudge's view. Did he? Hermione brightened. Well, that is something, then. Time's wasting, de Bellows announced briskly, clapping his meaty hands and rubbing them together. As good as it is to know how we've been observed, and how to avoid it from this point onward, we have a disaster to avert. Quite right, McGonagall observed. James looked up at his father. But how? What's the plan? That's why we summoned you here tonight, Harry answered, shifting his gaze from James to Ralph and Scorpius. As much as I wish it were not the case, and believe me, your mother will barely speak of it, you lot are integral to our plan. A second wave of relief flooded James where he sat. I was worried we were on our own, he confessed. And we're all totally out of ideas. Harry nodded understandingly. First things first, then. Can you tell us anything we don't already know? What's happened since you last spoke to Professor McGonagall on the Sylvan Tower? James drew a deep breath, but it was Ralph who spoke first. We learned about the Morrigan web, he announced firmly. Well, mostly. There's a missing piece. We don't know how important it is, but here's what we do know. He proceeded to describe their misadventure in the cellars beneath Alma Aliron. James and Scorpius helped, contributing details about the overheard conversation between Crone Lausa and Tabitha Corsica. The mention of Corsica's name, however, Harry interrupted. You're certain that Tabitha Corsica was the one interviewing this Crone Lausa? Absolutely, James nodded emphatically. She cornered us afterward and dragged us all back to Hogwarts. Harry studied his son's face seriously. And then what happened? James shook his head. Days went by. We knew she'd told on us. But then when Grudge called us all to his office, it seemed like he didn't really know everything. He thought we'd snuck off to Alma Aliron to discuss night Quidditch. Well, Ralph clarified, Scorpius here helped with that. And I'm not entirely positive that Grudge bought it, Scorpius admitted. But he definitely didn't seem to know what we were really there for. Harry nodded slowly. All right, then. Go on. James looked up at his father suspiciously. There was something he wasn't saying, something about Tabitha Corsica. Scorpius, however, continued the story before James could ask. When the three boys had completed their somewhat rambling tale, Revolver finally spoke again. So we know two of the three markers to identify the Morrigan web, if indeed that is the method that our enemies will use. An assumption we are forced to make in the absence of any other theories, de Bellows interjected. Hermione agreed reluctantly. It's too terrible to consider. All those innocent people. She glanced at James, her eyes shining in the firelight. You can't be there, James. None of you. Victoire, Louis, my Rosie. Hermione, Ron began, but James interrupted him. We have a plan for saving ourselves, and at least some of the others, he said as soothingly as he could. We're hiding our wands during the tournament. If the web works by unleashing some sort of super-killing curse, not having our wands with us will keep us safe. We think. Brilliant in its simplicity, de Bellows agreed, impressed. Well, James shrugged, we can't take credit for that. It was Rose's idea. That's my girl, Ron sighed deeply, putting an arm around his wife's shoulder. So, then, Flitwick said, bringing the conversation back on point. The Morrigan web must be fueled by something that once belonged to a very powerful dark witch or wizard, now dead. It will be a very personal item, I'd wager. Something that would have absorbed the subject's strength and purpose over many years. Revolver pushed back her hood and nodded. And the second marker is proximity. It will be right in the center of the gathering. A focal point. De Bellows narrowed his eyes. Since the event is a Quidditch match, he suggested. Perhaps the cursed object will be one of the game balls. Possible, Harry agreed. Although Hogwarts Quidditch equipment does not often belong to only one person. Hagrid stroked his beard. This is no common Quidditch match, no, he said. Could be somebody will pull out some ancient traditional bit of equipment, all special like. A quaffle from some famous old World Cup or the like. We just need to keep watchin' for anything unusual. James' eyes widened suddenly as an idea struck him. It was so obvious, so perfectly plain, that for a long moment he could not force his mouth say it. What is it, James? His father asked, frowning aside at him. You know something? James' mind raced, outpacing his tongue. Finally, he looked at Ralph, his eyes still bulging in their sockets. The crystal chalice, he rasped. Ralph's eyes also widened as the realization struck him. Next to him, Scorpius finally sank to the grass, one hand rising to his forehead in amazement. Ron glanced around the clearing in confusion. What's the crystal chalice? The new Quidditch tournament trophy, Flitwick said wonderingly. Of course. De Bellows smacked a fist into an open palm. It's ancient. Likely belonged to some massively powerful old wizard king or queen, ruthless and tyrannical. Hermione glanced at Harry, her eyes grave. It'll be the center of attention when they introduce it at the beginning of the match. Where did it come from? Harry asked, turning to his son. Lance Vassar's parents, James answered spitefully. They're explorers and teachers, spend all their time studying magical cultures and history and stuff. If they're anything like Lance, they're a pair of arrogant twits who think money and brains are the same thing. Be that as it may, McGonagall countered, shooting James a reproachful glance, that doesn't make them enemies. This is a very serious accusation we are leveling against them. They need not even know of the plot, Revolver suggested. They may merely be willing dupes, unaware that the relic they've obliged to donate will be used for murderous purposes. Either way, Ron said, scanning the gathering for agreement, this is the best lead we've got. Any disagreement? James looked around the fire, searching the circle of faces for dissent. When none appeared, McGonagall suggested, can we destroy the chalice before the match? Preferable but unlikely, de Bellows sighed. If it is indeed the source of the web, it will be guarded extremely securely until the time of its use. We must be prepared to take it in the moments before it is triggered. To be safe, Flitwick said, his eyes flashing in the firelight, I suggest we follow young Miss Weasley's counsel and attend the tournament wandless. This was greeted with a circle of sober nods. Professor de Bellows, James noticed, did not join in. The big man glared into the fire, his face stony, and James had an idea that it would be a cold day in Hades before the old harrier went anywhere without his wand. But we should keep them within reach, Harry said. And let us hope that such precaution is unnecessary. Hermione gave a fervent murmur of agreement. To James' ear, it almost sounded like a half-prayer. He glanced up at his father. Does this mean you'll be there, Dad? Harry nodded somberly. Myself, your Uncle Ron and Aunt Hermione, yes. Hagrid will help us sneak in. That will be no small feat, considering that Titus is in charge of security. What will he do if he catches you? At that, Harry offered James a true smile. Remember whose head or son, he narrowed his eyes. Trust me. We won't get caught. What are we to do, then? Scorpius asked, glancing up. You've done your bit, DeBellows answered firmly. From here on out, your job is to be careful. Stay out of Headmaster Grudge's way. Avoid Mr. Filch wherever you can. Pass your exams, Hermione offered with a half-hearted smile. And keep trying to get as many people as possible to go to the tournament wandless, Ron added seriously. Just in case. With that, the meeting seemed to break up. Professor McGonagall climbed to her feet with the assistance of Professor Revalvier. DeBellows unsheathed his wand and snuffed the fire with a whispered command. I shall wait for you to return first, Professor, he said to Flitwick. If you enter by the main courtyard, I will use the rotunda. Flitwick nodded. Tugging his hat lower on his brow, he made off, tramping through the brush with surprisingly little noise. I'll escort ya three back, Hagrid said, clapping James and Ralph on the shoulder. Already got a nice collection of bursting mushrooms back at Th Hut. Professor Heretofore will be right pleased with your night's work. Good thinking, Hagrid, Hermione said, her voice still stitched with worry. Don't ya fret now, Hermione, Hagrid soothed. Everything's gonna be just fine. Yeah, wait and see. Nearby, a pair of flat cracks struck the air. James recognized the sound of Professors McGonagall and Revalvier disapparating. Obviously Hagrid had walked them far enough to take them outside the protective boundary of the school, making apparition possible. Dad, James asked, where's Professor Longbottom? Why wasn't he here tonight? Watching Professor Revalvier's flat, he replied, consulting his watch. Minerva has been staying with her ever since the attack. As a result, we never leave the place deserted. Too easy for the wrong people to sneak in and lie in wait. Juliet will fill Neville in upon her return. Believe me, he is raring to get back to Hogwarts. James nodded. I bet he is. And I wouldn't want to be Filch when he does. I wouldn't want to be Filch even on his best day, Scorpius said meaningfully. Here, here. Ron agreed. Off with the four of you, Hermione urged, pushing the boys toward Hagrid. And be careful. We will, Aunt Hermione, James replied, reluctant to say goodbye but knowing it was time. And tell Rose I said hello, she added, lowering her voice. Tell her we're sorry she couldn't come out with you, but I was worried about her. Tell her her mom and dad love her. Hermione, Ron said, taking her by the shoulders. Come. We have to get back. I'm coming, she snapped. James saw that his aunt was nearly trembling with worry. Uncle Ron seemed to realize this as well. His own face was pale in the darkness as he hugged his wife to him. He nodded at James. We'll see you lot in a few days, he said. But if all goes well, you won't see us. Stay out of trouble. That's a fine thing for you to say, Uncle Ron, James said. He's right, Harry agreed soberly. This is no time for heroics. Lay low. Get those wands stowed. And James. James sighed tiredly. Yeah, Dad. Good work, his father said, stepping alongside Ron and Hermione and shifting his gaze to Ralph and Scorpius. All of you. You've done more than any of us thought possible. He frowned slightly. I suppose, eventually, we'll have to punish you for a good bit of it, especially if James' mother has any say in the matter. Hermione laughed weakly. Ron smiled. But for now, Harry concluded, I'm proud of you. James nodded at his father, a surge of surprising happiness welling in his chest. A moment later, Harry, Ron and Hermione vanished in a trio of echoing cracks. Hagrid sniffed. Just like old times, he said, producing a hanky. He blew noisily. Well, we best be getting back, then. Evenin', Professor. This last he addressed to Professor de Bellows, who James only now realized was still standing across the clearing, blending preternaturally into the trees, awaiting his chance to return unnoticed. Good evening, Professor Hagrid, his deep voice rumbled. Students. By the shifting moonlight, James, Ralph and Scorpius collected their metal pails and began to follow Hagrid back through the forest. As before, Trife bounded ahead, tracing back and forth through the bushes, growling at the tiny, gruff voices of the occasional wild garden gnomes. As he walked, James thought back on the remarkable meeting he had just witnessed, filled in equal parts with burgeoning hope and deep dread. For the first time in months, he was teased with the possibility that everything might turn out all right after all. And yet, if it didn't, more than students and Muggle world leaders might die. His father would be there, along with his Uncle Ron and Aunt Hermione. If the Morrigan web went off, would they have their wands safely stowed? Or would they, like Kendrick de Bellows, be willing to sacrifice themselves for the cause of constant readiness? What's a witch or wizard without a wand, he muttered fearfully to himself, his voice lost in the clanking of the bucket at his side. The forest brooded all around, thick with shadows, but empty of answers. The last days of the term trickled by with infuriating lethargy. As final exams gradually finished, the overall school mood lightened, looking forward to the final Quidditch tournament and the beginning of summer break with increasing boisterousness. Finally, Deirdre Finnegan shook her head at breakfast on the day of the tournament. We can get out of this prison. Unless Grudge finds some way to send Rules home with us over break. I wouldn't put it past him to try. Aloysius Arndt declared, his eyes bulging beneath his furrowed brow. The more things seem to fall apart out in the world, the more he tries to fill in the gaps. If he could follow us all home he totally would. Devendar stabbed a piece of sausage fiercely with his fork. Don't give him any ideas. He'll figure out a way. I don't know about the rest of you, Hate Thomas said in a low voice, but I'm thinking about skipping next year. Rose looked aghast. But you're a prefect. And you can't just skip school, Graham rolled his eyes. There's laws about that. Bugger the law, Hate said darkly. And bugger being prefect, too. My dad grew up in Provence. My grandparents still live there. If I go live with them I can transfer to Beauxbatons. Now you're talking. Graham announced, straightening in his seat. Matter of fact, I'm coming to live with you. From further down the table, Lily set down her fork primly. I don't know what you lot are being so grumpy about. I think this year has been perfectly lovely. Got Stockholm Syndrome, that one, Deirdre muttered, cocking a thumb toward Lily. Fallen in love with her tormentors. I'm not in love with Headmaster Grudge, Lily bristled. And I totally hate Filch. But still. I had a good year, mostly, and can't wait to come back. That's because you don't know what it used to be like, Graham sighed. And you're all googly-eyed about being an emissary of the magical world at the summit. Lily sniffed as she climbed from her bench. I'm proud to represent us all, if that's what you mean. And I'll do my best to gloss over certain bad-tempered people who insist on only seeing the negative. Yeah. Chance Jackson agreed firmly, joining Lily. Together with Marcus Cobb and Stanton Ollivander, the group of first and second years threaded toward the double doors. Ah, to be young and idealistic again, Heth commented wistfully. We were never that naive, were we? Aloysius scoffed. You spent your whole first year leading the common room in the Hogwarts tribute every night before bed. Yeah, well things were different then, weren't they? McGonagall was headmistress, Gryffindor had a winning Quidditch team. Oh, don't remind me. Devendar interrupted, waving his hands in agitation. I can't stand it. Have you seen that new trophy? Lance's parents and a pile of guards arrived with it last night. The thing's 3 feet tall if it's an inch, and glows like a rainbow in Antarctica. He sighed sorrowfully. It's so bloody beautiful it makes me want to totally punch someone. Hate leaned away from his friend. Save it for Vassar, he suggested, nodding toward the head of the table. He's so full of himself about that new trophy that his head's twice as big as normal. And that's saying something. He'll be out there on the pitch presenting it alongside his parents, Graham mourned, pushing away his half-eaten porridge. James, who hadn't been able to eat a thing for the giant knot of anxiety worming in his stomach, followed Graham's annoyed gaze. At the head of the table, directly beneath the dais, Lance Vassar sat with his usual entourage of 6th and 7th years, all laughing breezily, as if they hadn't a care in the world. Lance's perfectly coiffed hair caught the sunbeams from the high rose window, forming a fine halo of pinkish morning light. I could bring myself to absolutely hate him if he wasn't so ridiculously dreamy, Willow Wisteria commented with an angry sigh. Devendar could bear no more. He tossed his fork to the table with a clatter, stood up and stalked away. A reverberating gong rang overhead, emanating from the monstrous clock. James glanced up at it and saw that all but the center face had shut down. The Durmstrang, Bose Batons, Alma Uleron and York faces all pointed stiffly to noon. There would be few more trips through the vanishing cabinets now that the term was virtually over. James wondered if the clock would be gone next year. He fervently hoped it would. Of course, he reminded himself, there may not even be a next year. If his father, uncle, and aunt failed to stop the Morrigan web. But he couldn't think beyond that. It was too dreadful, and there was too much to do. Last exam of the term, Rose sighed briskly to no one in particular, getting to her feet. Transfiguration with Professor Tofty. Shouldn't last long. She shot James a sidelong glance. I'll see you all later this morning, then. James gave a subtle nod. He knew what he had to do. His first stop was the Gryffindor common room. Sunlight streamed from the high windows, suffusing the space with a golden haze and transforming the old sagging chairs and scarred tables into glowing tableaus. Unlike a typical mid-morning, the room was crowded with students, lounging and talking loudly or playing winkles and augurs, biding their time until the tournament that evening. Scorpius met James near the portrait hole, unslinging his book bag from his back. Got about half, he sighed, showing James the collection of wands hidden in his bag. Everyone's too ruddy cheerful to think anything bad could happen. Half? James repeated, dismayed. That's all? We have to do better than that. You try telling everyone that they're about to get killed at the Quidditch tournament, Scorpius whispered, challenging James with his eyes. They think it's either a joke or you're mad. Soon enough one of them is going to run to grudge with it. He already thinks you're one to spread stories for attention. He'll have us all locked up in the old dungeons. James stared at the handful of wands in Scorpius' bag, fuming helplessly. Fine, he shook his head. Hand them over. A minute later, accompanied by the skeletal sound of wands clinking in his bag, James made his way down the stairs to the Hufflepuff common room, marked by a large round door with an oversized copper handle. Julian Jackson was standing before the door, already wearing her Quidditch goggles and bobbing on the balls of her feet with impatience. A laundry sack, depressingly thin, was slung over her shoulder. Here, she said tersely, shoving the bag into James' hands. I don't know what you're on about, but my sister says you're going to keep these safe for some reason. Thanks, James nodded, unslinging his book bag and stuffing the Hufflepuff wands into it. Don't thank me, Julian said. I think you're daft. And as soon as we win we're going to want those back straight away. James agreed to this and was quickly on his way again. 5 minutes later, Herman Potsdam and Ashley Doone met him outside Ravenclaw Tower. What's all this about, James? Ashley asked as Herman handed over an old hat stuffed with wands. I already told you, James replied. Something bad is going to happen, maybe. I can't say more, except that if it does it's going to be super dangerous to have a wand on you. Ashley narrowed her eyes. It has to do with the summit, doesn't it? Of course it does, Herman said, rolling his eyes. It's the perfect target if somebody wanted to attack. Just like when that Muggle vice president got killed over the holiday. James? Ashley prodded, ignoring Herman. What do you know about this? James shook his head. If I say more, no one will believe me. Scorpius is right. Most people already think I make stuff up just to hog attention. Grudge especially. I'm not one of those people, Ashley said impatiently. Jennifer Tellis is my big sister's best friend and she says you're honest, even if you were a lousy gremlin. James frowned, taken aback. Jennifer said I was a lousy gremlin? Ashley rolled her eyes. You're no marauder, James. That was your grandfather. You're just a bit too responsible for your own good. Now Zane Walker. She sighed and looked wistful. Good beater, Herman agreed. Could have used him this year. A shame those Yanks got him. They don't know beans about Quidditch. Ashley shook her head, coming back to the point. You can tell me, James. I know you're no liar. James felt grudgingly gratified by Ashley's words. Look, he said, dropping his voice to a whisper. There is an attack planned on the summit. If it happens, lots of people are going to be killed. It won't be one-to-one combat either. More like a magical bomb. People are trying to stop it. But if they can't. He shook his head, unwilling to elaborate. Wait a minute, Herman frowned, blinking. That's why we're hiding our wands? I thought it was because Grudge was going to confiscate them? James rolled his eyes. That's just a rumor. But who knows? Maybe it's even true. Either way, this is the best thing for all of us to do. Oh, Ashley countered, backing away. My wand isn't in there. James blinked at her. What? Why not? Like I said, James, she replied soberly. I trust you. If you say there's going to be an attack, I'm inclined to think you're right. And no way am I going into a fight without my wand, magical bomb or not. But, James protested, shaking his head, but that's the point. Your wand will be the thing that kills you. Ashley cocked her head. I trust you, James, she said thoughtfully, but that doesn't mean you're always right. I'll be keeping my wand handy. And who knows? Perhaps you'll thank me later. Maybe Ashley's right, Herman nodded, squinting into the old hat in James' hands. Before James could stop him, the big boy stuffed his hand inside and retrieved a long, warped wand. There she is. Sorry, James. James protested further, but Ashley and Herman seemed to have made up their minds. Together they ascended Ravenclaw Tower, leaving James nearly sick with frustration below. Albus and Ralph had even less encouraging news outside the Slytherin dungeons. There, Albus said, dropping 4 wands into James' bag. That's mine, Ralph's, Trenton's and Mincha's. She's a first year and has a thing for ol' Ralph here. 4 wands. James declared angrily. That's all? Slytherins aren't in the habit of handing their wands over to Gryffindors, Ralph said, hushing James and steering him away from the dungeon door. Besides, if your dad and his mates do their job, it won't be a problem, right? And what if they don't? James demanded. Come on, James, Albus replied, it's Dad we're talking about. He and Uncle Ron and Aunt Hermione are unstoppable. Didn't you read Revolvier's books? It was a joke, but James couldn't share his brother's confidence. A pall of deep dread was settling in his heart, turning his stomach into a bag of stones and filling his thoughts with nightmare visions. After all, it was more than the collector they were facing. The collector was just a mask worn by Avier Dorcascathan, and Avier himself was merely a twisted man, haunted and driven by a past that wasn't even his own. The real threat was Judith and her sister Fates, Petra and Izzy. James had no idea how they would play into the plot, except that, together, they represented a force of destiny that was exactly as powerful as it was unpredictable. And worst of all was the fact that, even now, virtually no one fully believed him or understood the threat they faced. Harry Potter, Uncle Ron and Aunt Hermione may well be able to foil the collector. But could they thwart the combined, chaotic might of Petra, Izzy and Judith? As the 3 boys exited the entrance hall and darted into the brilliant morning sunlight with their clattering bag of wands, James warred with himself at every step. Petra could not, allow Judith to kill. That had been her primary motive on the night of the unveiling. And yet Petra seemed to believe, somehow, that allowing the attack was the only way she could break the chain of destiny, to shatter the bonds that made her and Izzy sister fates with Judith. And worst of all, what if she was right? What if the Morrigan web was simply the price that had to be paid for an even greater salvation? What if it was necessary somehow? For the greater good? In the blazing morning sunlight, as the Quidditch pitch loomed ahead, its banners fluttering gaily in the soft breeze, a cold shudder racked James' shoulders. No, he muttered to himself, unheard as Ralph and Albus ran ahead, aiming for the hidden trunk behind the Gryffindor grandstand. No. There's a better way. There has got to be. Even to his own ears, however, he sounded much more confident than he felt. 21, the third marker. The final Quidditch match of the term was always a massively popular event, each grandstand filled raucously with students and teachers, peppering the air overhead with firework charms and bursts of confetti, all in various team colors. This year, however, the crowd was far thicker, packed to overflowing as students were crammed into the upper seats, leaving room in the lower boxes for Muggle dignitaries and their entourages, along with their wizarding counterparts and a liberal collection of ambassadors and translators from various international ministries of magic. Even before James, Rose and Scorpius reached their seats, threading with difficulty through the milling, noisy throng, Rose was excitedly pointing out the foreign gatherings all around. "That's the Prime Minister of India and his wife," she exclaimed, hopping on her toes and pointing over Scorpius' shoulder. "And over there with the Slytherins, look. That's the German Chancellor. And the French President sitting next to the French Minister of Magic and Madame Maxime." Sidling to a bench above Haight Thomas and Deirdre Finnegan, James asked, "How do you know all these people?" "I read Lily's ambassador instruction packet," Rose admitted, settling into her seat. It had a listing of all the attending government representatives. Extremely impressive, all of them being here today. Muggles at a Quidditch match, Scorpius shook his head. "What's the world coming to?" "Hush," Rose scolded. James glanced from grandstand to grandstand, watching the various Muggle leaders gaze from their seats with a wide-eyed mixture of wonder, anxiety, and undaunted curiosity. A collective gasp rippled around the pitch as the Hufflepuff and Slytherin teams emerged from the locker rooms far below, spiraling up into the air on their brooms and swooping around the grandstands like hummingbirds, their cloaks snapping behind them. The crowd of students raised a deafening cheer, joined somewhat more respectably by the government representatives and ambassadors. In the lowest box of the Hufflepuff grandstands, James spied the American president. Drummond was his name, clapping mildly amidst a knot of men in black suits and ties. His vice president was conspicuously absent, of course. "Look!" Rose suddenly exclaimed, pointing. "Aunt Ginny." A thrill of sick shock descended upon James as he followed his cousin's pointing finger. Sure enough, making her way to her seat above the Minister of Magic, was his mother, her red hair shimmering in the sunlight, her face drawn and pale. "What's she doing here?" he asked, both angry and dismayed. "Her son's playing in the match, if you hadn't noticed," Scorpius answered with a roll of his eyes. Not to mention, Rose added proudly, that she was a professional Quidditch player herself. That's why she gets to sit in the VIP box along with the Minister of Magic. James shook his head. "I don't care," he said worriedly. "She shouldn't be here." Rose leaned close and dropped her voice harshly. "She's well aware of what's happening here today, James. You can't expect her to stay away with her family in danger." "That's exactly why I wish she had stayed away," James replied helplessly. As he watched, Lily, Chance Jackson and Marcus Cobb joined his mother in the VIP box, wide-eyed and pointing at the various important people all around. Ginny put her arm around Lily. When she looked up, James saw that she was looking across the pitch straight at him. She did not wave but merely nodded at him tensely. James sighed and nodded back. On the pitch below, a hastily assembled band struck up a spirited rendition of the Hogwarts salute, led by Professor Flitwick on a tall wooden stool. Simultaneously, the new scoreboard erupted with showers of gold and green sparks. The competing house names glowed boldly in their colors, accompanied by a pair of matching, flashing zeros. "It really is quite a spectacle," Rose admitted. "If only I could relax and enjoy it." "Everything's under control," Scorpius said with a curt nod. "There's nothing for it but to watch." As the team players drifted back toward the pitch, dismounting their brooms for the ceremonial captain's handshake, another wave of excitement arose from the spectators. James craned to watch as a pair of enormous figures lumbered into view, skirting the edge of the pitch far below. "It's Grop," Deirdre called happily, pointing. "And who's that with him?" "She's completely monstrous." "Prechka," James answered, grinning despite himself. Rose jumped excitedly in her seat, clutching James' arm. "Look how they're dressed," she exclaimed. "They're here as representatives of their clans. Prechka's wearing the apron of the mountain dwellers and Grop has on the crown of the cave tribe." Sure enough, Prechka, whose head bobbed along level with the lower boxes of the Ravenclaw grandstand, was wearing an extraordinarily lumpy smock fringed with rippling, swaying ribbons of dyed burlap. Grop, shorter than his wife by nearly a dozen feet but still twice as tall as the equipment shed, wore a black iron crown so complicated and twisted that it might have been the nest of some kind of clockwork pterodactyl. The bulk of it seemed to weigh down his head, forcing him to hunch beneath it despite his wide, brick-toothed smile. "The Vassars asked for them specifically," James heard Willow Wisteria explaining. "They spent a load of time living with the giants, learning their language and customs. Mrs. Vassar especially thought it was important that as many magical communities as possible be represented." As James watched, a troop of Aurors, led by Titus Hardcastle himself, trotted onto the field, surrounding the giants for inspection. Both Prechka and Grop seemed to expect this. They waited awkwardly, apparently trying not to accidentally step on the Aurors. Behind the giants, another shape trundled onto the pitch. "What in the world is that thing?" Rose asked, squinting down at the field. "And is that Hagrid pushing it?" James perked up at the mention of Hagrid's name. Sure enough, emerging from behind the giants was a large cage on wooden wheels, pushed gamely by Hagrid. The cage seemed to be stuffed with puffy, squirming gold and green shapes. James recognized them as pygmy puffs, probably hundreds of them, all dyed the colors of the competing teams. The cage's doors buckled slightly at the mass of the squirming creatures. "Do you think?" Rose whispered, nudging James with her elbow. James merely shook his head, afraid to answer. He tried to imagine what it might be like to be his father, Uncle Ron and Aunt Hermione hidden in the midst of that squirming, stifling mass of fur. "Too obvious," Scorpius muttered. James watched breathlessly as Titus held up a hand, halting Hagrid in his trundling course past the giants. The Aurors approached the cage, abandoning Grop and Prechka and producing their wands. "Oh no," Rose whispered, raising a hand to her mouth. Hagrid moved around the cage, apparently warning the Aurors to keep their distance, but Titus nodded at the Auror next to him, Lucinda Lyon, apparently instructing her to inspect the packed creatures. She approached the cage, wand raised, and began to scan the interior with a faint purple beam. Hagrid watched this tensely, wringing his hands. When Lucinda reached the bulging doors at the rear of the cage, he tried to interrupt her again. She raised a hand to him warningly. At that moment, however, the strain of the pygmy puffs overcame the buckling cage doors. They wrenched open, spilling the creatures forth like a freight of giant yellow and green cotton balls, momentarily burying Lucinda. Titus leapt forward, flinging pygmy puffs in every direction, but he needn't have bothered. These creatures, as James could clearly now see, had apparently been bred just for the occasion. Tiny, fluffy wings unfurled from each of the puffs, flapping in mad blurs and lifting them into the air. They bobbed like clumsy balloons, swirling up in a great, expanding cloud. A roar of confused laughter and applause greeted the floating pygmy puffs, even as, down on the pitch, Hagrid and Titus pulled Lucinda to her feet. "The cage," James said, confused. "It's empty." As the pygmy puffs drained from the cage, floating awkwardly into the afternoon air, they left nothing but blank wooden floor. "Look at the giants," Rose hissed. Both Grop and Prechka had taken their seats at the base of the Ravenclaw grandstand, plopping directly onto the grass at the edge of the pitch. Grop's massive iron crown sat next to him, casting a complicated shadow up onto the door of the Ravenclaw locker room. As James watched, the shadow moved furtively. A pair of figures climbed out of the crown, ducking into the locker room door. Next to Grop, Prechka's smock wriggled. One of its lumps became a third, slighter figure as it slipped lithely out of a pocket and disappeared behind the she-giant. "You," James muttered in a hushed voice. "Poor Mum," Rose whispered, recognizing the shape of Hermione Weasley as she crept into the shadow of the Ravenclaw locker room. "Being stuffed into a giantess pocket is no way to travel." "Told you the cage was too obvious," Scorpius said smugly. A mingled sense of deep relief and nervous anticipation filled James now that he knew his father, uncle and aunt had successfully snuck onto the pitch. The team locker rooms, he knew, were connected by short tunnels beneath the grandstands, giving the threesome access to the entire circumference of the pitch if necessary. Down on the pitch, the Hufflepuff and Slytherin Quidditch teams were taking their positions on either side of the center line. James saw Albus in his green tunic on the far edge, in the shadow of the Slytherin grandstand, his broom planted at his side. Cabe Ridcully stood between the teams in his official's tunic, a yellow cape fluttering from his broad shoulders. Gabriel Jackson, the Hufflepuff captain, joined him there, squaring her shoulders against Slytherin's Nolan Beetlebrick, who was easily twice as wide as her and well aware of it. She squinted up at him appraisingly, seemingly unimpressed. "Welcome students, ladies and gentlemen from the world over," Ashley Doone's voice echoed from the announcer's box, "to this very special and truly historic Hogwarts Quidditch tournament match." A roar of wild applause filled the air, along with an eager display of sparkling fireworks and waving banners. For half a minute, Ashley's amplified voice was drowned out by the crowd. James swept his gaze around the grandstands, taking in the sight of the gathered world leaders. Most smiled and applauded in a dignified manner. A few nodded and waved up at the crowd. The American president seemed to be in a close conversation with one of the Magical Integration Bureau agents who leaned toward him, speaking directly into his ear. In the VIP box, Headmaster Grudge sat grimly next to the Minister of Magic, Loquacious Knapp, who stood as he applauded feverishly, his face red and serious. Behind him, James' mum sat stolidly, her face tense. "In honor of today's momentous match," Ashley went on, her voice waking echoes all around the grandstands, "we are pleased to witness the generous gift of an all-new Quidditch Winners' Cup, donated by intrepid explorers and proud Hogwarts parents, Draven and Lydia Vassar." James looked down at the pitch in time to see the Vassars step out into the sunlight, blinking and waving proudly. Mr. Vassar was tall and handsome, with a prominent chin and black hair almost as perfectly coiffed as his son's. Lydia Vassar was extremely thin, almost bird-like, with long blonde hair draped over her narrow shoulders. A pair of tortoiseshell glasses enlarged her green eyes as she waved up at the grandstands all around. Lance joined them as they strode onto the pitch, followed by Professors Heretofore and Shirt, who were levitating a large object between them, draped in heavy black cloth. "There it is," Rose said, a note of dread coming into her voice. "The crystal chalice." James nodded wordlessly. A wave of coldness came over him as he looked down at it. Even hidden beneath the thick black fabric, the chalice seemed to emanate a silent pulse of power. How, he wondered, would his dad, aunt and uncle manage to abscond with it in the moments before the Morrigan web was triggered? He glanced around the pitch for any sign of them. Apart from the Vassars themselves, every eye in attendance was trained on the levitating object, eager to see it unveiled. Even the giants, Grop and Prechka, were mesmerized where they sat, wide-eyed in the sunlight at the edge of the pitch. "Wait a minute," James whispered suddenly, leaning forward and squinting down at the giants. "Who's that?" Rose craned to follow his gaze. "What?" "Somebody else is down there. Hiding behind Grop and Prechka." Rose frowned and shook her head. I don't see, she interrupted herself with a gasp as a figure flitted behind Prejudice, angling into the shadow of the Ravenclaw grandstand. Corsica, Scorpius said darkly. What's she up to? There was no mistaking that tall, lithe shape. Tabitha Corsica glanced back once, assuring that no one on the pitch had spied her, and then disappeared into the Ravenclaw locker area. She's going after them. James exclaimed. Somehow she knows. She's going after Dad, Uncle Ron and Aunt Hermione. Rose shook her head incredulously. But, how could she know? Unless she's part of Avier's plan. Scorpius suggested. James was on his feet even before he knew it. Wait. Rose exclaimed urgently, pitching her voice low. Don't try to stop me, James hissed, sidling clumsily along the bench, much to the irritation of Willow Wisteria and May Isis. I'm not trying to stop you, Rose called angrily. I'm coming with you. Whatever you're doing, hurry it up. Devendar called. Some of us want to watch the blooming match. James reached the stairs along the edge of the grandstand and was gratified to see both Rose and Scorpius clambering after him. Without waiting for them, he began to clump down the wooden steps, pushing through the trickle of students still making their way up. Calm down, Potter, Scorpius said, grabbing James' shoulder as they reached the first landing. If we're seen rushing down to the pitch during the opening ceremony, it'll attract all the wrong kinds of attention. James knew Scorpius was right but could not restrain himself. He pounded down the wooden stairs, rounding landing after landing, even as Ashley Doone's voice boomed overhead. And now, to offer a short invocation before the unveiling of the new Quidditch Winners' Cup, Mrs. Lydia Vassar. This was met with a much more tepid round of applause from the surrounding grandstands. James emerged at ground level just as it began to peter out. He stopped in the shadow of the Gryffindor grandstand, the enormous Crimson Lion banner flapping gently overhead, and took a moment to scan the pitch for any sign of Titus Hardcastle and his Aurors. There. Rose said, pointing over his shoulder. Sure enough, on the far side of the pitch, Titus stood alert beneath the Slytherin grandstand, his black eyes flicking ceaselessly over the crowd. Lucinda Lyon stood several feet to his left, wand in hand, pointed at the ground in a posture of professional vigilance. She was watching the pitch carefully, marking the movements of the teams and the gathering along the center line. Professors heretofore and Shirt had lowered the fabric-draped chalice to the ground, but remained on either side in preparation for the unveiling. From his own vantage point at ground level, James could just see Lydia Vassar through the shoulders of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team. The blonde woman raised her wand to her throat. Welcome, visiting dignitaries, and especially our Muggle brothers and sisters from the world over, she said comfortably, her voice echoing broadly up into the grandstands. Let this be the first of many such occasions as we progress into a new era of cooperation and mutual friendship. The Quidditch players shuffled impatiently before Lydia Vassar as she launched into a somewhat droning, albeit flowery speech, taking full advantage of her coveted moment in the spotlight. Come on, James muttered, ducking as casually as he could out of the shadows and crossing toward the Ravenclaw grandstand. Fortunately, a large number of students were still milling along the edge of the pitch, offering James, Rose and Scorpius a modicum of cover. When they reached the giants seated beneath the Ravenclaw banner, James was once again amazed at their sheer size. Even seated, Prejudice looked like a vaguely person-shaped mountain draped with inexpertly sewn hunks of burlap. The colored fringes of her smock fluttered in the breeze. All the alertness had fallen from her face, however, as Lydia Vassar's speech blared on. The she-giant glanced down at James as he crept next to her. Before she could speak, he shushed her with a finger to his lips. She looked quizzical for a moment, cocking her head curiously. Giants, James knew from experience, were not exactly the smartest creatures in the wizarding world. Thankfully, however, an expression of exaggerated comprehension washed slowly over Prejudice's features. She nodded and pressed a trunk-sized finger to her own slab-like lips. With that, James, Rose and Scorpius slipped into her shadow, angling toward the darkness of the Ravenclaw locker room doors. A moment later, they trotted along the short tunnel beneath the grandstand, casting around for any sign of Tabitha Corsica or the trio of adults that had preceded her. "Drat, I wish I had my wand," Scorpius muttered as the shadows grew thick around them. The Ravenclaw locker area was unlit and empty, echoing with the dull thunder of footsteps high above, and beyond that, the unintelligible drone of Lydia Vassar's speech. Which way could she have gone? Rose whispered, casting left to right at the intersection which marked the tunnels to the other grandstands. On either side, stairs led down into lantern-lit passageways. "We'll have to split up," James said reluctantly. "You two try the Gryffindor tunnel. If you see Dad, Uncle Ron and Aunt Hermione, warn them that Tabitha's prowling around for them. And if you find Tabitha, tackle her," Scorpius shrugged irritably. "Without wands, it's the best we can do." James nodded. "She can't be allowed to interfere, no matter what." "What about you?" Rose demanded, hopping nervously from foot to foot. "You'll be by yourself." "I do wish Ralph was along," James admitted. "But we don't have any choice. Go. They'll unveil the chalice at any moment." Obviously unsatisfied but sensing there were no other options, Rose and Scorpius ducked into the left tunnel. James watched their shadows scuttle along the stone wall until they were gone. He gulped, turned toward the right tunnel, and realized just how ardently he wished he had his own wand with him, Morrigan Webb or not. Steeling himself, he ran down the steps and into the tunnel. The passage curved slightly to the right, obstructing the view so that James felt sure he would encounter Tabitha at any second, her wand pointed at him and a triumphant grin on her face. He forced himself to run on regardless, eventually spying the stone steps and faint daylight of the Hufflepuff locker area. He scampered up and threw himself against the inside wall of the stairway, breathing hard and feeling horribly defenseless. Furtively, he glanced around the corner, first into the brightly lit but apparently empty Hufflepuff locker room, then along the short passage leading to the pitch. Framed by the open doors, James could see the grassy pitch stretching away, crowded with the Hufflepuff and Slytherin players, their brooms held upright at their sides. Lydia Vassar was facing away from him, her wand still raised to her throat, her voice still casting flat echoes up into the grandstands. At her heels, the crystal chalice still stood covered in black cloth, flanked by Professors Heretofore and Shirt, their wands at the ready. And crouched just inside the double doors, her own wand protruding from her fist, was Tabitha Corsica. James' breath caught in his chest, amplifying the thunderous pounding of his heart. Corsica seemed to be watching the ceremony avidly, her gaze sweeping the pitch as if searching for something. "And that is why," Lydia Vassar's voice rang out, "we are proud to present this, our latest and perhaps most important discovery, the fabled crystal chalice of Timor Rune, the last king of the United Wizarding World, 19th in line from the elder King Kriegel. And last to witness an age of Muggle and magical coexistence. Some say his was a rule of despotism and tyranny, but that is all the more reason that this, his most famous relic, should herald an age of mutual tolerance and respect." James crept forward as these words filled his ears, approaching Corsica as quickly and carefully as he could. She did not move, but continued to crouch just inside the open door, her wand brandished at the ready. James' breath grew stale in his chest, but he refused to breathe, refused to make the slightest noise as he skulked closer. Closer. Somehow, even over the noise of Vassar's echoing speech, Corsica heard him. She turned, glancing back over her shoulder and spying James with one bright, dark eye. James threw himself upon her, reaching for her wand. Amazingly, he grasped it and succeeded in wrenching it from her hand. She pivoted, throwing him from her shoulders into the corner between the tunnel wall and the doorway. James clambered around, however, and pointed Corsica's wand back at her, stopping her in her tracks. "What are you doing, you complete idiot?" she demanded, her voice a hard rasp. "I'm stopping you," James replied, his own voice hushed desperately. "Now get back away from the door." "James," Corsica seethed, refusing to budge. "Give me back my wand. Now." James shook his head fervently, knowing that the Morrigan web might be unleashed at any second. If it was, he would be killed. "Get back, Tabitha. I don't know what you're about, but this stops now." You're not going to interfere. If I don't interfere, you perfect fool, she said urgently, your father will go to Azkaban. James blinked at the tall witch, baffled and shocked by her words, but refusing to lower her wand. He circled her, putting his back to the locker room. How do you know my dad's here? Because, she rolled her eyes impatiently. He's Harry Potter. He's here to save the day, as I knew he would be. You told him your daft suspicions about the Morrigan web and he and his friends were stupid enough to believe you. I was watching for them and witnessed them slipping beneath the Ravenclaw grandstand. I followed, meaning to find them before it's too late. My intention is to warn them that the day doesn't need to be saved. You're a liar, James exclaimed, renewing his grip on her wand. You're in on it. You have to be. If I was, Corsica answered immediately, taking a step toward James, would I be hiding here with a wand in my hand? James shook his head in angry confusion. You're crazy. Just like the night of the triumvirate when you thought you were the bloodline of Voldemort. You couldn't possibly want to help my dad. You hate him. Corsica took another step toward James, forcing him to back further away. Think back to when I first confronted you at York, she demanded, speaking very quickly. Do you recall when I told you that a certain mysterious benefactor had intervened on my behalf, recommending me for that post? Few members of the Wisengamot were inclined to listen to him, but he was very insistent, recommending, and obtaining, the dissolution of my probation in Australia. James was barely listening, his mind reeling. Beyond Corsica, Lydia Vassar seemed to be concluding her speech. A smattering of applause began to build in the grandstands overhead. Stay back, Tabitha, James insisted, the wand trembling in his hand. Despite this, she continued to close in on him. My mysterious benefactor, she said, her eyes locked onto his, was none other than Harry Potter. Your father risked his own reputation to recommend me, despite everything that had happened. That's why I didn't tell Headmaster Grudge enough to get you expelled, even though you surely deserved it. And that's why I came here to watch for him, to prevent him from dashing out onto the pitch in the mistaken conviction that he is saving the world. All he will do is get himself and his friends arrested in the middle of the highest security event in wizarding history. He will go to prison, James, and be ruined for life. We have only seconds to prevent that. But... James stammered, his resolve weakening as he attempted to absorb Tabitha's revelations. But the Morrigan web. It's the crystal chalice. It has to be. It is not, Corsica declared urgently. There are 3 markers for identifying the Morrigan web. James nodded, still backing away from Corsica, her wand still raised in his fist. I know. It has to belong to a powerful dead witch or wizard, and it has to be the centerpiece. It fits perfectly. You missed the 3rd requirement, James, Corsica exclaimed, holding her hand out for her wand. The 3rd requirement is time. It takes months for the enchanted object to steep in its destined location, to build its power, to reach the proper culmination of strength. The chalice only arrived last night. It couldn't spawn a single magical spark, much less the Morrigan web. Time. James repeated, stunned. Could Tabitha Corsica, his longtime nemesis, be telling the truth? Was the crystal chalice actually harmless, nothing more than a curious relic passed off as a sporting trophy? If it was, then his dad was indeed charging into capture and imprisonment at the hands of his own partner, Titus Hardcastle. He glared at Corsica, trapped in a hopeless, crippling web of indecision. How can I trust you? He demanded, nearly shouting as the applause rose to deafening levels outside. Because I have nothing to gain by lying, she yelled in answer, raising her own voice. James' heart was slamming against his ribs, his mind reeling. Finally, as the roar of the crowd reached its zenith, he threw down Corsica's wand and pelted past her, aiming for the daylight of the pitch. As he emerged, the crowd cheered seamlessly, filled with stamping feet and waving banners. James bolted onto the pitch, threading clumsily through the standing players, trying to look in all directions at once for any sign of his dad, uncle, or aunt. He shoved past Albus, knocking aside his broom. In the center of the pitch, Professors Heretofore and Shirt were levitating the draped crystal chalice again, raising it high into the air. With an additional, practiced flick of her wand, Heretofore jerked the draping fabric from the chalice, whipping it off with a sweeping flourish. Sunlight glinted prisms from the great crystal cup as it floated overhead, turning gently and casting refractions down onto the grass of the pitch. "Dad." "No." James called, but it was a moment too late. A dark flying shape rocketed out of the shadow of the Slytherin grandstand, angling straight for the crystal chalice. Two more shapes joined it, erupting from the shadows around the pitch. James recognized the dark-robed shapes immediately, his dad, uncle and aunt on brooms they had found stowed in the team locker rooms. They surrounded the floating chalice, spinning in tightening spirals, their wands extended. Overwhelming Heretofore and Shirt's levitation spells, they captured the chalice and carried it between them, shooting up into the deep blue sky. Several shapes launched into the air after them, Titus Hardcastle and his squad of Aurors, of course. They hurtled upwards, wands extended, red stunning spells lancing into the sky. "They're stealing the Quidditch trophy," Nolan Beetlebrick shouted, pointing. "Get them." "Wait," Albus cried, understanding dawning on him, but his voice was drowned in a chorus of angry shouts. Cabe Ridcully blew his whistle frantically as both the Slytherin and Hufflepuff teams sprung into the air, following the Aurors in pursuit of the still-rising trio of apparent thieves. "Dad," James called up, stumbling into the center of the field. He could no longer make out the shapes of his father, uncle and aunt. They were lost in the swirling cloud of Aurors and Quidditch players trailing after them. "Dad." "Stop. Don't." A flare of white light and a concussive blast filled the air high overhead, repelling the nearest pursuers, who tumbled back momentarily before righting themselves again. "They destroyed it," Cabe Ridcully declared wonderingly, his voice clearly heard in the momentary shocked silence that followed. "Why would anyone destroy the Quidditch trophy?" "It took us 12 years to locate that chalice," Lydia Vassar said, her voice dull with shock. "Capture them," someone in the Hufflepuff grandstand called shrilly. "Don't let them get away." It was the only encouragement the crowd needed. A massive, angry roar exploded overhead, followed by a forest of raised wands. Red bolts peppered the air, even as the Aurors circled in on their quarry, surrounding them high overhead. James craned his head to see, squinting helplessly, unable to make anything out from such a distance without his glasses. Dimly, he was aware of Scorpius and Rose joining him on the center line. "Did we win?" Rose asked breathlessly, shading her eyes with the flat of her hand as she stared straight up. "Did they destroy the chalice before it could go off?" "They totally lied about not using their wands," Scorpius said, shaking his head. James dropped his gaze. Above and across from him, his mother stood in the VIP box, both hands over her mouth, her eyes wide and tense as she craned up at the milling broom riders. In front of her, the Minister of Magic looked completely stunned and horrified. Headmaster Grudge, however, merely glared down at James, a wry twinkle in his gray eyes. Suddenly Scorpius grabbed James' shoulder and pointed to the side. "Look out. Here comes Corsica." Ignoring Scorpius, Tabitha Corsica joined the gathering in the middle of the pitch, peering mildly up at the gawking, swooping Quidditch players. In the center, Titus Hardcastle and his Aurors lowered slowly, their wands trained on the three dark-clad figures. "You know, James," Corsica said, pocketing her wand. "This reminds me of your first year, when you tried to steal my broom." She sighed lightly and shook her head. "You really do have a thing for ruining Quidditch tournaments, don't you?" Slightly over 2 hours later, James, Scorpius and Rose met Ralph and Albus at the edge of the pitch. The match had finally concluded with a Hufflepuff victory, much to Albus' compounded disgust. Bedraggled and sweaty in his green tunic, he dragged his broom behind him, fuming blackly as the fivesome ducked beneath the Gryffindor banner, seeking the trunk hidden at the rear of the grandstand. Wind whipped capriciously around them, snapping the banners high overhead and carrying grit into the air. A pall of clouds had pushed in over the course of the match, blotting out the sun and dropping the temperature by 10 degrees, as if the weather itself was competing with the confused darkness of James' own mood. No one spoke of the fiasco which had preceded the match. The one small mercy to come from it was that Titus Hardcastle had allowed the three thieves to remain in their cloaks and hoods during the course of their arrest, thus preserving the secret of their identities. Lucinda Lyon had taken charge of security for the remainder of the match while Titus and a second oarer escorted the three figures back to the castle at Wand Point, accompanied by resounding boos and jeers from the uniformly furious crowd. Mingled with the deep disappointment about the arrest of James, Albus and Rose's parents was the strange and unexpected relief that, in spite of everything that had gone wrong, everyone had survived the Quidditch summit. There had been no attack. James' dad, uncle and aunt had been willing to sacrifice themselves, triggering the Morrigan web at a safe distance from the crowd gathered below. But the chalice had not been the trigger after all. There was no Morrigan web. In all the feverish worry and preparation for disaster, this was the one outcome that James had completely failed to consider, that he had been, quite simply, wrong. But Avier said he was going to attack the summit, he reminded himself. Had the twisted old wizard simply been lying? Was he, perhaps, insane? Delusional? Surely that was a possibility, considering the cracked nature of his past, and yet. As the 5 students rounded the corner of the grandstand, James was not exactly surprised to find a gaggle of waiting students, all looking terse and impatient. More seemed to be approaching from the exiting throng as the grandstands emptied, accompanied by a distantly echoing fanfare of Professor Flitwick's band. That was some attack. Fiona Forcumpus called accusingly, spying James. It was nothing more than a stupid prank. Who were they, anyway? A chorus of angry shouts followed this as the crowd milled around James, Ralph and Rose, demanding both explanations and their wands back. Hurriedly, Ralph dropped to one knee before a large, mossy boulder. Scrabbling behind it, he retrieved his own hidden wand, and then tapped the boulder with it. A shimmer of light transformed the boulder into an old Quidditch trunk, which Ralph then wrenched open. A pile of wands lay inside like pickup sticks. The crowd collapsed upon the trunk, dozens of hands reaching for their wands. Suddenly, a horribly familiar voice called clearly over the noise, startling the crowd into silence and making James jump. "Back away from the trunk, if you please," the voice commanded sternly, brooking no argument. As if to emphasize this, the trunk slammed shut of its own accord, nearly chopping off a number of reaching fingers. James turned, a weight of deep dismay descending on him like lead. The crowd of students parted behind him, backing away to reveal the much taller figure of Headmaster Grudge, his wand held lazily in his thin fingers. He flicked it. In response, the trunk lifted into the air, soared down the aisle formed by the parted students, and plunked neatly at Grudge's feet. "Mr. Potter," he said in a low, silky voice. "How did I know that you would be at the center of this curious post-match gathering?" James didn't answer. It wasn't that he was afraid. His cheeks burned with such a sudden surge of helpless anger that he feared that if he spoke at all he would shout in fury. "Is anyone prepared to tell me what I might find in this trunk?" Grudge asked, addressing the crowd and raising his eyebrows inquisitively. A scattering of hands shot into the air. "James and his mates told us there was going to be an attack," a girl volunteered. James saw that it was Julie Minch, the Slytherin girl who apparently fancied Ralph. In the wake of Slytherin's tournament loss, however, all of her hopeful acquiescence had soured to petulant anger. "They said it was for our own safety to hide them away." A rabble of voices agreed, while a Ravenclaw boy that James didn't know added, "They told us you were going to confiscate our wands." More voices roused in agreement, becoming agitated. Grudge stilled the crowd with a raised hand. "And what," he asked mildly, "might you have to say for yourself, Mr. Potter?" James pressed his lips together firmly. He could feel the heat on his face, turning his cheeks brick red with rage. "Ms. Weasley?" Grudge inquired, flicking his eyes toward Rose. "Mr. Deedle? Mr. Malfoy? Anyone?" "Would you really like the truth, sir?" Scorpius replied, giving the headmaster an appraising look. "I would indeed," Grudge answered with cool magnanimity, spreading his hands slightly. At least, whatever limited perception of the truth you and your persistently troublesome friends adhere to. Scorpius cocked his head. The truth, sir, is that no one trusts you. Even if we were wrong about what was meant to happen here today, the fact is that everyone here was willing to entrust their wands to us because they do not trust you either as their protector or their leader. The dead silence that followed this statement spoke as loudly as a chorus of shouts. James glanced aside at Scorpius, not sure if he was more impressed or mortified with the blonde boy's blunt candor. Scorpius merely glared up at the headmaster, his expression passive, almost bored. I would not be so quick to speak for those present here this evening, Grudge commented, allowing his gaze to roam over the assembled students. They may not ascribe to your limited perception of current school events. They may, in fact, be mere pawns in your plot of discord and sedition. And yet, they have found themselves rather easily duped by your lies. Here, Grudge returned his gaze to James. Mr. Potter, you invented the fiction that these unfortunate students were going to have their wands confiscated. Of course, I have harbored no such intention. In light of this situation, however, I find that perhaps yours is an idea worth some merit. If these students are so eager to hand their wands over to anyone with a fanciful tale, perhaps they should be taught the responsibility that comes with the privilege of wand possession. Grudge studied James for a long moment, his eyes glittering meanly. Then, he lowered his gaze and flicked his wand once more. A stream of thick chains sprayed from his wand tip. Clanking and rattling, they coiled around the trunk at Grudge's feet, snapping tight and clamping shut with a large iron padlock. Until further notice, the headmaster said, pocketing his wand, and by order of me, your headmaster, these wands are indeed officially confiscated. You may have them returned to you before the end of term, if, he held up a narrow finger, quelling the growing protests, you present to me an essay of no less than 12 inches of parchment titled, Why I Will Never Relinquish My Wand Again. The crowd redoubled its protests, shrill and furious. On second thought, Grudge amended, raising his chin and narrowing his cold eyes. Perhaps 16 inches would be more illuminating. He glared around, challenging the students to continue their protests. Instead, the crowd fell silent, crackling with barely restrained fury. Much better, Grudge said softly, turning away. Do enjoy your evening, students. I look forward to your remorseful thanks in the years to come. As he paced toward the castle, the chain trunk began to follow him, clunking along atop its own shadow. Wind whipped Grudge's cloak and carried restless waves over the grass. 16 inches. Graham Wharton seethed, punching James in the shoulder. One day before end of term and 16 inches of essay. Thanks loads, you great idiot. That's the last time I ever listened to a Potter about anything. Fiona declared loudly. This was greeted with a murmur of angry assent as the crowd began to trickle toward the castle. Well, there's one good thing to come from all this, Scorpius commented, clapping James on the back. At least now you weren't wrong about why we hid the wands. James could not bring himself to respond. He was so numb with rage and frustration that he couldn't imagine ever feeling cheerful again. Silently, he began to follow the crowd as it drifted toward the castle, snatches of angry comments carrying back to him on the cooling wind. 22. An impossible bargain. Dinner in the Great Hall was a rushed affair, as a much grander dinner and conference for the worldwide delegates was planned for later that evening. House elves, rarely seen during mealtimes, were bustling about the hall in their Hogwarts napkins and tea towels, hanging bunting, cleaning the high windows on tottering ladders, and replacing any of the floating candles that were more than a third burned. The 4 school vanishing cabinets had been removed, making the area along the front of the house tables seem strangely empty. The most noticeable difference, however, was on the dais that ran below the rose window and the enormous 5-faced clock. The teachers' tables and chairs were gone, replaced with dozens of brass easels, all arranged in a neat semicircle, and each bearing a framed portrait. These, James recognized, were the headmaster portraits that normally adorned the wall of the headmaster's office. Each portrait seemed unusually alert, some with bright curiosity, others with haughty disdain, most chattering avidly amongst themselves. In the center of the dais, positioned directly below the clock and looking wildly incongruous. A reflecting pool had been erected, filled with rippling water and adorned with 6 golden statues. James recognized the arrangement, for he had seen it dozens of times on his visits to the Ministry of Magic. It was a replica of the Fountain of Magical Brethren, showing a handsome wizard and beautiful witch, along with an adoring centaur, goblin and house elf, all spouting cascades of glittering water, the witch and wizard from their wands, the others from various bodily extremities. Added to the collection, however, was the unmistakable figure of a Muggle man, most noticeable for his lack of an upraised wand. This 6th figure was positioned between the witch and wizard, his arms lifted, palms up, capturing the cascading water from the spouting wands, his face upturned in grateful rapture. "Did you see Mum?" Albus asked, passing James on his way out of the hall. "Yeah, but only for a minute," James acknowledged, turning back to the stew he was idly picking at with a fork. She was in the entrance hall talking to Flitwick and de Bellows. She and de Bellows left straight away, headed back to the ministry to try to get Dad, Aunt Hermione and Uncle Ron released right away. "Titus won't even meet with her. Says he's too busy. I think he's just dodging her." Albus nodded dourly. "Any idea where he's got them locked up?" "No clue," James admitted darkly. "Could be anywhere, and he's keeping it a total secret. Doesn't want anyone breaking them out while he's busy with the big banquet tonight." Albus sighed angrily. He seemed to want to say more, but couldn't think of anything. After a long moment of shuffling his feet and watching the house elves straighten the headmaster portraits, he continued on his way. Glancing back up at the portraits, James could not help noticing that the portrait on the far end, the one showing the stern visage of Merlinus Ambrosius, was still as unmoving as stone. He was somewhat surprised that it had been included in the arrangement at all. The paintings were obviously meant to inspire wonder and awe in the Muggle attendees. Perhaps the name alone would be enough. According to Zane, Muggles were quite familiar with the legendary sorcerer, albeit through myth and legend. The portrait of Albus Dumbledore, however, was nowhere to be seen. This was not particularly surprising, James supposed. Since the last few times he had seen the painting it had appeared completely abandoned. Despite the bustle of the room and the palpable air of anticipation, the atmosphere around the house tables was tainted with sullen anger. Even the Hufflepuffs, who under normal circumstances would have been celebrating their tournament victory, sat in a shroud of subdued gloominess. Not only had their trophy been stolen and destroyed by unknown vandals, the entire team had given James their wands, and seen them subsequently confiscated, at the behest of their captain, Gabriel Jackson. Even now, she glared at James from the Hufflepuff table, still wearing her Quidditch tunic, her hair pulled back in a frayed ponytail. James ate as quickly as he could and left the great hall by himself, unable to bear the silent anger of his classmates any longer. Unexpectedly, Nastasia joined him as he climbed the stairs to the common room. "How'd you get in?" he grumped under his breath. "All the vanishing cabinets have been stowed somewhere. Probably shut down, too." "Oh, they haven't been disenchanted yet," she answered, matching his footsteps up the swiveling staircase. "There are still a few students out and about, finishing up last-minute assignments. Besides, I've been here all day. I wanted to see what happened." "Must be nice to be able to turn into a snake and slither around unseen," James muttered. "I told you," she said primly, "I don't turn into a snake. But yes. It's handy." They reached the top of the stairs and angled toward the portrait of the fat lady. James said, "So I suppose you saw everything?" Nastasia shrugged noncommittally. "I saw that things didn't go how you'd planned." "That's an understatement," James barked a sardonic laugh. "My dad, aunt and uncle arrested, imprisoned somewhere in the castle until Titus can take them back to the ministry. Half the school's wands confiscated and everyone blaming me for it." "I wouldn't say half the school's wands," Nastasia commented. "You aren't that persuasive. More like a third." "Thanks," James groused. "You're a great help." He stopped in front of the portrait and spoke the password. The fat lady swung open with a faint creak. "Are you going to invite me in?" Nastasia asked. James looked back at her. Why should I? I've got 16 inches of essay to write. You aren't writing any essays tonight, Nastasia said with a knowing smile. And I think you could use a friend. James paused on the threshold of the common room. Nastasia was right on both counts. Fine, he sighed. Come on in. But I'm not going to be especially good company tonight. That's all right, Nastasia laid a hand on his shoulder and gave him an apologetic look. You never are. James rolled his eyes and ducked through the portrait hole. Nastasia followed. If anything, the common room was even more moody than the great hall had been. Even those who did not have essays to write seemed strangely subdued, considering that the term was virtually over and summer holiday was upon them. Part of it was likely the weather. Darkness pressed against the windows, which rattled with sudden, whistling gusts of wind. The fire had been stoked against the strange chill outside. James spied Rose seated at her usual corner table, along with Deirdre Finnegan and Shivani Yadav, all bent darkly over parchments, quills in hand. Scorpius was nowhere in sight, likely still down in the great hall finishing dinner. As James and Nastasia threaded toward the fire, Lily came skipping down the stairs of the girls' dormitory, resplendent in her dress robes, her red blonde hair neatly parted with a jeweled clip. I'm off, she announced giddily. We're going to sing for all the international leaders and the Minister of Magic and all the Aurors. Oh, I'm so nervous. Well, you look simply wonderful, Nastasia assured her with uncharacteristic warmth. If you sing half as nicely as you look, you'll knock their socks off. Lily tittered at this, soaking up the compliment. James was in no mood for cheerfulness, even from his sister. Don't you have an essay to write, too, he said grumpily. Lily cocked her head and drew something out of the pocket of her dress robes. It was her wand. Headmaster Grudge gave mine back, she said sweetly, batting her eyes. Me and all the other student ambassadors. Didn't want us distracted from our duties, he said. Maybe he's not so bad as everyone says. She glanced at the clock over the fire and exclaimed, oh. I need to go. We're all meeting in the entrance hall just before 7. Professor Heretofore will let us in all at once. In a procession, no less. She grinned, beside herself with excitement. With a quick wave goodbye, she dashed toward the portrait hole. She doesn't know, I assume, Nastasia asked in a low voice. About Dad? James replied, no. We kept her out of it. She has no idea who got arrested today. Nastasia nodded. Good for her. I'm sure it will all be worked out before she ever needs to know. James wasn't interested in Nastasia's meaningless assurances. He threw himself into a sagging armchair before the fire while she settled onto the end of the sofa nearest him. Neither said anything further on the subject. How, James mused to himself, glaring into the fire, how could he have been so totally wrong? It wasn't just that Avier had admitted his plan to attack the Quidditch summit. It was the arrangement of wizard chess pieces on his desk, seeming to signify some ongoing conflict, each piece representing real people, himself, a knight, his father, the Diamond King, and Rose inexplicably the Queen. And on the other side of the board, ranged against them, Petra Judith as the Dark Queen, the Collector as the King. Could it possibly all have been a sham? The lunatic ravings of Avier's broken mind? Wouldn't Petra have told him? After all, when she had met him in the mysterious gazebo, she had warned him that he was getting too close, figuring too much out. If it was all just a madman's delusion, wouldn't she simply have said so? James frowned at the fire, his mind spinning. It simply didn't make any sense. There had to be something he was missing. He had been so sure that the crystal chalice would be the trigger for the Morrigan web. It had made such perfect sense. But was it possible that that had been his biggest mistake? Like Hagrid's cage, he muttered to himself. Scorpius said it was too obvious. What? Nastasia stirred next to him. James shook his head, trying to clear it, to arrange his thoughts. When Dad and Uncle Ron and Aunt Hermione snuck into the tournament, he murmured, still frowning into the fire. Rose and I thought they were hidden in Hagrid's cage, buried in all those pygmy puffs. Blue, Nastasia stuck out her tongue. Sounds like a form of torture. Those things stink when they sit in the sun too long. But Scorpius said it was too obvious, James went on, ignoring her. He knew it was a diversion. James sat up in the armchair, thinking furiously. Was it that simple? Had the crystal chalice purposely been included in the tournament as a decoy? A diversion meant to flush out anyone who planned to stop the Morrigan web? If so, it had worked perfectly. And after all, the summit wasn't over. Even now, world leaders and magical administrators were gathering in the great hall below, along with a collection of student ambassadors, teachers, and aurors. Perhaps Xavier had purposely misled James, allowing him to believe the attack would occur during the tournament in order to distract him from his real plan. But what could it be, then, he asked himself. I've got to think. What are you talking about? Nastasia asked, raising one eyebrow at him. You're not still on about the Morrigan web, are you? Give it a rest already. Something that once belonged to a powerful witch or wizard, now dead, James' mind raced, trying to find something that fit. Something that's a centerpiece, that everyone would notice. Could it be the new fountain and statues on the dais? No. They were too recent. Because according to Tabitha Corsica, the third marker was time. The object needed to have been there for months, right out in the open, seen by everyone. Time. James' mouth dropped open with sudden realization. He nearly leapt out of his chair. What? Nastasia demanded, taken aback. It has to be it. James muttered tensely, his eyes bulging at the fire. Oh no. Lily. With that, he did leap from his chair, turning to dash for the portrait hole. Wait. Nastasia exclaimed, grabbing him by the elbow. It's too late, whatever you're talking about. Look. She pointed at the clock over the fireplace. It's 7:15. Lily and her procession of little ambassadors marched into the Great Hall 15 minutes ago. 10 Jacks says the doors were locked after them, and probably guarded by a couple of those wand-happy aurors of yours. James stared at the clock in mute frustration. We have to get in there somehow. What's going on? A voice whispered at his shoulder. James glanced aside to see Rose standing next to him, her essay forgotten on the table behind her. It wasn't the crystal chalice, he rasped at her. But I know what it is. We have to get down there right away to stop it. Rose's frown deepened with confusion. What are you talking about? Down where? The big formal dinner in the Great Hall, he explained, nearly bursting with impatience. The Morrigan web was never meant to go off at the Quidditch match. That was just a trick to throw us off track, and it totally worked. It's meant to go off tonight, downstairs, and I know what's going to trigger it. You were pretty sure last time, too. Nastasia commented mildly. Shut up, Nastasia, Rose said. To James, she whispered, no matter how sure you are, we can't just sneak into the Great Hall. It's got guards all around it. Every door will be locked. I know. James exclaimed, trying desperately to keep his voice low. Even so, he felt the uncomfortable stares of several people nearby. We need some help. Hagrid, maybe, or your parents? Nastasia suggested. Both Rose and James turned to her. James narrowed highsies. You know where they are? I do, Nastasia answered with a nod. I followed that Auror guy, Titus, when he brought them back to the castle. It was either that or watch the Quidditch match, and I have to admit I've never really understood that crazy game. Rose looked confused. You followed Titus? And he didn't see you? How? She has ways, James answered with a roll of his eyes. Trust me. Fine, Rose said, dismissing the topic for the time being. Where are our parents, then? And do you think we can break them out? I'll show you, Nastasia answered, turning to lead James and Rose toward the portrait hole. As far as breaking them out, it's doubtful. But that doesn't mean it isn't worth a shot. As the three students exited the portrait hole, James was pleased to see Ralph approaching from the opposite direction. "Hi," he said dourly. "No fun in the Slytherin common room tonight since we lost the match, and Julie Minch is on the lookout for me, says I owe her an essay. I was wondering if maybe I could hang out up here." "Walk with us, Ralph," James said, grabbing his friend by the elbow and turning him around. "Stuff's up." "Not again," Ralph moaned, following along reluctantly. "What is it now?" "James has figured something out, apparently," Rose whispered, turning to trail Nastasia down a side corridor. "Hurry, Nastasia," James hissed. "We don't have much time." "Where are we going, then?" Ralph asked nervously. "Because I just came to hang out, maybe play some wizard chess, try not to get cornered by that mad Julie Minch." "Take it easy, Ralph," Rose answered. "We're just off to break out our parents." "Ah," Ralph nodded weakly, apparently unsurprised. "And we're doing this because the Morrigan web is still going to go off," James replied in a low voice. "And we need help stopping it." "But we've been through this," Ralph protested, his face flitting in and out of shadow as they hurried on. "The crystal chalice was supposed to be the trigger. Except it wasn't." "It was never the trigger," James said with dark certainty. "The trigger's been in front of us all along. We didn't see it because we'd gotten too used to it." Nastasia turned, leading the others down a curving stone stairway. "So," she said, her voice shuddering as she tramped down the steps. "Do tell. What is it, then?" James paused as they reached the bottom of the steps, gathering in the high corridor that led to the defense against the dark arts classroom. "It's that bloody clock," he declared fiercely, meeting Rose's and Ralph's eyes in turn. "The clock that's been hanging in the Great Hall all year, plain as day." Rose's eyes widened as she considered this. "But we don't know who it belonged to, do we?" James shook his head. "Who knows? Could be anyone. Or maybe the trigger is hidden inside it, even. It's big enough. And it's been the centerpiece of the entire school for the whole year. Everyone's been watching it, running their entire day by it." "Just a little further," Nastasia urged, striding forward again. James, Ralph, and Rose followed. "How can you be so sure it's the clock?" Ralph frowned. "We were certain it was the chalice, after all, and that turned out totally pear-shaped." "I know the third marker for the Morrigan web," James proclaimed. "Tabitha told me." "She did?" Ralph's eyes widened. "When?" James waved a hand impatiently. "Long story. Point is, the clock fits all three markers. The first one is ownership. We don't know where it came from, but for all we know it belonged to some horrible witch or wizard." Rose nodded, quickening her stride. "The second marker is proximity. The clock is definitely the centerpiece of the Great Hall, right in the middle of all the action. And the third marker is time," Nastasia concluded. "It's been there all year, steeping in both attention and its own magic, just waiting for tonight." She stopped in front of the defense against the dark arts classroom door and put her hand on the handle. 2 paces behind her, however, James came to an abrupt halt. He stared at her in the dimness, his face filled with sudden suspicion. "I never told you," he said slowly, "what the third marker was." Silence filled the corridor as every eye turned toward Nastasia. She gazed back at James unwaveringly. "It'll all make sense in a minute," she told him. With that, she pulled open the classroom door. James glanced inside. 4 chunky shapes stood in shadow, the 4 school vanishing cabinets, removed from the Great Hall and apparently awaiting disenchantment. Standing in the middle of them, also apparently waiting, was a tall, hooded figure, its face lost in shadow. "Ah," the figure's deep, grinning voice said. "Ms. Hendricks and friends. Do come in." Rose gasped sharply, it was the collector. James recoiled from the door, pulling his cousin with him. Before he could retreat, however, something sharp poked him in the back, stopping him in his tracks. He spun around to find Nastasia behind him, her wand raised meaningfully in her hand. "Go on inside," she sighed impatiently. "Don't keep him waiting." James' stomach dropped in shock and disappointment. "You have got to be kidding." "You're the one who must be kidding," Nastasia shook her head. "After everything that's happened, you trusted me again?" "Believe me, I won't make that mistake anymore," James seethed, glancing down at her wand. "Promises, promises," Nastasia muttered. "Go on. Get moving." "He'll kill us," Rose protested breathlessly. "You know that, right?" "Maybe," Nastasia answered. "But that's up to James, not me." "Ms. Hendricks is quite correct," the collector called breezily. "If she has brought you here, it means that you have learned more than I can allow you to freely know. But do join us. This night need not end badly for any of us. And please have your hands in sight. Wands or not, I've learned to keep a sharp eye on you lot." He seemed to be amused by this. Reluctantly, James turned back toward the classroom door. Ralph led the way slowly inside, followed by Rose and James. Nastasia remained behind them, her wand still raised threateningly. Once inside, she closed the classroom door with a dull clunk and locked it. "And now," the collector said in a low, eager voice, "do make yourselves comfortable. We have tales to tell, games to play, and time, as I need not remind you," he smiled broadly, knowingly, "is ticking. Ticking. Ticking." James, Ralph and Rose hung back from the collector, forming a loose line along the edge of the classroom, next to an untidy jumble of desks that had been pushed aside to make room for the vanishing cabinets. "Please, my friends," the collector said, grinning from beneath his hood, "there is no need to be so formal. You have nothing to fear from me. I, like you, am without my wand this night. Discretion is the better part of valor, as the Muggle bard says, and considering what is about to take place, not having a wand in hand is most assuredly the better part of discretion." "You seem very happy to let her carry a wand," James spat, jerking his head toward Nastasia. "Seems like the better part of cowardly, if you ask me. Ms. Hendricks will be well on her way before the web is unleashed," the dark man replied dismissively. "I would never place her in the slightest danger. She has been far too valuable to me, and shall continue to be, I am quite certain." But alas, the collector cocked his head at James. "You are unaware of your American friend's rich history. Allow me to illuminate you." In a stiff voice, Rose spoke up, "I don't think we care." "Oh, don't let's be petulant, my dear Ms. Weasley," the collector waved a hand as if to dispel a nasty odor. "I dare say that you, especially, might find this most intriguing. You are the intelligent one, after all. Cast your mind back to our previous meeting at Durmstrang, my dear. You may recall my mentioning that Ms. Hendricks has a very rich family history. In fact, it is more than rich, it is downright infamous. Go ahead, my dear," he addressed Nastasia, who still stood behind James, her wand pointed at his back, "tell them the name of your great-grandfather. Let us see if they recognize it." James glanced back at Nastasia, curious despite himself. He half expected Nastasia to be ashamed or reluctant. Instead, she raised herself to her full height and lifted her chin. "Hannibal Drake Magnuson," she proclaimed proudly. Next to James, Ralph gave a physical jolt. Rose clapped a hand over her mouth in surprise. "Aha," the collector grinned. "They do indeed recognize the name. Yes, your close friend and comrade, Ms. Nastasia Hendricks, is the descendant of one Professor Ignatius Magnuson of the American Wizarding School of Alma Aliron. It was he who unlocked the mysteries of the wizard's grand unification theory, who broke the threshold of the Nexus curtain and tread the world between the worlds. Truly a man after my own heart. It is his blood and passion that flow through Ms. Hendricks' veins. Thus it was no surprise that destiny brought back to her what was rightfully his, the head of Professor Magnuson's magical cane, lost for decades, passed from hand to unworthy hand. Ms. Hendricks recognized its potential, of course, and thus it was also destiny that she should present it to me, at the very time that I needed such a relic. James' mouth fell open. The cane. He had last seen it in the dream vision, where it had been sold to a Muggle pawnshop. From there, somehow, it had found its way through the decades back into the hands of its owner's youngest living relative. And that relative, amazingly, was Nastasia. He turned back to her, a rush of cold hopelessness filling his chest, remembering the night he had first met her. "It was you," he said sadly. "On first night. You snuck through the cabinet to hide Magnuson's cane in the clock. That's what you'd been carrying in the velvet bag I found." Nastasia didn't answer. Instead, she lowered her gaze stubbornly, refusing to meet his eyes. "Miss Hendricks could simply have given me the relic," the collector acknowledged with a sort of perverse pride. "I could have placed it in the clock myself. But she insisted on a more active role. Rarely have I encountered someone so young and yet so driven by conviction. She impresses me, I confess." James glared at Nastasia, anger welling up to match the deep sense of betrayal. She lifted her gaze again, challenging him with it. "Don't look at me like that," she said coldly. "You don't know me." "I'm beginning to think you're right," James agreed. "What about Zane? Did you lie to him, too?" Nastasia laughed. It was a hollow, mad sound. "Zane Walker is a dear boy, but his brain turns off in the presence of girls. He was simply the easiest way for me to get to you. That's all he ever was to me." James studied Nastasia's face critically. She was lying. He was certain of it. "Ashia," he asked quietly. "That's you, isn't it? You can't keep this up. Can you?" "Shut your mouth, James," Nastasia said, snapping her wand up to his face. "Or I'll close it for you." My, the collector chided, such youthful hot-headedness. Quite unbecoming. "Hold on a moment," Rose suddenly said, as if giving voice to a question she'd been mulling for the last few minutes. "You say you could have put Magnuson's cane into the clock yourself? How, exactly? You've been dividing your time between New Amsterdam as the collector and Durmstrang as Professor Avier. How could you have found the time, much less the means, to get into Hogwarts and do these filthy deeds?" The dark figure seemed delighted by this question. He laughed out loud. "Ms. Weasley, your wit is a force to be reckoned with. Allow me to challenge it. How do you suppose that I accomplished these remarkable feats? How is it, do you think, that I am able to be here even now?" James knew that Rose couldn't possibly know the answer to the collector's question. When he glanced at her, however, her face was pinched with unspoken suspicion. "I only know that if you've mastered the secrets of the Morrigan web," she said carefully, "then you know that its original purpose was to share magic with the magically weak. And with squibs. Like your Mr. Filch," the collector exclaimed conspiratorially. "Yes. Perhaps you have divined more than you have let on. But allow me to explain for those who might be a bit slower than yourself." Here, the collector took a step backward, flinging both arms out so that his heavy sleeves flapped. His hands were very white in the dimness. "It may interest you to know," he said, pushing back his hood to reveal his dark hair and angular, grinning face, "that this persona, the persona that I rather whimsically refer to as the collector, is quite a recent invention, created for use in the United States. The collector is a useful face that I wear, meant to inspire both terror and trust, depending on how I use it. But it is a new face, a temporary one, a mere mask that I will discard soon enough. I do have another face, however." Here, the dark figure began to change. James had seen it happen before, in Avier's chamber, when he had changed from that persona to the one that stood before them now. He expected that same change to occur now, only in reverse. The figure did indeed grow thinner and older. This time, however, the hair turned iron gray, matted like straw. The beard that sprang from the chin was stiff, triangular, threaded with black. And the face. The face that formed was not that of the long-departed Albus Dumbledore. It was stern, cold, with deeply sunken cheeks and dark shadows haunting the eyes. This face, the figure announced in its new, gravelly voice, is the face of Rector Strangeway's grudge. And I have been him for decades. Rose pressed back against James, scrabbling for his hand. She had obviously suspected this, somehow, and yet the reality of it was clearly terrifying. On James' other side, Ralph gulped, backing away half a step himself. As you can imagine, Grudge said, his entire demeanor changed along with his appearance. It takes a wizard of unique constitution and particularly stoic mind to maintain 3 separate personas. The animagus aspect of it is only the beginning. The compartmentalizing of minds, the discipline of conflicting personalities, is the true challenge. None of you 3 can begin to appreciate it, of course. Grudge passed his gaze over Rose, James and Ralph, but Miss Hendricks. I suspect she has some idea of what I've mastered. The only difference between her and me is that I embrace the fracture and cultivate it. In time, however, I intend to teach her that skill as well. She already shows the aptitude. Ralph cleared his throat cautiously. Headmaster, he said, addressing Grudge directly, his voice shaking slightly, Sir, I think that you should let us go. We have essays to write. Oh no, Mr. Deedle, Grudge replied. We have only just begun. There is still more story to tell. Ms. Weasley is curious, after all. And Mr. Potter here. Well, we shall come to him in a moment. He turned and ran a thin hand along the doors of the Durmstrang cabinet. Before I, Rector Grudge, was headmaster of this school, I was employed by the Ministry of Magic. Ms. Weasley has surely already ascertained this. I was an unspeakable, consigned to the Department of Mysteries. This was by my design, for it gave me access to the deepest and most terrible secrets of the wizarding world. Grudge walked on, passing in front of the Alma Alaron cabinet. It is said that, apart from its creator, only 2 people knew the tale of the Morrigan web, how it came to be, and how it was accomplished. These 2 were the international wizarding investigators who interviewed Professor Lausa after her first, tragic experiment. It is further said that the accounts of these investigators were lost to history, deliberately buried in the endless annals of the Department of Mysteries. I can tell you that this is indeed the case. For I alone found their tales. I absorbed them. It was my single goal as an unspeakable. Using what I learned, I perfected Professor Lausa's technique. By my hand, transference of magic became a reality. Mr. Filch's cane is the result. With that object, Principia Lausa's original dreams are finally realized. But the clock in the Great Hall, bearing the relic of Ignatius Magnuson, is also the result. With that object, Principia Lausa's darkest nightmares are soon come to life. But why? James asked, anger and frustration turning the question into a demand. But I have already answered that question, James, Grudge said, and as he did his face changed again. He transformed into Professor Avier, altering his bones and flesh with swift precision. It is because destiny demands it. The rightful place of wizardkind is to rule. The Muggle world needs us. Left to their own devices, they are unruly, unpredictable, a danger to themselves and others. We must subdue them. For their own good. Rose gave a disgusted laugh. You're going to rule them by killing them? Some, yes, Avier replied, his voice deepening as he morphed back into the collector. But only those who must be put down to make way for us. Only those whose cooperation cannot be obtained by other means. It is a cruel mercy, but a mercy nonetheless. But my sister is there. James cried out, growing desperate. She'll die as well. Oh, I'm afraid the reality is much worse than that, dear James, the collector said, shaking his head sadly. You see, your parents are also there. Rose startled violently and emitted a little heap of horrified surprise. James' mouth dropped open. Ralph stepped forward. What do you mean? Mr. Potter and Mr. and Mrs. Weasley are imprisoned somewhere in the school. They aren't in the Great Hall. Well, no, the collector replied, hedging slightly. You do have me there. They are in the antechamber directly behind the great hall. Unconscious, I might add. If things should go especially badly, do take some solace in that. They will not have suffered the suspense of their own impending death. Unlike this afternoon, when they willingly embraced what they believed to be their own doom, sacrificing themselves for the ungrateful crowd below. I suspect, were they conscious now, they'd feel somewhat silly about that. Pity we cannot all enjoy a hearty laugh over the affair. What do you want? James demanded furiously. The collector sighed dramatically. As he did, he transformed yet again, shifting back to the shape of Avier Dorcascathan with a subtle crackle of bone and tendon. This is also a question I have already answered, James, he said. In my office, weeks ago. History repeats itself, only this time we must get the details right. Like your father and Albus Dumbledore, you must join me rather than oppose me. We must be partners, you and I, and by your own willing decision. If you do so, I shall see that your sister and parents are moved to safety. It's all quite simple, really. James shook his head helplessly. That's crazy. How am I supposed to join you? How could I? We shall come to that, Avier smiled thinly. For now, simply answer the question, do you mean to partner with me? Will you, James, join me, as your father joined Albus Dumbledore? Fine. James exclaimed. Anything. Just get my sister and our parents away from the Great Hall. In a moment, Avier nodded. But first, I'm afraid, the details of our partnership. He drew a deep sigh and regarded James speculatively. You are not my first partner, James. I have another, a fetching yet powerful woman. It was she that introduced Miss Hendricks to me, who recognized the potential of our alliance. You know this partner of whom I speak, do you not, James? James' mind was such a blur of fear and worry that for a long moment he had no idea what Avier was talking about. Then, with a shock, the truth clicked into place. You mean, he said, not quite daring to say it aloud, would Avier laugh at him? Mock him? Doubt him as had so many others? He steeled himself and went on, your other partner is Judith, the Lady of the Lake. Avier nodded slowly, meaningfully. I am jealous of you, James, he said, almost playfully. You've known her rather longer than I. You two have a history. Don't attempt to deny it. Rose turned to James as Avier spoke, her eyes wide, but not exactly shocked. He knew what she was thinking, she could no longer afford the luxury, the comfort, of doubt. The Lady of the Lake was real. Avier knew her. She was his partner. Ralph sidled closer to James. Blimey, he said under his breath, you were right. Avier went on. It is the history that you and she share that I mean to speak of, James, he said, a bit too casually to hide the intensity of his interest. For it shall form the foundation of the partnership between you and I. As Avier spoke, he changed again, more gradually this time, transforming back into Rector Grudge. He turned, pacing slowly along the line of vanishing cabinets. There is something that I want, Mr. Potter. Something you have heard of, no doubt. It is a great tool. Even greater than the Morrigan web itself. I have come to understand that whoever possesses it possesses the very fabric of destiny. With it, they can step outside the capricious and nonsensical restrictions of fate. Rather, they can make fate their slave, bending it to their every whim. You know the tool of which I speak, James. My other partner, Judith, whom you call the Lady of the Lake, assures me of this. In fact, she tells me that you are, quite simply, the key to it. You, my young friend, Grudge said, turning to face James squarely, piercing him with his cold, grey eyes, you are the key to the crimson thread. James returned Grudge's stare, his mouth suddenly as dry as cotton, completely dumbfounded. And thus, Grudge went on, approaching James slowly, measuring him, I present to you the nature of our partnership. I desire the crimson thread. I have already told you that it is nearly in our grasp. I am assured that you are the key to it. It is in your very hand. All you must do to save the lives of your sister and parents is give it to me. James could not speak. More than anything, he wanted to save his sister, his dad, his Uncle Ron and Aunt Hermione. But he had no idea what the crazily transforming figure was talking about. Why would he think that James was the key to the crimson thread? Why would he say that it was in his, James, hand? Helplessly, James glanced down, opening his hands. They were empty, of course. She lied to you, he said faintly, not looking up from his open hands. Speak up, Mr. Potter, Grudge said warningly. And take care, the lives of your family depend on your next words. James shook his head, wishing he had something else to offer, wishing that Judith hadn't been so horribly cruel. He raised his eyes to Grudge. She lied to you, he said, angry tears prickling the corners of his eyes. Judith is the one who told you I was the key to the crimson thread. But she lied. It's a trick. A horrible, mean trick. On both of us. Mr. Potter, the dark figure said, transforming once again into the collector, are you telling me that you refuse to give me the crimson thread? I'm telling you, James said, raising his voice, that I don't have it to give. He glanced aside at Ralph. Last time we saw the crimson thread it was in the world between the worlds. Only what we saw wasn't really the crimson thread at all. It was just a symbol. The real crimson thread was a girl. Her name was Morrigan. She's dead now. Judith killed her. That's what she does. James returned his gaze to the dark figure before him, his eyes blazing. Judith kills. She killed Morrigan. She killed my cousin Lucy. She'll kill us if she gets the chance. And then, when she's done, James laughed harshly, why, she'll come and kill you. The collector's face hardened at this. All the mean glee leaked out of it, leaving only hard-eyed viciousness. He straightened. So be it, he said coldly, almost petulantly. If you do not wish to play my game, Mr. Potter, then I am afraid I have no use for you at all. Ms. Hendricks, he looked past James, addressing Nastasia. Kill them. James couldn't quite believe his ears. Could it be this sudden? This anticlimactic? Were he, Ralph and Rose about to be killed by a girl their own age, a traitor with pink hair and a nose ring? He turned, but Nastasia was no longer behind him. She was moving around them to join the collector, her eyes firm as she glared at James, her wand still raised. The collector stood back to allow her room. This is the first time you've killed, is it not, Ms. Hendricks? Nastasia nodded, not hesitantly, but eagerly. I've practiced plenty. On the target dummies back at Alma Aliron. But this is the first time for real. For real is the only time that counts, the dark figure said wisely, his bones crackling slightly as he transformed back into Professor Avier. I know that you have feelings for James. This could make killing him somewhat difficult for you. Practice on the other two first. Begin with Ms. Weasley. Wait. James cried, trying to push Rose behind him, but she shoved him away. Don't be stupid, James, she hissed. You're very noble and all, but it's pointless. Suddenly, Ralph lunged forward, rushing Nastasia where she stood and inexplicably jamming his hand into his robes. Nastasia leapt backwards, pivoting her wand wildly. Avada, she shouted, but Ralph was too fast. He bowled into her, driving her backwards into the Alma Aliron cabinet. Their combined weight knocked the cabinet off balance. It teetered and crashed to the floor with Ralph and Nastasia atop it. James threw himself forward to help his friend, but a blast of red blinded him, emanating from the struggling pair. Ralph flew backwards, repulsed by the blast, and bashed against the Durmstrang cabinet, knocking it over as well. Stay. Nastasia shouted furiously, struggling upright and pointing her wand at James. James skidded to a halt while Avier laughed wheezily. Excellent, Ms. Hendricks, he said encouragingly. One must be ready for anything, up to and including physical attack. Very spirited response, if a bit clumsy. You will learn refinement. Rose joined James, trembling with rage and fear. "Did you kill him?" she demanded, her voice glassy. "Not yet," Nastasia admitted, her breath coming in harsh pants, her pink hair wild over her flushed face. "You heard the professor. I'm to kill you first." On the floor, Ralph moaned. "Do it," Ms. Hendricks, Rector Grudge instructed. "He comes around. Let us waste no more time with pointless talk and brute confrontation." Nastasia nodded. She leveled her wand at Rose and took a step closer, breathing hard through her nose. "Avada." James pushed himself in front of Rose again, but she only shoved him back once more. "Stop it, you git," she rasped angrily, hopelessly. "You think I want to watch you die in front of me?" She grabbed his hands, refusing to look at Nastasia. Instead, she squeezed her eyes tight shut. James waited breathlessly. 5 seconds passed. There was no flash of deadly green. He looked aside, still grasping his cousin's hands. Nastasia stood exactly as before, wand extended, panting hard through her nose. "Avada," she said again, more loudly. "Do it," Grudge commanded. Nastasia opened her mouth to finish the killing curse. What came out, however, was her own name. "Nastasia," she shouted. James blinked at her in confusion. "Avada Nastasia?" Rose opened her eyes, glancing aside at the pink-haired girl. Nastasia's wand trembled in her hand. "Nastasia," she called again, apparently involuntarily. Her eyes seemed to lose focus, to drift, almost to look in 2 different directions. "Nasty Ashia," she shouted. Then, more emphatically, "Nasty Ashia." James had the eerie, haunting sense that Nastasia was arguing with herself. "Nasty," she cried, the wand gradually lowering in her hand. "Ashia. Nasty Ashia." Grudge strode forward impatiently. He reached to wrench Nastasia's wand out of her hand, to do the horrible deed himself, but she flicked her wand, barely even pointing it at him and without so much as a sidelong glance. The old man was thrown backwards amidst another flash of red light. He tumbled over Ralph and collapsed to the floor between the fallen cabinets. With a sudden, spasmodic movement, Nastasia gripped her wand in both fists, twisted it, and snapped it in half. "What's she doing?" Rose begged in a shrill voice, unable to take her eyes from the chanting, shouting girl in front of her. "She's losing control of herself," James said weakly. As if to emphasize his words, Nastasia's face began to transform. It happened with surprising, horrible speed. Her pink hair shrank away while her pupils grew, expanding to fill her eyes completely, turning them into inky black orbs. Her cheeks and nose flattened while her mouth grew wide, spreading all the way to her quickly vanishing ears. And still the mouth spoke, chanting her dual names, turning raspy and hoarse. Her tongue flicked out, long and red. Nastasia's entire body grew thinner. Her arms sucked up into her sleeves. Her legs snapped together beneath her skirt, melding into one, sinewy appendage. It was horrible to watch, but James was not entirely surprised. He knew this was what happened to Nastasia when she went to war with herself. And that was why what happened next was so completely and utterly shocking. "Nasty," the snake's mouth hissed. "Ashia." And with a wet crackle of bone and a horrible, violent jerk, the head split in half. Rose screamed, shrinking against James, still holding his hands in a death grip. James could not tear his eyes from the sight. As Nastasia's body continued to narrow, to slither hypnotically inside her clothes, 2 snake heads split from her collar, each one hissing its name, fighting for dominance over the other. 2 tails coiled on the stone floor, thrashing and curling. James jumped back as the Nastasia thing fell forward, losing its ability to stand upright. Out of her limp clothing slithered 2 snakes, each the size of a giant python, one black and oily, the other bright pink with glinting, sharp scales. Both snakes hissed at each other viciously, circling, rising atop their coils and bearing horrible, glistening fangs. Then, in an explosion of lithe violence, they fell to battle. The snakes curled and thrashed around each other, forming a blur of whipping coils and snapping jaws, each still hissing its name in a battle for dominance. Ralph stumbled around the melee, his forehead bleeding from his collision with the Durmstrang cabinet. "What the ruddy hell?" he cried breathlessly, grabbing James' arm. "We have to get out of here," James declared, pulling Ralph and Rose back from the battling snakes. "To the Great Hall while we still have a chance." "Oh, I think not," a rough voice cried madly. A hand gripped James' shoulder, clutching like iron. Another fell on Ralph, fisting in his robes and yanking him off balance. Stumbling, fighting against the iron-like hands, James was dragged around the thrashing snakes, away from the classroom door. "You really are simply a constant source of trouble," the collector growled through gritted teeth, hefting James and Ralph toward the Beauxbatons cabinet. Rose followed, beating uselessly at him with her fists. "Fortunately," he went on, seething through a sick grin, "I pride myself in my resourcefulness." He shoved James into the vanishing cabinet, bashing him against its rear wall. Ralph was thrown in after him, followed by Rose, who fought and thrashed furiously against the collector's unnatural strength. "I will grant you this," the collector gasped, his eyes dancing with mad rage. "You are intrepid, and you are far luckier than any mere rabble-rousers should ever expect to be." Behind him, the black and pink snakes wrestled on, thumping wildly. Their 10-foot bodies twined in vicious struggle. "But I dare say none of that will help you cover 1,000 miles in the next 30 minutes. Au revoir, my troublesome young friends." He cackled shrilly. James struggled to jump out of the cabinet, along with Ralph and Rose, but the door slammed upon them, closing them in seamless darkness. "No!" James shouted, but it was no use. A flash of light filled the compartment, accompanied by a sickening lurch, like a lift suddenly dropping in its shaft. A moment later, gravity reasserted itself, propelling the 3 students out of the cabinet, tumbling them onto a cold, marble floor. James clambered around, aware that he was in an entirely new space, echoing and flooded with golden light. People were milling around, chattering, but James barely registered them. He looked up at the cabinet he had just fallen out of. Its doors creaked slowly shut as he watched, revealing a woodcut of the Hogwarts crest, split so that half adorned each door. He jumped up, threw himself into the cabinet again, and without waiting for Ralph and Rose, jerked the doors shut. There was no flash, no sickening jolt. The doors merely creaked open again slightly, letting in the curious gaze of a collection of blue-robed girls. Ralph and Rose clambered to their feet in front of them. Rose opened the doors fully, her face tense and pale. "Broken," James announced helplessly. "Or destroyed on the other side. He shut it down somehow. Closed off our only way back." Rose's mouth opened soundlessly, dumb with shock. Next to her, Ralph's face was a mask of frustrated anger. Blood still trickled freely down his forehead and cheek. French voices babbled all around and James finally recognized where they were. Beauxbatons, of course, in the gilded and richly vaulted atrium at the center of the school. Broad white staircases leapt up in twin curves on either side, lined with brass-framed windows. "What are you lot doing here?" a voice, thankfully not speaking French, called out. Ralph and Rose turned, looking back as a figure approached. James did not think it was possible, but his spirits dropped even further at the sight. Morton Comstock strode toward them, his head cocked and a sardonic smile cinching the corner of his mouth. "Don't tell me you actually came to help get Professor Moreau safely back home after all this time. If so, you only missed it by about 3 hours." His welcome home party was quite an event. Nobody celebrates like the French. James shook his head, unwilling even to formulate a response to Comstock's irritating prattle. Wearily, helplessly, he stepped out of the useless cabinet. "We have to get back," he said. "If we don't, everyone dies." Ralph nodded darkly. "But how?" "Like that madman said, it's impossible. 1,000 miles in 30 minutes. "Wait a minute," Rose suddenly said, her eyes sharpening. She glanced back at Comstock. "Where, exactly, did this Professor Moreau just get back from?" Comstock scoffed and adjusted his glasses. You mean where didn't he just get back from? He chortled. You lot just don't get advanced arithmetics at all, do you? Dismissing Comstock, Rose turned back to James and Ralph, her eyes bright with intent. I think, she said, raising a hand to point at the Muggle boy, we just might be able to travel that 1,000 miles after all. 23. Collective Constant. It isn't like a cab, you know, Comstock said, straightening his glasses as Rose hurried him along. You can't just hop across countries neat as you please. It's complicated. That's why you're along, James said, turning left at a tall, marble archway and hurrying between a pair of impeccable suits of armor. Sky-blue vaulted ceilings, decorated with winking golden stars, spread away for what seemed miles. Beneath them, dressed in normal clothes with only a few robes in sight, were a scattering of Beau's baton students, some levitating trunks, others lounging in alcoves on collections of Baroque chairs and sofas, all looking up curiously as James, Rose, Ralph and Comstock sped past. Who are these? Morton, a tall girl in jeans and a rigor mortis t-shirt, called curiously. Hi Adela, Comstock called back as Rose hurried him in. Friends, I guess. Morton, a trio of younger girls walking in the opposite direction sang, giggling. The ginger-haired one in the middle waved. Pa si taught. Change your mind about the dancing lessons? Morton gave a forced laugh. Some other time, Muriel. I'm busy, apparently. Wait a minute, Ralph frowned, wheeling Comstock around another corner. You're popular here? It's a little something called personality, Comstock declared with a sniff. You lot could learn a thing or two. Which reminds me, he added, turning to Rose. Your cousin Dominique says she still wants that hairbrush back you borrowed Christmas before last. If we survive tonight, Rose rolled her eyes, it'll be first thing on my to-do list. James spied the advanced arithmancy classroom ahead, beyond a pair of high, beveled doors. Can you do it, Comstock? He asked, dragging the boy forward at a trot. Can you send us back to Hogwarts using those giant abacuses? Abaci, both Rose and Comstock corrected simultaneously. They glanced at each with mutual irritation. Short answer, Comstock went on, no. You don't understand a thing about how it works. It would be daft to even try. I thought you were a genius at this? James demanded irritably. Don't start telling me now that it won't work. Comstock jerked his elbow away from James' fist. I can't send you there because the support arithmeticians don't do the sending, he exclaimed irritably. That's just not how it works. What's the big rush, anyway? Why are you lot even here? Rose, who'd been pacing briskly ahead of the three boys, came to an abrupt stop in the corridor. She gathered herself for a brief moment, hands raised slightly in front of her in a calming gesture, and then spun around to face Comstock. You were there in the forest the night we found the dead warlock. Yes? Comstock blinked at her, obviously reluctant to revisit the memory. Yes. Not to put too fine a point on it, but it was me what found him. Rose nodded curtly. He was a very bad wizard, and he was working with an even worse wizard. Together they created a sort of super weapon that's going to kill a whole load of people in, about 25 minutes. Our parents are among them. She glared at Comstock, letting the full weight of her gaze bore into him like a drill. If we get back immediately, we may be able to stop it. If not, well, the whole world is likely about to drop straight off into global war and chaos. So? Morton. Can you help us get back to Hogwarts? Or can't you? Morton returned Rose's gaze blankly, seemingly frozen in place. James waited as patiently as he could. Fleetingly, he wished he had his wand with him, if only so he could send a quick stinging hex into the boy's ample backside, shocking him into action. Finally, glancing from Rose to James, then Ralph, Comstock drew a quick, resolute sigh. What we waiting for, then? We've got some abaci to man. James nearly laughed with relief. Together, the four students broke into a run. So how does it work, then? Ralph asked haltingly as he jogged. The base concept is marvelously simple, Comstock answered, his voice echoing in the corridor along with his heavy footsteps. Have you lot heard of this thing called technomancy? We've taken a class or two, Rose prodded. Go on. Well, it turns out, Comstock panted, warming to the subject, that the entire bleeding universe is held together by magic. It's this thing called the collective constant, and it connects every bit of everything with every other bit of everything else. Nothing's independent. If you manipulate one bit of the collective constant, every other bit is manipulated right along with it. Rose squinted thoughtfully as she ran. It's almost like the entire universe is connected by a giant protean charm. Fascinating, James exclaimed breathlessly as they pelted into the advanced arithmetics classroom, which was dark except for the golden glow of the corridor beyond. He stumbled to a halt amidst the hulking rows of abyssi. But how does that take us to Hogwarts? Well, that's the really cool bit, Comstock said, passing James and gesturing toward the dark abyssi. It doesn't. Ralph shook his head irritably. Running always made him grumpy. You're not making any sense. Nothing takes you to Hogwarts, Comstock said, a note of triumph in his voice, because you bring Hogwarts to you. Rose's eyes widened excitedly. Somehow, we disengage from the collective constant, she said in an odd voice. Like stepping off a merry-go-round. Except the merry-go-round is all the rest of the universe. Comstock nodded eagerly. Then, you just move the constant around you until the universe is where you need it to be. This, Ralph said with feeling, is completely and absolutely mental. It's not mental, James sighed impatiently. It's just quantum. It's both, Ralph insisted. We don't have any choice, Rose overrode him. We have to try it. Morton, what do we do? Simple, really, Comstock said, and then seemed to change his mind. Actually, not simple at all. Mind-bogglingly complex, really. But fortunately for you three, that's my bit. See, once you disengage from the collective constant, you just need to move the universe around you until it's where you want it to be. Step back into the constant and bammo, Bob's your uncle. Me, I have to do all the calculations on my end to keep you from turning the universe all inside out and wibbly-wobbly. Rose looked aghast. It can't be that dangerous, can it? So I'm overstating it just a bit, Comstock shrugged, moving in front of an abacus and cracking his knuckles. Mostly, I'll just be keeping you lot from accidentally dragging yourselves through any supermassive black holes and whatnot. Should be manageable enough since you'll be keeping it in the celestial ballpark. No flings out to Neptune. Although Professor Moreau apparently has a nice flat there. Are you sure you can do this by yourself? Ralph asked skeptically. Are you sure you lot can find Hogwarts without a map? Comstock replied snidely. You do your bit, I'll do mine. James ran a hand through his hair in exasperation. So exactly how do we do our bit, then? How do we disengage from the constant thingy? There's an incantation for it, Comstock shrugged. That's the bit I can't help you with. Takes plain old magic. I've watched Benoit practice it 100 times. Swish around all three of you, a quick flick upwards, and a divilora. Nice and clear. James turned to look at Comstock, his stomach dropping precipitously. We need wands for this to work? Well, not all of you, I suppose, Comstock frowned. But one of you, yeah, of course. How else you going to manipulate the constant? Your bare hands? He sniggered. But we don't have our wands. James nearly shouted. Well, Comstock blinked, taken aback. What kind of magical people are you then? Hold on, Ralph said, digging into the inner pocket of his robes. I think I can help. When he withdrew his hand, he was holding his enormous wand. Its lime green tip glowed faintly in the shadows. Ralph! James exclaimed, beside himself with relief. But how? My wand was never in the trunk, Ralph grinned sheepishly. I had it hidden behind it so I could remove the Visum Ineptio spell and unlock it. By the time Grudge confiscated the trunk, This was already in my pocket. But. James stammered. Then why didn't you use it on Nastasia? I meant to, Ralph admitted. I was going for it just when she stunned me. I really could just about kiss you right now, Ralph, Rose said seriously. But we need to fly. What was the incantation again, Morton? Divilera, Comstock repeated, pantomiming the accompanying motion. Draw a circle around all three of you with the wand, then flick it straight up. Ralph nodded and gathered a deep breath. James and Rose clustered as close to him as possible, one on each side. Carefully, slowly, Ralph leveled his wand and began to turn in place, shuffling his feet as he went. James and Rose shuffled with him, careful to stay in the invisible arc defined by the green point of Ralph's wand. It doesn't look like it's doing anything, James muttered. Belt up. Rose admonished. You'll jinx it. Ralph completed the circle. Then, jerking his wand straight up, he exclaimed Divilera. Nothing happened, except that Comstock reached forward with both hands and shuffled half a dozen abacus beads. They clacked into place firmly. Then, without looking up at James, Rose and Ralph, he seemed to wait. What now? James asked him. Strangely, Comstock seemed to ignore him. James grew anxious. Hey. What do we do now? It didn't work. Try again. Comstock continued to ignore him. He stared at the beads of the abacus, studying them intently. I'll give it another go, Ralph said, but as he thrust forth his wand again, the classroom sped away from them in a shocking blur of motion. Rose gasped as walls flickered past, showing micro-glimpses of life around Beau's batons. An instant later, the entire palace itself shrank away to the size of a model, albeit a model with absolutely perfect detail, right down to the banks of glowing windows, deep blue conical roofs, streams of pencil-thin white smoke issuing from dozens of chimneys, and the moon-washed white cliff upon which the building sat. Pine trees blanketed the surrounding hills and valleys, deep blue in the darkness. Whatever you do, Ralph said, his teeth gritted with concentration, don't look down. James immediately looked down. Beneath his feet was nothing but empty space, falling away for what appeared to be hundreds of feet. A hawk wheeled far below, stitching its shadow across a dusky, shushing forest. Your wand, Rose whispered, sounding both terrified and giddy. Move it again, Ralph. But slower this time. Gently and gingerly, Ralph prodded his wand forward about an inch. In response, the palace of Beau's batons shrank away to a mere pinprick of pale blue, accompanied by a blast of cool night air. A blur of hills and valleys unrolled beneath James' feet. Villages, fields, ribbons of roads dotted with occasional distant headlights, all raced away, rolling over the arc of the horizon beneath a haze of distance. James' head swam with the sight. In less than a second, however, the motion slowed and ceased. Now, the three students were hovering high over a gentle coastline, dark land running away on the far side, glittering moonlit ocean directly below. Boats dotted the tiny waves, looking like water bugs from so great a height. It's all in your wand, Rose breathed. She glanced aside at Ralph, her eyes bright. Ralph lowered his gaze to his wand, trying very hard to hold it still. So, he said slowly. I move us around by moving my wand. Weren't you paying any attention at all? Rose scolded impatiently. We're staying perfectly still. When you move your wand, you move the entire universe around us. And Comstock's keeping track of its progress and smoothing out all the wrinkles as we go. That's why he was just sitting there while we thought the spell hadn't worked. We hadn't gone anywhere yet, so he had nothing to manage. Ralph screwed his face up in concentration. He nodded slowly, then changed his mind and shook his head. This whole thing is completely mental, he said again, emphatically. Who cares how it works? James interrupted. We're going the wrong way. And nowhere near fast enough. We have to go back across France, up past England. Go, Ralph. Quit bodging about. Ralph sighed again, steeling himself. Then, in a long, swift motion, he jerked his wand backwards over his shoulder. The world bowled away beneath them, rolling forward this time. Clouds blasted past them in great, whumping ripples. Cities sped beneath their feet in streaks of yellow light. Mountains rose up ahead and shrank away behind in mere moments. Even the moon wheeled slowly overhead, passing in and out of hazes and fogs, flickering through banks of storm clouds. A strip of glimmering blue water rolled over the curve of the earth, dividing the dark mass of the land. "Is that a river?" James called, raising his voice over the rushing ball of the wind. "It's the English Channel," Rose cried back. "And beyond it, that's got to be London already." The world was slowing down beneath them, unspinning gradually. "More, Ralph," James prodded. "We're barely halfway." Ralph nodded. He took a step backward, somehow managing to remain in exactly the same place, and swept his arm back again, drawing his wand in a long, sweeping arc. Immediately, the earth wheeled away beneath them again. The English Channel whipped past. London streaked beneath, a mere blur of lights and snarl of grid streets, instantly replaced by open country. Small towns and villages swept below like comets, connected by looping country lanes and fat motorways, studded with lights. "Here we come," Rose proclaimed, pointing ahead, her hair whipping wildly about her face. "Slow us down, Ralph." "How?" the big boy called back shrilly. "I don't know," Rose said. "Just do it." The world spun away below, blending into foothills and craggy cliffs. Forests whickered past, covered with blankets of cool night air. Mountains rose in jagged peaks ahead, unspooling toward them with shocking speed. James glanced aside at Ralph. "Bring us lower," he said, pantomiming vaguely with his hands. "And slower." Ralph swept his wand forward again carefully, gripping it now with both hands. In response, the earth's sickening spin became a mere roll. Gradually, it seemed to sweep upwards, rising to meet them. "Easy," Rose shouted, hanging onto Ralph's elbow. "Careful." "I'm being as careful as I can," Ralph declared tersely. "I've got the entire universe in my hands here." "There," James cried, stabbing a finger forward. "That's Hogsmeade. See? There's the train tracks and everything." Rose nodded, forgetting her fear as familiar landmarks began to slide beneath them. "Just a little to the left, Ralph," she instructed, calming her voice. "Right over those trees. See? There's the lake. We're almost there." Amazingly, Ralph seemed to be getting the hang of what he was doing. He moved his wand in gentle forward and back sweeps, tilting it slightly this way and that, as if the universe was a ball of cotton candy he was bouncing on its lime-green tip. Hogwarts Castle heaved into view, rising over the trees of the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid's hut drifted below, followed by grassy grounds, awash in moonlight. The windows of the great hall glittered like molten gold. "BRR," James declared suddenly, hugging himself as the castle swept closer, filling his vision. "Why is it so cold?" Rose glanced around, her face pale in the night air. "Yeah," she said in a worried voice. "This is no summer chill. I think it's..." "It is. Look. It's actually snowing." She pointed. Sure enough, as Ralph manipulated the castle beneath them, turning it gently, flecks of white blurred past, tossed like confetti in an icy wind. "Something's really wrong," James muttered as the world slowed, rising to meet them. "This is bad. Should we go straight into the Great Hall?" Ralph asked, still concentrating on his wand, nudging the universe with gentler and gentler motions. "Only it's pretty hard to park this thing on a dime, you know." "No," Rose declared suddenly. "Not yet. We need to make one stop on the way." "What do you mean I make a stop?" James demanded. "Like Comstock said, this isn't a cab." "Just trust me," James and Rose insisted. She pointed to the right, toward Gryffindor Tower. "Over there. The east turret." You want us to stop in the girls' dormitory? Ralph clarified with a nervous frown. Oh, good grief, Rose declared tersely. Close your eyes if you think you must. No one will be there at this hour. I need something. Ralph gave a resigned sigh and steered the universe in a wide arc, drawing Gryffindor Tower toward them. In mere seconds it filled their view so that James could see every stone, every line of mortar. Then, with a cold shudder, Ralph teased the tower over them. They passed through the stone walls and found themselves in a circular room, thankfully unoccupied. Beds lined the walls, mostly unmade, surrounding a neat iron stove. Looks just like the boys' dormitory, Ralph commented. Only I expected it to be neater, somehow, James added. Rose rolled her eyes. I'll just be a moment. This better be important, James sighed tersely. Rose stepped carefully away from Ralph. As she did, she seemed to pass out of a sort of invisible boundary. She stumbled for a moment, as if the orientation of the universe was slightly different from that of Ralph's conjured bubble. Recovering quickly, however, she dashed to one of the beds and knelt before the trunk at its footboard. She opened it, rummaged in it briefly, then straightened and hurried back toward James and Ralph. When she neared them, she stopped and blinked vaguely. Where are you? She whispered, waving her left hand through the air as if feeling for something. In her right hand was a small, powder blue brocade purse. We're right here. James rasped back. She did not respond to his voice, any more than Comstock had when James had called to him earlier. Apparently, the same magic that disengaged them from the universe and allowed them to fly through walls like ghosts, also made them undetectable to anyone outside the spell's influence. James reached forward, careful to keep the rest of his body in the sphere cast by Ralph's wand, and grasped Rose's groping hand. She recoiled instinctively and then allowed him to tug her inside. She stumbled again, reorienting to the spell's unique gravity. What's that, then? James demanded, pointing at the purse in Rose's hand. Never you mind, she hissed impatiently. Ralph, take us down to the Great Hall. We've got less than 20 minutes, if Grudge, or the Collector, or Avier or whoever he was, wasn't lying about when the Morrigan web was to go off. James heaved a quick sigh and nodded at Ralph. Let's go, he concurred. What we going to do when we get there, then? Ralph asked, sweeping his wand gently forward again, nudging back the universe. The girls' dormitory swept away, replaced with the stone walls of Gryffindor Tower and its many nested turrets. I don't know, James replied honestly. I guess we'll do what we always do. And what's that? Rose inquired, clutching the pale blue purse with both hands as Ralph turned the castle below them, heaving the great hall into view. James shrugged helplessly. We figure it out as we go, he answered. It was snowing harder now. Great, fat flakes skirled and billowed in the wind, streaking past the golden windows of the great hall as Ralph drew it closer, teasing it into position before them. It was a deeply unsettling feeling, the bizarre summer snowstorm, the sensation of manipulating the entire universe around them. The knowledge that this last moment of relative calm and serenity would soon succumb to tense action, as they attempted to stop the Morrigan web. The windows grew larger as Ralph drew them closer, flicking his wand deftly. James could see the ripples in the ancient glass as one window drifted to fill his vision. Shapes moved beyond it, moving like things glimpsed underwater. Then, with a thump and a shudder, the window swept past them and they were inside the great hall. A constellation of floating candles surrounded them, flickering benignly beneath the enchanted ceiling. James looked down from his curious perspective. The longhouse tables had been transformed into a dozen large round tables, each covered in immaculate white cloth and decked with golden plates, crystal goblets, and massive floral arrangements from the greenhouses. Around the tables were dozens of people, all chattering noisily, nodding with excitement, presiding over the dregs of what appeared to have been a singularly sumptuous banquet. As James watched, the Russian president raised his empty goblet, watching with cautious wonder as it refilled itself in midair. The clock! Rose exclaimed in a hushed voice, pointing. Put us down over there beneath it, behind all the headmaster portraits. Perhaps no one will notice us right away. Ralph nodded and twisted his wand, tilting the universe gently to the left, wheeling it around so that the clock swam closer. Beneath them, the replica of the Fountain of Magical Brethren glimmered, sending its geysers of water up, around, and through them. James could smell the crispness of the water but felt nothing of it as it passed. Lily and the rest of the student ambassadors seemed to be taking a break, James said, spying his sister sitting amidst a collection of classmates on a small terraced pedestal to the right of the dais. They were chattering to themselves in hushed voices, smiling and pointing discreetly at the various world leaders. We have to get them out of here. If we can just disenchant the clock, Rose insisted tensely. Then everything will be fine. Ralph nudged his wand up in gentle flourishes, almost as if he was painting with it, and the dais rose beneath them. The portraits of the headmasters, seen from the back, drifted upwards to block the view of the rest of the hall. Now, Rose whispered. How do we stop all this collective constant stuff, then? Ralph asked, bringing his wand to a trembling halt. Comstock forgot to tell us that bit. Try the incantation again, James suggested. With a downward flick this time. Ralph shrugged gamely, still keeping his wand as steady as possible. In a hushed voice, he said, Divalora, and flicked the wand straight down. James stumbled as his feet struck the floor of the dais. For a moment there was a sense of extreme disorientation, as if the universe had somehow just remembered he was there and had forcibly reclaimed him. Then all the axes of reality seemed to realign again. That was a good guess, James, Rose gasped, putting a hand to her throat. Ralph took half a step forward, his shoulders stooped, and peeked between two of the headmaster portraits and the fountain beyond. I don't think anyone's noticed us, he whispered. James joined Ralph, peering out at the chattering crowd. Titus could be seen roaming carefully around the perimeter of the hall. Lucinda Lyon seemed to be stationed by the door. James glanced down. Rose was on her hands and knees next to him, reaching through the brass legs of one of the portrait easels toward the pattering fountain beyond. Rose, he nudged her with his foot. What are you doing? Quit it, she rasped up, still straining toward the fountain. This isn't as easy as it looks. It looks like you're about to get us caught. Fine, she proclaimed, dropping back onto her haunches and wiping a trickle of sweat from her brow. So what do we do now? James glanced up. From this angle, the enormous five-faced clock was a gilded monstrosity, its gears, flywheels and pendulums clearly visible behind the complicated scrollwork and ivory faces. Only the central face continued to mark the time, ticking audibly with a noise like spider legs dancing on sheet ice. We need to get inside it, James whispered, nodding up to the clock. We have to get Magnuson's cane out of it if we can. But that's not how it works. Rose whispered back, grabbing his shoulder. If we just remove it, the Morrigan web will trigger early. Well, that was your parents' plan, wasn't it? Ralph said, huddling down behind them. They didn't know it was a mistake, Rose rolled her eyes, because you two forgot to tell them. Lucky for all of us the chalice wasn't the trigger. The cane is. If we just yank it out, it'll release all of its energy right then and there. So how do we stop it, then? James asked fearfully, glancing from Ralph to Rose. Rose bunched her fists in frustration. How should I know? It was your bloody idea to make it up as we go. Wait a minute, Ralph interjected, narrowing his eyes. Crone Lausa said that the relic could be replaced. But it had to be replaced with something equally as powerful. And something belonging to the same person, Rose nodded impatiently. But what good would that do? No. James said, struggling to keep his voice hushed. She said it had to be replaced with something related to the same person. It doesn't have to have belonged to them. It just has to be connected to them somehow. That'd have to be one ruddy strong connection, Ralph breathed, shaking his head. Either way, where are we going to find such a thing? We've only got about 18 minutes left. What ho, a deep voice interrupted, not whispering in the least. How'd I know I might encounter you lot here? Ralph startled so violently that he fell over, very nearly taking the row of headmaster portraits with him. James slumped, recognizing the voice. He turned and glanced behind him. "Hi Titus," Rose sighed. "Nothing much gets past you, does it?" In this case, Titus Hardcastle rumbled, his wand held lazily in one ham-sized hand. "It's less professional vigilance and more long-time familiarity. After what your parents did, I had a feeling I'd be seeing you tonight. Up with you both. Deedle, too. And hand over your wands." "We don't have our wands," Rose replied, giving Ralph a brief warning glance. "Headmaster Grudge confiscated them all." Hardcastle nodded. "Heard about that, actually. Thank heaven for small favors." "Titus," James said quickly, rising to his feet. "You have to listen to us. We're not here to pull a prank or anything stupid like that. We're here because something horrible is about to happen in a few minutes and we have to stop it. If you help." "Oh, I already know all about it," Titus nodded, prodding the students ahead of him, taking them off the dais and toward the student ambassador's pedestal. "Your father explained it in great detail on the way back to the castle. The Morrigan web," he said. "Worst weapon in the whole wizarding world. Going to kill us all with an interconnected blast of concentrated magic." "Yes." James nodded, a small surge of hope welling in his chest. "Except it wasn't the crystal chalice, like we first thought. It's the clock. Right there. You can help us get it down." "You can, I can place you in temporary custody right here in the Great Hall," Titus interrupted tersely. "And thank you not to make a scene. I've already briefed the minister on the false alarm your father raised. The last thing we need is for you lot screaming bloody murder in front of the whole world, wizarding and muggle alike. You'll sit here with the student ambassadors and not say a single word. Understand?" "But Titus," Rose insisted. "It's not a false alarm, it's not another word." Titus growled dangerously, showing them his wand. "I don't want to have to langlock you, but I will to keep you quiet if that's what it takes." He placed a hand each on Ralph's and James' shoulders, shoving them firmly into a seat on the bottom terrace of the small podium. Rose remained standing next to them, a look of wild alarm on her face. She dared not speak lest Titus perform the Langlock curse on her, silencing her completely. But she dared not remain silent either. "James," Lily hissed from above and behind him. "What are you doing here?" James could not bring himself even to look back at his sister. Thus far, his plan, such as it was failing miserably. All around, the world leaders, Muggle and wizarding alike, chattered on obliviously. Chamber music lilted from an enchanted violin, bass and harpsichord, the instruments playing cheerily by themselves to James' left. And the clock over the dais ticked onward, the minute hand resting just before the 9. If Avier's threat had been accurate, they had barely 16 minutes left. Satisfied that the students were subdued, Hardcastle turned away, lowering his wand to his side. Suddenly, Ralph stirred next to James. He leapt to his feet, brandishing his wand and leveling it at Titus' back. "Stupef." Hardcastle turned so quickly he was nearly a blur. His wand flicked up at the hip, unleashing a thin bolt of white. Ralph slammed back into his seat so hard that the entire row of students above him collapsed backwards, their feet poking into the air and their muffled voices crying out in confusion. A murmur of alarm rippled through the round tables. Several people leapt to their feet. The Magical Integration Bureau agents around the American president perked up in postures of wary vigilance. Hardcastle took a swift step forward, grabbed Ralph's wrist with one hand, and wrenched the wand out of it with the other. "Foolish," he growled furiously. "Very foolish." Titus, Rose squeaked, wringing her hands before her chest. "Seriously. This is a huge, huge mistake." "Quiet." Hardcastle seethed, "Or I swear you'll be next, and I don't give a hard-boiled hippogriff egg who your mum is." "Everyone," he called, turning around, raising Ralph's wand in his meaty fist and putting a grim smile on his face. "Some good-natured school hijinks. Nothing to be concerned with. Everything's under control. Go back to your dinners. No. James exclaimed, leaping to his feet, his voice echoing up into the enchanted rafters. Everything's definitely not under control. Something awful is about to. Hardcastle spun on James, his wand flashing upright again, his face red with fury. He was going to hit James with a Langlock curse, silencing him before he could finish his sentence. Instinctively, before James even knew what he was doing, he struck out with his right hand, forgetting for a moment that it did not bear a wand. Magic sprang from his fingers in cold blue arcs. The bolts struck Hardcastle, flinging him right off his feet. He flew through the air and crashed onto the nearest table, sending goblets, tureens, and golden plates scattering like tenpins. The diners gathered around the table recoiled in fear and shock, scrambling to their feet. Half ducked in terror. The other half groped for their wands. The rest of the hall erupted in a roar of mingled surprise, panic, and anger. Stop! James cried out, sweeping his arm before him, palm outwards in a placating gesture, but magic continued to crackle from his fingers like lightning, electric blue and cold as ice, drawing flashing arcs as it swept the air. The crowd recoiled in fear. Even the other Aurors, James noticed, kept a distance, although their wands were raised, trained on him with unwavering accuracy. Stun him! Hardcastle roared, scrambling to climb off the tablecloth tangled in his belt and dragging after him. Put him down. Red bolts sliced through the air from 5 different directions, converging on James. Each one, however, snuffed harmlessly mere inches from his body, as if an invisible force swirled around him, deflecting the Auror's spells. James stared in shock at his own outstretched hand. Tendrils of icy power curled around his fingers, lancing and crackling like a dynamo. He glanced behind him, his eyes wild. Rose merely stared at him, both of her hands clamped over her mouth. Ralph was still half collapsed on the lowest tier of the student ambassador's pedestal, frozen in the act of struggling up, his eyes wide, lit with the flashing magic of James' hand. James began haltingly, feeling that the room was suddenly waiting to hear from him. We are here to help. Everyone, to the doors. We have to get out of here immediately. And as far away as possible. This was met with a long moment of complete, bewildered silence. The only person to move was Hardcastle, who had regained his feet and disentangled himself from the tablecloth. He glanced around at the stunned crowd. Then, seeming to realize he had lost control of the situation, pointed at the closed double doors at the rear of the hall. You heard the boy, he shouted. Everyone out, before he does anything else. The room was suddenly filled with the squeaking of chairs and the clatter of alarmed feet. Voices arose, first in confused alarm, then in increasing layers of rising panic. James was deeply gratified to see people piling up behind the double doors, clambering to make their exit. This relief, however, quickly soured into sinking dismay as the double doors remained firmly closed, despite the clamoring crowd. It's locked. Someone shouted. Where's the key? Titus. This cry came from Lucinda Lyon, from her station by the door. James could just see her craning to look back over the milling, agitated crowd. Titus. The doors won't budge. They're sealed right shut. Stand back. Hardcastle called, raising his wand and striding forward. The crowd parted before him anxiously, giving him a clear shot at the high double doors. James, Lily said in his ear, her voice small and afraid. What's happening? How are you doing that with your hand? He shook his head, turning to glance back at her, his hand still raised at arm's length, crackling with icy blue magic. I don't know, Lil. But it's going to be all right. Just stay back a bit. Expulso. Hardcastle roared, flashing his wand forward with a long, powerful flourish. A bolt of deep blue light shot into the doors, exploding vividly and shaking the very marble floor beneath James' feet. When the sparks cleared, however, the doors remained closed and untouched. The crowd began to scatter, to drift toward the windows in rising anxiety, apparently in the hopes of breaking them. Hardcastle was ahead of them, however. He leveled his wand again, aiming at the furthest of the hall's tall windows. Another blast of blue flashed, accompanied by a massive shudder and explosion of sparks. The window remained whole and completely untouched. "They're all frosted over," Lily said wonderingly. "Look at the glass. It's covered in ice. Maybe that's why Titus can't break through." Amazingly, inexplicably, Lily was right. Every window, including the enormous rose window over the dais, was clouded with fronds of ice, coated to the point of opaqueness. "James," Hardcastle demanded, stalking back across the floor, his wand now lowered. "Forget how. Why are you doing this?" "I'm not," James exclaimed, shaking his crackling, lightning-filled hand. "That's what I've been trying to tell you. Something terrible is about to happen, but I'm not the one doing it." "No," a young woman's voice interjected coolly. "I am." Every eye in the room turned, following the sound of the woman's voice. She stood on the dais, directly in front of the sparkling, showering fountain and its golden statues. It was Petra. To James' eye, she looked exactly as she had the last time he had seen her. A drab calico dress swung about her legs beneath a pale blue sweater. Her hair was pulled back in a neat ponytail. As he looked at her, she turned her eyes to meet his. They were cold, but not completely devoid of feeling. She cocked her head slightly and raised one hand to him, not in a wave, but in a sort of catching motion, as if she was snatching an invisible ball out of thin air. The crackling ice magic vanished from James' hand. He glanced down at it in surprise. "And I'll thank you, James," Petra said with a small, affectionate smile, "not to borrow any more of my magic." 24. The most vexing question. Leaving Titus standing speechless in the middle of the great hall floor, James dashed to meet Petra where she stood before the glittering fountain. "Petra," he gasped. "It's the clock. You can help us shut it down." For some reason, he expected her to show alarm, or to ask what he meant, or to jump down from the dais and join him. Instead, as he should have known, she simply nodded at him sadly. "I know it's the clock, James. I know what's inside it. And I know exactly what's going to happen in 15 minutes, when the clock strikes 8. James looked up at her in dismay. "So, you're here to help us, right?" he asked, knowing even as he asked that this could not be the case. The ice covering the windows and sealing the door made that all too clear. "No," she answered with a deep sigh. "I'm here to watch. And wait." Rose joined James, along with Ralph and Lily. "Hi Petra," Lily said, giving the older girl a little wave. "Where's Izzy?" "She's home," Petra smiled wanly. "Good to see you, Lil. Sorry about all this." "But if you know everything that's going to happen," Rose declared, "why aren't you stopping it?" Petra pressed her lips together in pained irritation. "Look," she said, finally stepping down from the dais to join James and the others. "I don't know everything that's going to happen. Why does everyone keep thinking I'm all-knowing somehow? I'm a sorceress, not a prophetess." "But," James said, turning as Petra walked past him, "but you knew what we knew when you met me in your grandfather's gazebo. And just now you said you knew all about the clock and Magnuson's cane and the Morrigan web." "Magnuson's what?" Hardcastle frowned, drifting closer, his wand at the ready, but his hard face creased with confusion. "Whose gazebo?" Behind him, the rest of the dozens of government leaders, ambassadors, and diplomats watched with restless agitation and bright, worried eyes. The other oars hung back, taking protective positions around the crowd. "I only know the things that I know," Petra said, turning back to James and lowering her voice, "because I hired him." She gestured with her right hand. With a crack and a puff of pale smoke, a man appeared next to one of the abandoned tables. He was thin with an unremarkable face and wore a limp fedora hat, a bedraggled trench coat, and a loose burgundy striped tie. "I'm visible now, right?" he said, glancing around a little nervously. His American accent was unmistakable. I can tell I'm visible because of all the people suddenly staring at me. Dead giveaway. You're safe enough, Mr. Paris, Petra assured him. I've already told you, the Morrigan web won't hurt muggles. The point is, she turned back to James. It's all because of his detective work that I know all of this. He tracked down Nastasia Hendrick's family history. He discovered the connection between Rector Grudge and Professor Avier. He traced Judith's movements as she brought the plan together, with everything leading us to here, tonight. Hold up a second, Hardcastle said, inching still closer to Petra and James, so this Morrigan web, it's really going to go off tonight? That's what we've been trying to tell you. Rose cried, anger rising in her voice. Our parents believed us, and you arrested them for it. Hardcastle ignored her, his eyes still on Petra. But it won't hurt any of the muggles, right? Rose rounded on him furiously. It will once all the witches and wizards are dead and Grudge and his assassins start picking them all off one by one. The crowd stirred again, growing tense. Petra, James whispered, moving alongside the dark-haired girl and ignoring the sudden row between Rose and Hardcastle. My dad's here. He and Aunt Hermione and Uncle Ron, they're locked up behind the dais, in the antechamber. And Lily is right here with us, not to mention Rose, Ralph. You can let them all out, can't you? She shook her head slowly, not meeting his eyes. I told you to stay away from all this, James, she muttered. I warned you. I can't help any of you now. I wish I could, but I can't. But why? James pressed, becoming desperate. Petra, why does this have to happen? Why can't you stop it, or at least let everyone go before it does? The Morrigan web can't be stopped. Petra hissed, her icy facade cracking. Paris and me, we couldn't learn much about it, but we do know that once it's put into motion it's unstoppable. No. James interrupted her. It can be stopped. We just need to find something equally. She overrode him, raising her voice. And I can't let anyone go, not a single person, because if I do, it won't be as tempting to her. She'll only show up if it's going to go off exactly as she planned. She won't risk appearing and facing me if her plan falls apart. She'll just start over again with a new plan. An even worse plan. She'll only come if the Morrigan web is actually going to go off and kill every witch and wizard here. She won't miss that for the world, because she loves death. She lives for chaos. It's the only thing that will bring her to me. But that's mad. James exclaimed, grabbing Petra's arm, making her face him. Why, Petra? Why do you have to face her? Because I have to kill her. Petra shouted, her voice flying up into the rafters and breaking into rolling echoes. The hall fell silent in the wake of this declaration. Even Hardcastle and Rose stopped their argument. James stared at Petra, shocked and slightly horror-struck. It wasn't that he didn't believe Judith deserved to die. It was that he wasn't certain, even if it cost him and every witch and wizard in the room their lives, that Petra could truly defeat her. And the worst part was the look on Petra's face. It was uncomfortably clear that, despite her resolve, she doubted this as well. That's why you left Izzy somewhere safe, James whispered, understanding dawning on him. Even though you're more powerful with her at your side, you couldn't risk her life as well. I'm willing to die for all this to end, Petra said, firming her jaw and standing straight. And for all of us to die as well? It may not come to that, Petra sighed, seeming to shrink slightly before James' eyes. I hope it won't. If I can defeat her fast enough. If there's still time. Behind Petra, something suddenly splashed in the fountain of the magical brethren. James glanced at it, his senses heightened to almost painful alertness, and saw waves slopping over the edge of the reflecting pool. Water slapped at the heels of the statues, growing choppy and rough, as if something large was heaving just beneath the surface. The already anxious crowd backed away further, pressing futilely against the hall's main doors, as water began to pour over the ledge of the pool, cascading down the dais and splattering to the stone floor. Then, with a deep, wrenching screech, the statues themselves began to shudder, to tilt, to lean. Behind me. Hardcastle growled urgently, moving to get between the students and the fountain, his wand raised. In a sing-song voice Petra warned, "I wouldn't do that if I were you." On the dais, the wizard statue toppled, tipping forward and crashing over the ledge of the pool. The centaur statue keeled over as well, knocking down a third of the headmaster portraits like a row of dominoes. The witch and house elf followed, bashing against each other, the witch statue breaking in half. Only the statue of the Muggle man remained, tilting and creaking ominously, its hands upraised in pointless rapture. Water continued to slop and cascade over the fountain ledge. The pool water itself heaved up into a sort of glittering, green bulge around the remaining statue's knees. And then, massively, the bulge burst, disgorging a tall feminine figure, seemingly completely comprised of rushing water. The pool water fell back from her and she began to solidify, even as she stepped forward, rising up out of the pool, and putting her first step onto the wet dais, coming to stand almost exactly where Petra had first appeared. "Good evening, everyone," the watery woman announced, her ringing voice still gurgling slightly. "I trust everyone is having an enlightened time." Hardcastle fired. His bolt of magic passed right through the glimmering figure, exploding into prisms as it did so. The woman flung out a hand lazily, almost casually, and it turned into a writhing water tentacle. It uncurled across the hall and walloped Hardcastle where he stood. For the second time that night, the big oar flew through the air. This time, however, he struck a table and smashed it in half, sending its contents exploding in all directions with horrible finality. The huddled crowd cringed, screamed, and scattered away from the broken table. In the tinkling aftermath, Hardcastle made no move to get up. "Petra, darling," the watery woman said, dismissing the sudden violence and stepping down to the main floor. "I've missed you. And I know you've missed me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have searched so long and hard to find me. And with your cute pet muggle to help." Marshal Paris recognized the reference to himself. Instead of being offended, he reached up and doffed his fedora briefly. "Happy to be of service. I'll just be on my way then." "You'll be fine, Paris," Petra repeated, not taking her eyes from the approaching watery figure. "I told you, the web doesn't hurt muggles." "Quite right, my sister," the watery figure agreed, finally solidifying fully into the shape James had most dreaded seeing. The Lady of the Lake stood resplendent in a long white dress, its skirts layered with form-fitting scallops and its sleeveless bodice crusted with glittering diamonds. Her thick red hair was pulled up in a high, severe bun. "The Morrigan web does not hurt muggles." "I do, of course." "Not if I stop you," Petra said, backing slightly away from Judith, moving into an open space at the center of the hall floor. James watched this warily, backing away, pushing Rose, Lily and Ralph behind him. "But why stop me?" Judith pressed, offering Petra a disarming smile. "You've come this far with me. I assumed you'd had a fortunate change of heart." Petra didn't reply. Instead, she stabbed out with her right hand, her fingers extended toward Judith. A lance of blue-green light streaked through the air. Judith deflected it, but was forced back a step in the process. "Not interested in talking," she said, still smiling, but a bit more warily. "It's been a year, sister. But perhaps you mean to watch the fun with me and then chat afterwards, once our appetites for destruction are sated." "I'm not like you," Petra said calmly, her face set with grim determination. "You love death. I defend life." "Confusing, that," Judith said, frowning playfully. "After all, you set all of this into motion with that wonderful stunt in New Amsterdam, 1 year ago. And if I am not mistaken, it is your ice that locks these poor fools amongst us, sealing their doom. Only to lure you to face me." "You alone?" Judith asked, arching her eyebrows. "No, Isabella. What kind of reunion is it if all three of us aren't here?" "This is between you and me," Petra breathed, still circling Judith, her body tensed and wary. She struck again, using her bare hands to launch another salvo of brilliance at her nemesis. Judith deflected it, this time with a tittering laugh. She retaliated, spinning and firing a bolt of glaring purple at Petra. Petra was prepared, ducking and conjuring a glimmering, glowing shield. Judith's bolt struck the shield and shattered it, but Petra feinted away, dodging to the left. "This is pointless, my sister," Judith called, still laughing. "Keep this up much longer and you'll miss all the fun." Swiftly, Petra turned on the spot, forming a graceful pirouette, and then dropping into a sudden crouch, her left arm raised, her right pointed at Judith, palm up. Above her, every floating candle in the great hall swirled, condensed into a tight cyclone of streaking flame and wax, and launched itself like an arrow at the white-clad woman. Judith crossed her bare forearms into an X before her face, and then flung her arms apart again. The arrow of burning candles shattered apart, sending broken candles and hot wax flying all around. Petra was already moving again. Gesturing with both hands, she levitated a pair of abandoned tables, one on each side. Their tablecloths fluttered and their contents drifted over them, forming coronas of glittering silverware and plates. With a flick of each wrist, Petra flung the tables at Judith. They careened through the air like saw blades, surrounded by the spinning blurs of their tableware. Judith clapped her hands and the tables smashed together like cymbals, breaking into dozens of pieces and littering the floor between her and Petra. "This is pointless, my dear," she sang out, and yet, to James' ear, she sounded slightly breathless. It almost looked as if Judith was on the defensive. Petra struck again. Levitating the golden wizard statue, she pounded it down upon Judith. Judith split it in two before it could strike her, then thrust both halves apart, crashing them against the walls on either side of the hall. The bun of her hair was becoming frayed, however, and despite her grin, her eyes were haunted, wild, dancing with growing rage. Now, it was Judith who circled, sidling around the clearing in the center of the floor while Petra stalked her. "You know, my sister," Judith called, her voice splintering. "I am beginning to doubt your resolve. Why, I do not believe you mean to murder these many people after all." "No, I do not," Petra shouted, her temper breaking. "A shame," Judith replied, still backing away from Petra, circling, drawing close to James once more. "For I was truly enjoying this little contest, and now you've handed it to me." "I think not," Petra seethed, tensing to strike once more. "Oh, but you have." With that, Judith struck first, and with lightning speed. She did not strike at Petra, however. James gasped and lurched backwards as a lance of water shot past him, thin as a blade and glittering like ice, emanating from Judith's left index finger. He turned to follow her aim and saw the finger of ice stab through Rose's shoulder, just above her heart. The force of it rammed her back against the stone wall, but did not allow her to fall. She hung from the glittering icy spear, pinned to the wall by it, even as blood began to blossom on her shirt. She looked down at it, her face a mask of pure surprise. The light blue brocade purse fell from her hands, empty. "No!" a voice cried out in pained rage. James was surprised that it was not his own. He turned, his senses dulled by shock, and saw Petra striding toward him, her face contorted. "Rose," she cried, raising her hand toward the bleeding girl. Judith fired at Petra with her right hand, taking advantage of the diversion. Petra blocked this, but ineffectively, one-handed, still reaching toward Rose with the other, rushing to join her. Judith laughed shrilly and struck again, this time shattering Petra's defenses. A third blast of white light exploded against Petra's side, knocking her off her feet and bashing her against the front of the dais. "Such a shame," Judith chided, her left hand still extended toward Rose, maintaining the spear of ice that impaled her. A battle of titans, ruined by that most boring of all weaknesses, sentimentality. "I am so sincerely disappointed." As she spoke, she approached Petra, who was struggling to her feet, dazed. Judith raised her right arm, extending it into another watery tentacle. It snaked toward Petra, twined around her, and lifted her bodily into the air. The slight girl struggled, but her hands went right through the watery shape. In seconds, the tentacles spun Petra into a sort of living, liquid cocoon, completely enclosing her. Judith cackled with delight, loud and glassy, watching as Petra struggled, her hair floating about her in the swirling ball of water, her cheeks bulging, holding on to whatever air she could. Judith jerked her arm away, breaking contact with Petra's watery prison, and simultaneously causing it to freeze solid. The enormous ball of ice crashed to the floor, solid as stone, clouded so densely that Petra herself was barely visible inside. I hope you at least appreciate the irony, Judith smiled, cocking her head at the frozen sorceress across from her. You, my sister, are not the only one who can use ice as a weapon. With that, Judith withdrew the icy spear from Rose's shoulder. Rose collapsed to the floor in a heap, blood running freely down her right side, her face pale and blotchy. James and Ralph ran to her, dropping to their knees beside her and taking her hands, one each. Oh, Judith said, turning toward them and placing a hand to her cheek. I'm sorry, James Potter. Did I go and kill another of your cousins? Rose. James cried urgently, clutching her hand. Tell me you're not dead. I'm not dead, Rose whispered weakly. Surprisingly, the Muggle detective, Marshal Paris, hunkered down on James' right. Pressure's what she needs, he said under his breath, whipping off his tie. Saw enough injury reports at the old man's law office to learn a few things. Wad this up and hold it hard against the wound. He did so himself, nodding for Ralph to help. We have to get her help right away, Ralph said, his voice low and furious as he pressed the wad of fabric against Rose's shoulder. We can't let it happen this way. James nodded helplessly, knowing there was very little they could do. So noble. Judith nodded. So rich with drama. Does it pain you to know that it's hopeless? James looked over his shoulder at her. She smiled at him. Your father is about to die, James, she reminded him, maintaining eye contact. As he should have last summer. Why, it's been almost exactly a year, hasn't it? And now here we are again. And really, it's so much better this time. The gang is all here. Your aunt and uncle. Your sister. Your friends. And, of course, so many of your marvelous leaders and protectors. But alas, she interrupted herself, looking away slightly. We are missing one important person. She snapped her fingers. Rector Grudge fell out of thin air in front of her, crashing to the floor in an untidy heap. He scrambled, eyes wild, searching his surroundings. When his eyes alit on the woman before him, they narrowed. You, he seethed. How dare you? Oh, I know I'm naughty, Judith tittered, but I simply couldn't let you toil away in your headmaster's office and miss all the fun, now, could I? You mean to kill me as well as these? Grudge breathed, his voice vibrating with rage. But you forget, I have no wand. He gestured to emphasize his empty hand. The effect was ruined, however, by the wand that sat prominently on his open palm. He startled upon seeing it, and made to throw it away. It remained firm and fast, adhered to his hand as if by glue. Judith clucked her tongue reprovingly. Such a silly weakness for such a marvelous weapon as the Morrigan web, she said. But I've taken care of that, as you can see. Not one person in this hall will be able to divest themselves of their wand. After all, that would be like cheating, wouldn't it? What, I ask, is a witch or a wizard without their wand? I should have killed you like I killed Warlick, Grudge growled, climbing to his feet and straightening his robes. Judith giggled dismissively at his threat. My dear collector, if it hadn't been for me, you and your pathetic Muggle slaves would still be digging through the ruins of New Amsterdam in search of magical trinkets, hoping to concoct something powerful enough to fuel the web. If I had not introduced you to Miss Hendricks and her ancestor's lovely cane. Sighing happily, she glanced up at the clock. But alas, still 5 minutes to go, she said, adopting an air of petulant impatience. What shall we do until then? A figure huddled up next to James, squeezing between him and Marshal Paris. He glanced up and saw that it was his sister, Lily. Her face was wide-eyed and pale. The jeweled clip had come out of her hair, leaving it hanging about her face in disarray. On the floor behind her, Judith continued to cast around restlessly. I know, she announced suddenly, eagerly. Let us spare someone. A ripple of desperate hope roiled over the crowd. Voices began to call out, volunteering. James glanced around, somewhat gratified to see that almost none of the volunteers were the government leaders, Muggle or otherwise. He suspected that this was not because they did not wish to be saved, but because they knew a mean-spirited ruse when they heard one. "I will choose one of you to spare from the ensuing chaos," Judith announced gleefully, glancing around. "Whoever I choose will not be killed by the Morrigan web. Neither will they be killed in the massacre that follows." "Yes," she nodded, glancing back at the world leaders behind her. "Yes, that part is true, I fear. None of you will leave this room alive. But still, one of you will not have to endure it." She cocked her head coyly. "Because one of you I shall kill right now." She smiled. "Won't that be fun?" "James," Lily whispered faintly, clinging to his arm. "A volunteer," Judith cried, whirling toward Lily. "And a Potter, no less. How poignant. The boy who lived grows up to become the father of," she flung out her hand, transforming it into a writhing, coiling tentacle, "the girl who died." She cackled as the tentacle flew through the air, converging on Lily. James flung his sister behind him, crying out in mingled desperation and rage, forcing himself between her and the icy coil of the Lady of the Lake. "I'm about to die," he thought, squeezing his eyes shut, "and the last thing I heard my dad say is that he's proud of me." Instead of a spear of deadly ice, however, a splash of tepid water struck James, dousing him where he stood. He opened his eyes. Judith stood before him, her arm extended, but ending in a dripping, faltering stump. She raised her dissolving arm and regarded it with complete, naked surprise. Turning her attention back to James, she narrowed her eyes and flung out her arm again. It extended, snaking, trailing streams of dripping water, and then dissolved away, crashing to the floor with a wet, resounding splat. "What?" she breathed, her voice shaking with confusion. "What is this? How can this?" She tried again, using both arms. The result was the same, only now her arms dissolved up to the shoulders. She boggled down at them, her mouth falling open. Suddenly, she whirled around, turning her attention to the gigantic ball of ice that formed Petra's prison. As if she fully expected it to be shattered into pieces, Petra standing free, teasing her with a knowing grin. Seeing the ice cocoon intact, however, Judith slumped, regrowing her arms somewhat sloppily. Softly, helplessly, she began to giggle. James watched this with growing confusion. Lily climbed to her feet behind him, clinging to him and peering around his shoulder. Judith's giggles increased, growing into hard, breathless gusts of laughter. And then, seamlessly, the laughter transformed into racking sobs. She spun around again, and her eyes were wide, wild, bulging in her face, dead as marbles. "Where?" she rasped, still giggling and sobbing uncontrollably. "I hear you. I know you're back there. Now." She flailed, streaming her arms out into tentacles again. They whipped across the hall this time, fluid and spastic, aiming for nothing. Judith cackled, gasped, and suddenly, horribly, let out a blood-curdling, rafter-quaking scream. Rector Grudge was blasted aside by one of the tentacles. Seeing this, the remainder of the crowd panicked. People began dashing in every direction, trying to avoid Judith's blindly writhing appendages. The student ambassadors scrambled behind their platform, screaming in terror. Judith stumbled around the center of the floor, her head thrown back, her hair falling from its bun, her mouth screaming, cackling, sobbing, babbling nonsense beneath wide, utterly haunted eyes. "What's wrong with her?" Lily cried, her voice so high it was barely audible. James glanced behind him, to his sister's frightened face, and then lower. Rose still lay crumpled against the wall, Marshall Paris tie still compressed to her shoulder by Ralph's big hands. She glanced up at James with her eyes, then down, at the blue purse abandoned on the floor next to her. It was clearly empty. But in the shadows of its open mouth, James spied the unmistakable dregs of dried vines, broken leaf dust, and a single spiny burr. The Yuxa baslatma plants. The ones that had come back from Durmstrang, tangled variously into Rose's robes. That's what she had stopped in her dormitory room for. That's what she had been doing hunkered down beneath the easels when they had first arrived. Rose, who had at first refused to believe in the very existence of the Lady of the Lake, had in the end spied her best weakness. She travels by water. Rose had poisoned that water, filling it with 20 dreams worth of dream inducers. And now, 11 minutes after her arrival, every shred of those forced hallucinations was daggering into Judith's waking mind, driving her utterly, uncontrollably insane. Unfortunately, Judith's insanity was propelling her into a dangerous, deadly rampage. She seemed to be growing in size, bulging, her shape rippling as it transformed into sloshing liquid, losing the ability to maintain form. She struck out in all directions, screaming, cackling, her hair flying wild and her eyes rolled up so that only the whites showed. Her tentacle arms divided into pairs, and then split again, forming an octopoid flail of thrashing tendrils, striking randomly into the scattering crowd. James watched helplessly as the horrible watery shape ravaged the hall, terrorizing its fleeing occupants. Over her head, the clock ticked on. There were barely 3 minutes left. Judith screamed again, so loudly and violently that it shook the floor. With an apparent force of will, she withdrew her tentacles and clapped her hands to her head, as if trying to force her mad thoughts into some semblance of order. When she opened her eyes again, they glowed blue, shockingly bright. Her mouth cinched down in a frown of intense concentration. She cast around, spied James, Rose, Ralph and Lily, and hissed, distending her jaw into a horrible, cat-like maw. Her arms exploded into tentacles again, and all 8 of them streamed forward, tipped with ragged, icy claws. A lithe pink shape struck Judith in the chest like an arrow, spoiling her aim and knocking her aside. The icy claws struck the stone floor and shattered into shards. The pink shape, a lissom, coiling snake over 10 feet long, buried itself in Judith's semi-liquid chest and burst out of her back, opening its own jaws in a vicious hiss. Judith stared down at the whipping pink tail protruding from her chest and began to giggle uncontrollably, her sense of lucidity lost once again, overwhelmed by the insanity visions of her waking dreams. She grabbed the pink tail and yanked it. The snake withdrew from her chest violently, along with an explosion of horrible, black water. Nastasia, Rose said faintly, somehow audible over the din of screams and chaos, she came back. Part of her, James nodded, stunned with amazement. In the center of the hall floor, the engorged, disintegrating figure of Judith continued to wrestle with Nastasia's writhing, pink snake, just as they had months ago in the midnight corridors. If not for Judith's weakened, insane state, she might have overwhelmed Nastasia. As it was, the battle was surprisingly evenly matched. Finally, with a roar of fury, Judith completely fell apart. The discorporated torrent of her body streamed across the floor, wailing with inhuman rage, and boiled down a grate, escaping into the sewers deep below. The pink snake thrashed after her, using its jaws to rip the grate from its socket and slithering swiftly down the hole beneath, intent on pursuit. The hall seemed suddenly, unnaturally quiet. Titus Hardcastle moaned and stirred from the debris of the broken table. Broken candles lay across the stone floor like bits of chalk, some with their flames still flickering and guttering. The remains of the fountain of magical brethren lay before the dais, glinting amongst the debris of broken tables and their scattered, shattered contents. Suddenly, a loud, splintering crack echoed around the hall. James turned toward the sound to see Petra's icy prison suddenly laced with thick white fissures, expanding as he watched, crackling faintly. An instant later, the ice cocoon shattered, spraying chunks of ice across the stone floor in all directions. Where it had once stood, her hair and clothing crusted with ice, Petra climbed stiffly to her feet. James ran to join her. "How's Rose?" Petra gasped, her voice hoarse. I don't know." James answered frantically. "Ralph's helping her, I think. Your detective friend as well." Stiffly, Petra turned her head toward Rose and seemed to concentrate on her. After a moment, she said, "She'll be all right. For now, at least." James nodded his understanding. Petra had stabilized Rose's injury somehow. It was just one of those sorceress things she knew how to do. Petra glanced at the double doors at the rear of the hall. Another splintering crack echoed around the hall and the doors shuddered. "Go," she said dully, nodding toward the doors. "They're unsealed. Get everyone out of here." Lucinda Lyon gave the doors a hard pull. With a grind of ice, they wrenched partway open. People began to mill forward, forming a panicked bottleneck in their hurry to escape. "Petra!" James exclaimed, grabbing Petra's shoulders. "It's too late. The clock. It's going to go off in barely a minute. We can't empty the hall in time. We have to stop the Morrigan web." "It can't be stopped," Petra sighed deeply, hopelessly. "We can't move it. We can't take the cane out of it." Judith won. James shook his head in desperate impatience. "It can be stopped. We just have to switch out the thing inside it. If only we can find something just as powerful as Magnuson's cane, and connect it to him somehow, but good." Petra laughed hollowly, shaking her head. "Oh, is that all?" She pushed him weakly toward the doors. "Go on, James. Escape if you can. I'm too drained to help. If we were in the city, it might be different. But out here," she shrugged and stumbled. James grabbed her, threw an arm around her to support her. Ralph's voice called over the clamoring crowd. "James. What about your dream?" he said, craning to look back at James over his shoulder even as he continued to compress Rose's wound. "It was supposed to be the answer to our most vexing question. This has got to be it, hasn't it? How to stop the Morrigan web. What to replace it with. Think back on your dream." James shook his head in frustration. "I can't. There's no time." He glanced up at the clock again. The minute hand ticked forward, edging toward the number 12. There was less than a minute left. And then, as he stared at the clock, something Marshal Paris had said flitted into his mind. "Saw enough injury reports at the old man's law office to learn a few things." "Quinn wins," James whispered, his eyes widening. He glanced back toward Ralph. Marshal Paris was still squatted next to him, supporting Rose with one arm behind her shoulders. "Hey Mr. Paris," James called, "tell me, does the phrase 'a Quinn wins' mean anything to you?" Paris blinked at him in confused surprise. "How?" he began, then cocked his head and frowned. "It was my old man's slogan. Not my dad, but the guy whose house I grew up in. He had it on billboards all over town, advertising his law firm. Quinn wins. Stupid but catchy." "But how could you know that?" "Because," James said, hopping with excitement, "it's the answer to our most vexing question." Petra shook her head in confusion. "What are you talking about, James?" "The alley where his mother was killed," James said quickly, replaying the dream in his head. "She had the gun that killed Professor Magnuson all those years earlier." "The same gun you had," James declared, his voice rising as he turned back to Paris, "when you ran into her killer, years later. It saved you then. It's sort of a good luck charm, isn't it? It keeps you safe. That's why you're such a good detective, even in the wizarding world. The gun that killed Magnuson took his power, just like a wand would." Petra straightened and tilted her head at Paris. "The talisman," she said wonderingly, almost laughingly, "is that ancient pistol of yours?" "Seriously?" Paris rolled his eyes. Gently, he disengaged from Rose and stood up. He reached into his trench coat and produced a very old, grimy pistol. James recognized it immediately. "That's it," he cried, dashing toward the detective, his hand out. "It's the key to stopping the Morrigan web. It's as powerful as the cane, more powerful, because it defeated it. And it's connected to Magnuson in the most important way of all. It ended him." "Hold on, Skippy," Paris said, withholding the ancient weapon from James' reaching hand. "I don't know who you are, and I sure don't know what you're talking about. This thing belonged to my mother. It's important to me, and it's dangerous. Just because you know the slogan for my old man's billboards, I'm not about to just hand it over to you." "Give it to him, Paris," Petra said. No chance, doll, Paris replied firmly. Petra sighed impatiently. I'll pay you 1,000 galleons for it. Here you go, kid, Paris nodded, dropping the old weapon into James' open hand. Behind them, obliviously, people mobbed at the partly open doors, pushing through with horrible sluggishness. Petra! James exclaimed, holding the weapon awkwardly by the handle. He'd never handled such a thing before. Lift me up. Petra nodded. She closed her eyes and extended a hand toward James. Instantly, he felt gravity fall away, releasing him into the air. Gently, he lofted over the broken statues, the decimated fountain, and into the icy chill of the frosted rose window. The ugly five-faced clock hung before him, its guts ratcheting faintly, pushing the minute hand inexorably, gradually forward. Hovering before it, James studied the clock, looking for any hidden compartment or alcove. There were only seconds left. Desperately, James reached forward and grabbed the gigantic central white face with his free hand. He tugged at it, meaning to wrench the face off completely. With a brief screech, however, the face hinged open, swinging like a door and revealing the clock's ticking, gear-choked innards. A small compartment occupied the lower third. Inside it, glinting wickedly, was the familiar gargoyle-faced cane head. Don't just grab it out. Rose called, struggling to raise her voice over the clambering crowd. Switch them, James. Ralph added, but be quick about it. James held the old pistol next to the glinting cane, bringing them as close together as he could. Like opposing magnets, they seemed to resist each other. James steeled himself, wrapped his free hand around the cane and held his breath. He tugged. The cane didn't want to move. He tugged harder, straining and pushing the pistol forward, trying to force them to switch places. It wasn't working. Something forced them apart, a sort of tiny but undeniable gravity, a force field of destiny, insisting that what was meant to happen had to happen. And then, suddenly, the force field broke. The cane flew from the compartment at the precise moment that the pistol slammed into it. James recoiled backward, cane in hand, caught in midair by Petra's careful levitation. The clock struck the hour. Brilliant light exploded from it, blinding James. He shielded his eyes and cringed away. Tendrils of magic arced from the clock, white gold in the expanse of the hall. The tendrils connected like lightning to every wizard and witch in the hall, Titus Hardcastle, who had finally regained his feet, along with the other Aurors, Lily and the other student ambassadors. Every diplomat and ministry official in the clamoring crowd, all were suddenly connected in a sparkling, flashing web of magical energy. The web's intensity built, became blinding, and then, with an explosive crescendo of perfect finality, burst into a mass of inexplicable red, purple and yellow shapes, filling the hall entirely. James felt himself lowered suddenly to the floor, clumsily, as Petra glanced around, her eyes wild, worried, examining the flittering, colorful cloud. A scent filled the hall, soft but pervasive, smelling incongruously of spring breezes and sunlight. It was, in fact, the unmistakable perfume of spring flowers, and with it, James recognized the fluttering veil of objects. They were petals, descending like confetti, covering the floor, the broken tables, the smashed statues, and every person in the hall, transforming the chaotic scene into a softly magical wonderland. Every eye in the room cast about in stunned silence, watching the gentle snowfall of color. Slowly, cautiously, Petra relaxed. She turned to look back at James over her shoulder, a fragile smile rising on her face like a sunrise. James returned the smile. Helplessly, he fell to a seat on the floor, releasing the ugly cane head, weak with relief. Behind him, suddenly, the door beneath the rose window shuddered. Something banged against it from the inside, then blasted it open. From his seat on the floor, covered with fluttering petals and smelling of summer rose gardens, James turned. His father, uncle and aunt burst through the antechamber door, wands raised alertly, shoulders hunched for battle. Spying the gently falling curtain of petals, they stopped, looks of comical confusion dawning on their faces. Harry spotted his son seated amidst a drift of flower petals and lowered his wand. "James," he asked, his voice strained with wonder and confusion, "what Exactly. Did we miss? 25. Through a glass darkly. The moment the crowd of ambassadors, diplomats, and government officials drained from the hall, carefully guarded by the Aurors, Albus and Scorpius appeared, as well as Zane and, unexpectedly, Professor Flitwick. "Whoa," Zane said, his eyes going wide as he pushed through the double doors and spied the destruction and bizarre floral decoration of the room. "This must have been some party." "Albus," Harry called his son, beckoning him forward urgently. "Help us. Rose has been hurt." Both Albus and Scorpius dashed forward, converging on Rose as Hermione and Ron bent over her. "It's not as bad as it looks, Mum, really," Rose winced as they pulled her to her feet. "Petra helped me. She's good at that sort of thing, apparently." "Shush," Hermione commanded, supporting her daughter on one side while her husband supported her on the other. "This is all your fault," she exclaimed, glancing up at Ron. "She gets all her mischief from your side of the family." "Mum," Rose managed to roll her eyes. "No," Ron shook his head, "it's true, love. And despite what your mum says, she wouldn't have it any other way. You'll tell us everything that happened on the way to Hospital Wing, right?" "There are others," Harry said, meeting Albus and Scorpius and pointing toward the petal-covered debris of broken tables and statuary. "None hurt as bad as Rose, but they'll need some help getting to the Hospital Wing. You'll take them, won't you?" "Ah, Dad," Albus complained, "I want to hear the story. I mean, look at this place. And you should have heard the noise." "Believe me, I did," Harry nodded curtly. "And you'll hear the story just as soon as I do. For now, you and Scorpius, I officially classify you junior Aurors, first class." "What? Sincerely?" Albus brightened. "Wait, does that mean," he glanced back toward the double doors, where Titus Hardcastle was conversing with Lucinda Lyon, their heads close together. "You know. You're, like, back in charge again?" "Provisionally," Harry nodded. "I've only spoken briefly to the minister. He seems to have spent a large portion of the evening under a table, but he formally dismissed the charges against your aunt, uncle and me in light of the evening's events. There'll be a hearing before the Wiesengemot, but I don't expect to have any trouble with it after." He glanced around the room and gestured vaguely, "All of this. Now off with you. Duty calls." "Yes, sir." Albus saluted and dashed off, followed closely by Scorpius. Watching from nearby, still dazed at the evening's events, James could see that Scorpius was pleased with his temporary deputation, even if he didn't like to show it. Together, the boys began to lead limping and confused diplomats from the room, grilling them loudly about what had happened. "I wanted to be a junior Auror," Zane sighed, plopping next to James in the drift of petals. James glanced aside at his friend. "So what brought you here?" Zane shrugged. "Nastasia left me a note. Said she was coming here tonight and that I would never see her again. She said not to follow her because she didn't want me to get hurt." "So you followed her?" James nodded. "Immediately. The Alma Aleron cabinet was in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, lying on its back," Zane said, cocking his head curiously. "I mean, what's up with that? I had to crawl out of it like Dracula waking up from a nap." "Oh," James said, "that was Ralph. He knocked it over." "Sounds like Ralph," Zane agreed equably. "What about the Beauxbatons cabinet? Don't tell me that was his work, too?" "Why?" James asked, his curiosity piqued. "What was wrong with it?" Zane gave a low whistle. "Smashed all to bits. Looked like somebody had taken a sledgehammer to it." "You're probably not far off," James nodded, thinking back to the collector's unnatural, rage-fueled strength. "So have you seen Nastasia, then?" "No," Zane slumped. "You?" James shrugged noncommittally. "Here and there. It's complicated." Zane gave a deep sigh. "I know. She's trouble. I'm sorry for the way I acted about it all. She weaves quite a spell, doesn't she?" James nodded again. Petra was here, he commented, changing the subject. She was? Zane exclaimed, sitting up. Where'd she go? Gone again, James admitted, making a flying away gesture with one hand. She and that detective bloke. Marshall Paris. Said she'll be back, though, once she sees him back to his home in the States and pays him. She's bringing Izzy back with her when she comes. Cool, Zane relaxed. Ralph approached, his hand still tacky with Rose's blood. Come on, you two, he said, cocking a thumb over his shoulder. Your dad's looking for some explanations, James. The big boy smiled down at Zane. By the way, good to see you, mate. Zane squinted up at Ralph, meeting his smile. You too, Ralphinator. Just like old times, eh? Ralph glanced around at the ruined hall and nodded. Yeah, I'd say pretty much exactly like old times. Shame you missed all the action. Hey, Zane said, climbing to his feet, his smile turning into a grin, the night's still young. Ralph and Zane each took one of James' hands and tugged him to his feet. Together the three picked their way over to where Harry Potter stood talking to Professor Flitwick. The professor here has given this curious object a quick examination, Harry said, holding up Magnuson's broken cane head. Suffice it to say, it's nothing but a worthless hunk of iron, now. Whatever you did to it, James, you broke its powers. Oh. Zane exclaimed, his eyes brightening. Can I have it then? It'd make a great addition to my dorm room. Give it that dark and brooding look that it's been missing for the last year or so. I think not, Harry said with a half-smile, handing the cane back to Flitwick. We'll be destroying it, just to be sure. But now, he glanced from Ralph to James. You two, it seems, have a tale to tell. He invited the boys to join him on the dais, beneath the row of still-standing headmaster portraits. James didn't want to describe the events of the night, he felt weary to the bone and slightly punch-drunk. But his father gently insisted, reminding them that their memories of events would be less clear even by tomorrow morning. Thus, with Ralph's help, they told the entire tale. When it was over, Harry shook his head in wonder. I can't believe it, he mused darkly from his seat beneath the portraits. What? James prodded, that we tossed the whole universe around like a quaffle? Or that Rose poisoned Judith's mind with the Yuxabaslatma plants? He perked up, warming to the topic, or that I figured out the key to defeating the Morrigan web with just a few seconds to spare. His father shook his head wryly. No. I can't believe you didn't trust Tabitha enough to stop us from falling for the fake object. We destroyed the Vassar's crystal chalice for nothing. His voice was scolding, but James could see that he was suppressing a smile. Yeah, James nodded, giving his father a shove. Well, you said you wouldn't use wands with the Morrigan web about to go off. Oh, we'll all leave them at home just to be safe. Big liar. It wasn't a lie, Harry said, rising to his feet. It was a last-minute change of plan. He stretched his back and peered aside, at the portrait of Merlinus Ambrosius. Addressing Flitwick, he asked, no luck bringing it to life, Professor? Flitwick came alongside and heaved a shallow sigh. None at all, I'm afraid. And with his death almost exactly 1 year gone, I have little hope of ever finding success. You've tried everything? Harry frowned curiously at the portrait. Well, Flitwick hedged, everything within my power. The final option is unavailable to me, of course. A touch from the deceased's wand sometimes imparts the final spark of life. Unfortunately, Headmaster Merlinus left his staff buried immovably in New Amsterdam. Harry continued to frown at the portrait, his face etched in deep thought. Suddenly, he glanced aside at Ralph. Your wand, he said, you never told the professor that it's... Ralph shuffled his feet uncomfortably. No. I don't tell a lot of people where I got it from. It's almost better that they think it's got a Yeti whisker in it. Hard enough to get people to practice dueling with me as it is. Flitwick watched this exchange with mounting interest. Well, he chimed in, now my curiosity is most definitely piqued. What are you talking about? Where did you get your wand, Mr. Deedle? Do tell. It might be best just to show you, Ralph sighed. Titus, Harry called suddenly, raising his chin. A moment. James glanced back as Titus Hardcastle limped toward them, threading carefully through the detritus of the great hall, his feet kicking up puffs of petals. What is it, Harry? You still have Ralph's wand with you, yes? Harry answered. Hardcastle nodded as he approached. He reached into the depths of his robes and withdrew the oversized wand. He looked at it in his big hand for a moment, then, sighing, handed it over to Ralph. What you did, Hardcastle said, his voice low and rumbling, I called it foolish. But I was wrong. I was wrong about quite a lot. You were doing your job, Titus, Harry said coolly. No one can fault you for that. They can and they should, Hardcastle said, his voice becoming a growl of self-recrimination. I followed orders, yeah. I thought that was my duty. Now. Harry regarded his longtime partner seriously. James knew there was very little anyone could say. Titus had betrayed a trust in the name of duty. The two men would probably be able to work it out in time. For now, however. Harry opened his mouth to respond, but the words never came. Instead, a bolt of red exploded against Hardcastle's back. His hands jerked spasmodically, scrabbling for his wand, but the stunning spell did its work. Like a tree falling in the forest, Hardcastle keeled forward. Harry lunged to catch him, throwing a shoulder under Hardcastle's chest. Another red bolt struck Professor Flitwick, causing him to stumble and the ugly cane's head to drop from his hand with a clatter. Oh dear, he said faintly, and fell to the floor. James, Zane and Ralph scrambled, their eyes scanning the seemingly empty great hall for some sign of the attacker, but there was no one in sight. Harry lowered Hardcastle to the dais as gently as he could. Behind me, he ordered, scrambling for his wand. Once it was in his hand, however, he let out a startled grunt. The wand popped out of his fist, floating in midair. A moment later, Harry's head jerked back as if kicked. He fell back onto Titus Hardcastle, raising a hand to cup his jaw. A dry, rattling laugh came out of empty air right in front of James. He recognized it immediately and his eyes flew wide. I have to hand it to you, James, the laughing voice said, you were right about my dear partner Judith. She could not be trusted. Fortunately, she went insane, chased away to who knows where. But I am still here, and this presents me with a bit of a problem. Fortunately, James Potter, my problems. There was a flourish of suddenly visible fabric and Rector Grudge stood before him, Harry Potter's wand in one hand, his own wand and the invisibility cloak in the other. Are your problems? He favored James with a thin, angry smile. Headmaster Grudge, Harry said, climbing carefully to his feet, making no sudden movements. We assumed you had vacated along with the others. There is a squad of Aurors seeking you at this very moment, in fact, all of them quite curious to speak to you. Yes, Grudge nodded, and this is the crux of my problem. You see, the entire school has been locked down. The flu network is being monitored vigilantly. Every entrance is shut and guarded. No matter what guise I take, I will not be allowed to leave the premises. And it is integral that I do so. You see, I've no intention to go to Azkaban. That's why I returned to my office, procuring this very useful object. He shook the cloak in his hand, a gift, helpfully abandoned in my alter ego's office at Durmstrang. With its help, you four are going to escort me from these premises. I shall be hidden beneath, and you shall ensure that all of the necessary doors are opened, allowing me to pass. Zane piped up, and why are we going to do that, Headmaster, He cocked his head and frowned. Sorry, forgot your name already. I'm Zane Walker, by the way. I don't go to Hogwarts anymore. American. Nice to meet you and all that. He stuck out his hand as if he expected Grudge to shake it. Grudge leveled his wand instead. I really only need the Elder Potter, he said threateningly. The rest of you I have no qualms about killing right now. What shall it be, Harry Potter, Mr. Head Orer? Assist me? Or do I start uttering curses? No, Ralph. Harry commanded suddenly, his eyes darting to the side. Ralph, James saw, had been surreptitiously drawing out his wand. Harry went on urgently, the headmaster is quite serious. He will kill to get his way. Don't do anything foolish. Give it to me, Ralph. Ralph looked at Harry in surprise, frozen in the act of withdrawing his wand. Mr. Potter speaks wisely, Grudge said. Obey your elders, boy. Pass the wand over to me before anyone else wanders into the hall and becomes an unwitting hostage. He stowed Harry's wand into an inner pocket, flung the invisibility cloak over his shoulder, and held out his free hand, palm up, still threatening them with his own wand. Reluctantly, Ralph passed his wand to Harry. Harry took it carefully. To me, Mr. Potter, Grudge commanded in a low voice. Slowly. Harry sighed deeply and turned. Still making no sudden movements, he held the wand out, extending it slowly toward Grudge's reaching hand. Just as the headmaster made to grab it, however, Harry pivoted, turning the wand away and touching it, with a dull thunk, to the unmoving canvas of Merlin's portrait. There was no response. What are you doing? Grudge demanded, growing impatient and angry. Give me the wand. Give it to me or your son dies first. In answer to this, a tiny noise emanated from the portrait. Every eye turned toward it. Suddenly, for no apparent reason, the portrait had ripped. The tear emanated from the tip of Ralph's wand and stretched upward, crossing over the front of painted Merlin's chest, slashing his face, and stopping just past the top of his head. It looked, more than anything, as if the canvas had been stretched too tight and the pressure of the wand had caused it to split. James' heart sank. Whatever his father had done, it hadn't made matters better. The wand. Grudge ordered, raising his own wand to James' face. James cringed back. Here, Harry said, taking the wand away from the torn portrait and handing it over, his face grim. Grudge reached for it. Suddenly, soundlessly, light pierced the torn painting. Grudge startled so abruptly that he jumped back, leaving the wand in Harry's hand. James peered around his father's shoulder at the Merlin portrait. Inexplicably, the tear glowed like a bolt of lightning, sending out living, shifting beams of light. The rip widened, tearing the canvas further. The frame creaked and popped, its corners beginning to separate as the canvas bulged. Back away, Harry muttered, not taking his eyes from the splitting portrait, but pushing James, Ralph, and Zane behind him, maneuvering them away slowly, carefully. Across from them, Grudge's face was frozen in a pained rictus, his lips pulled into a tight frown, his brow lowered over bulging, tense eyes. His wand was still raised in his hand, only now, slowly, he turned it toward the brightly glowing, splitting portrait. The frame snapped and broke. The portrait fell forward, flipped off its easel, and dropped to the floor face up, so that the beams of light from its ruptured canvas cut straight up into the air, making the rest of the great hall seem positively dark by comparison. And still the rift widened, creaking, tearing the canvas apart with a soft, purring, ripping noise. A sound emanated from the lightning bolt-shaped rift. It was like wind, or like distant voices, echoing, indecipherable, blowing and overlapping and teasing at meaning. James found himself leaning forward to hear, to understand. Stop, his father said, softly but sternly. I've heard that before. The portrait exploded apart. Bits of canvas and broken frame spun from the dais. But the glowing rift remained, bigger now, as if freed from its boundary. Light speared toward the great hall's dark, enchanted ceiling. James squinted into it, sure there was something moving inside that light, a thin shadowy shape, growing wider, darker, more substantial, like a figure walking out of some brilliant, blindingly hot furnace. The haunting, whispering voices grew clearer, louder. Grudge leveled his wand at the piercing beam of light. He was backing away from it, slowly, warily, his face a mask of restrained terror. What is he so afraid of? James thought. It's not frightening. If anything. It's beautiful. Finally, with a blare of golden fire and a rush of gathering voices, a figure emerged from the light. The rift collapsed behind it, closing and vanishing with a sound of roaring wind. James felt eerily ready for what he saw. It was as if he had been expecting something like this, pining for it so deeply and so secretly that he'd not even been consciously aware of it. Only now, as it happened, did he realize that it was a fulfillment of his unspoken hopes. "Merle," he began, and then stopped suddenly, his breath catching in his throat. The figure that resolved out of the blinding light, now standing before him as real as he himself, resplendent in a conical hat and rich purple robes, was not Merlinus Ambrosius. It was an old man with flowing white beard, a thin, kindly face with a long, crooked nose, and wearing, over his bright blue eyes, a pair of half-moon spectacles. The old man turned resolutely to Grudge, as if he'd been looking for him. Grudge's face paled so quickly and completely that he appeared to transform into a ghost before James' eyes. His wand was still held out before him, but it trembled so violently that he could barely hold on to it. He seemed to have completely stopped breathing. He did not fire, seemed suddenly completely incapable of firing. The old man with the flowing white beard regarded him sadly. "Nephew," he said. And Grudge ran. He leapt from the dais, stumbled in panic, and, righting himself, bolted toward the doors, leaving a trail of disturbed flower petals scattering in his wake. "Accio wand," Harry called, flicking Ralph's wand at the retreating figure. Grudge stumbled again, turning on the spot as Harry's wand ripped from his robes, spiraling away through the air. Grudge barely seemed to notice. He pivoted back, ran into the door desperately, and clambered through. The old man on the stage turned and glanced over at Zane, Ralph, and James, finally raising his kindly blue eyes to Harry Potter, who deftly caught his wand. He smiled and his eyes twinkled behind his half-moon spectacles. A moment later, with a loud crack, he vanished. "After him!" Harry exclaimed, tossing Ralph his wand, leaping down from the dais and running toward the hall doors. "Grudge can't be allowed to escape or obtain any more hostages." "That was..." James cried faintly, scrambling to follow his father, his mind spinning so fast he could barely keep up with it. "That was... Was that..." "What?" Zane asked frantically, running to keep up and pushing Ralph ahead of him. "Who? What did I miss? Who's the oldster with the specs?" "It can't be who it looked like it was," Harry said as he ran, shoving through the double doors in pursuit of Grudge. "But it was. I'd know that face anywhere." "That," he said, shaking his head in dark wonder, "was Albus Dumbledore." James followed his dad up the staircase at a dead run. "Where do you think he was going?" he called up to him. "There," Harry exclaimed, pointing to the top of the stairs. James craned to look as he ran. A robed figure was just dashing around the upper banister, shoving aside a gathering of students as he went. "Stop him!" Harry called, his voice echoing sternly up the stairs. "But," Cameron Creevey stammered, pointing after the fleeing figure. "But, that was the headmaster." Harry rounded the banister and blew past Cameron, who turned to watch him pass. "And that was Harry Potter," he added excitedly. James and Zane followed, with Ralph panting in the rear. "What's going on, mates?" Cameron called, cupping his hands to his mouth and hopping on his toes. "Another adventure? Can I come?" Harry pelted, swerving around knots of students. James had seen his father in aura mode before, but never like this. He barely seemed to be breathing as he ran, his hands flattened into blades, scissoring the air, his feet seeming to cross acres with each swift step. He was pulling away from James even as James ran flat out to keep up with him. Grudge ran ahead, his robes flying wildly, shoving students out of his way angrily, gasping with unbridled panic. And yet, James felt sure, the headmaster was not running from them. He was running from the figure that had appeared on the dais, the completely inexplicable form of Albus Dumbledore. They turned one corner, then another. Finally, Grudge passed the gargoyle that guarded the spiral stairs to the headmaster's office. The gargoyle straightened to block Harry, but Harry flashed his wand, firing a bolt of purple at the ceiling. "Official or business," he called, jerking his head toward the glowing purple spell above him. James glanced up. Printed on the ceiling in illuminated purple letters was his father's name, the seal of the Ministry of Magic, the minister's signature, the symbol of the Auror department, and the words, "Head Auror." The gargoyle immediately stepped aside. As James bolted past, following in his father's wake, he was certain he heard the gargoyle mutter, "Go get him." The spiral stairs clanked with the pounding of 4 sets of footsteps. Harry reached the outer chamber first, his wand still out, steady as stone, his head lowered behind it. The door to the headmaster's office was wide open, emitting a bar of golden light onto the stone floor. "Stay behind me," Harry growled, slowing. "And Ralph, keep that wand of yours at the ready." Behind James, panting and sweating freely, Ralph nodded. He leveled his wand before him. Harry peered around the edge of the office door, inching his face into the yellow light that glowed from within. He paused. After a moment, he glanced back at James, Ralph, and Zane and lowered his wand. The expression on his face was strange, unreadable. Was he happy? Upset? He nodded toward the door, beckoning the boys inside. They approached and followed him into the golden light. The first thing James noticed was a figure collapsed against the wall just inside the door. It was huddled, panting harshly, its hands scrabbled over its face and its knees drawn up to its chest. It took James several seconds to realize that it was Rector Grudge. Only it wasn't. As James watched, the figure melted into the shape of Avier Dorcascathin, his breath whistling in his chest, his eyes wild between his fingers. A moment later, it was the collector, his face sheened with sweat, his hair standing up in terrified spikes. "Terrible, I know," a soft voice announced. "But he is nothing to be afraid of. Not anymore. Do come inside. We have very little time." James turned toward the voice. Albus Dumbledore stood before the headmaster's desk, tall, thin and exuding a sort of grandfatherly warmth. His eyes sparkled benignly, but sadly. As James crept slowly into the room, approaching the revered headmaster, he realized that he had been wrong about Professor Avier. He was not this man's twin, he was barely a pale replica. The missing element was not in his physical appearance, but in the warmth, the restrained grandeur, the sense of laughter hidden just behind the eyes, even in sadness. Without those things, Avier was merely a gray shadow, devoid of life. Gradually, James noticed that the office itself looked different than he'd ever seen it before. Grudge's cold gloom had been replaced with golden light and subtle motion. Fire crackled happily in the hearth. Golden gizmos and clockwork wonders ticked and spun on small tables all around. Surrounding this, tall bookshelves lined the room, filled with curiosities, clocks, statues, and books, so many books, all bound with sumptuous cloth, or rich velvet, or somber leather, and all promising a lifetime of incredible adventures, tall tales, and dark mysteries. For James had the undeniable sense that this man, this Albus Dumbledore, did not only hoard textbooks. There was something of the child in him, not diminished by age, but tempered by it, made perfect, brimming with curiosity, yearning for adventure. A huge, glorious bird preened on a perch next to the headmaster's desk. Its plumage was brilliant crimson, edged with deepest gold. By comparison, the Jiskra seemed a mere winged lizard, no more dangerous than it was regal. The strangest bit of all was the tall, rectangular mirror erected near the fire. James recognized it immediately, as did his father by the way he looked askance at it. The mirror of Eriste glinted darkly, its glass face obscured by shifting, silvery clouds. Slowly, Harry led the 3 boys into the room, not taking his eyes from the wizard that stood before him. When he joined Dumbledore in the pool of golden light cast by the desk's many candles, he finally spoke. "Headmaster," he said, his voice just above a whisper. "How are you here?" Dumbledore did not immediately answer the question. He merely smiled at Harry, regarding him with keen, fatherly interest. "You've grown up into a fine man, Harry," he said. "I knew you would. I am glad to witness it myself, if briefly." James looked up at his father. The elder Potter shook his head slowly, wonderingly, and yet, there was something darkening his face. Was it pain? Sadness? Confusion? Certainly confusion. James was feeling plenty of that himself. You can't be here, Harry said simply. I can, apparently, Dumbledore said, bowing his head slightly. It's very unusual, but not impossible. Circumstances have allowed me a brief moment, a second chance, as it were, to undo something I was unable to undo during my lifetime. A tragic error. A lifelong regret. Grudge, James nodded, turning to glance back at the pathetic figure cowering near the door. Alas, Dumbledore said sadly, that is not his name. Nor is his name Avier Dorcascuthan, even if it is the name given by those who raised him. He might best be known by his most recent alias, for a collector is what he is. He collects faces, you see, trading them for the one he never knew. The one that should have been his from birth. Harry shook his head, frowning. I don't understand what's Rector Grudge have to do with any of this. I'll explain it all later, Dad, James sighed. It's kind of a long story. Dumbledore lowered his gaze to James, offered him a small smile. I am pleased to meet you, young Mr. Potter. You are not unlike your father in many ways. And there is a hint even of your grandfather in you. The woman, Judith, did not lie when she told you that. James shook his head. Thanks. But I'm not like him at all. He was a marauder. He was much more than a marauder. Dumbledore's smile widened secretively and his eyes glimmered. Otherwise, your grandmother never would have married him. But this is not the point. Despite your family similarities, you, James Potter, are very much your own man. In you, the whole is very much more than the sum of the parts. James considered this, not sure if he fully understood. He glanced up at his father. Harry looked aside at him, and nodded. And you, Mr. Walker, Dumbledore narrowed his eyes slightly in amusement. I have observed you as well, if fleetingly. The Sorting Hat was wise to place you in Ravenclaw. And make no mistake, he nodded meaningfully, maintaining eye contact with the blonde boy, once a Ravenclaw, always a Ravenclaw. But intellect is only one of the horses hitched to your destiny. The other two are a fierce spirit and a soft heart. You are learning to align them, rather than pit them against each other. I expect great things from you. Zane beamed at this, for once at a loss for words. And Mr. Deedle, Dumbledore said, stepping forward, drawing Ralph's attention. There is more of the Dolohov in you than you know. And despite what you may believe, that is not a bad thing. Even for your grandfather, it was not the blood in his veins that spoiled him, but the choices he made. Merlinus was quite right in what he said about you. Quite right indeed. He paused, regarding Ralph seriously. For his own part, Ralph refused to look up, refused to make eye contact with the tall figure before him. But now I realize that I am dawdling, Dumbledore announced reluctantly. I have been outside of time for too long, and am disused to its constraints. The hour is nearly upon me, and my counterpart awaits. I can delay no longer. He paced slowly past Ralph, approaching the cowering, shuddering figure huddled by the door. James, Zane, and Harry turned to observe. The figure on the floor cringed away from Dumbledore, whispering rapid curses under his breath in a high, whining voice. In my lifetime, I sought you, nephew, Dumbledore said, lowering himself before the pathetic figure. And I found you. I always knew where you were. And yet, I did not approach. Do you know why? James didn't think the figure would reply. Grudge, the collector, seemed almost beyond reason. Then, shrilly, he rasped, you wanted to take it all away. I did not approach you, Dumbledore said softly, because you would not allow it to be taken. What I placed into your infant mind was a mistake. I gave you the worst of me. I lied to myself, convinced myself it was the only way. I told myself I could take it back. And perhaps for a while, I could have. If I had located you when you were still young. But I found you as a young man. And even from a distance, I saw that you had embraced what I had sown in you. Not out of helplessness, but spite. I could no longer remove it from you because you refused to let it go. Power, the collector hissed furiously. Strength. That's what it gave me. Loneliness, Dumbledore agreed somberly. Emptiness. The slow, unrelenting destruction of your true self. That's what it gave you as well. Yes, the collector gasped, and the gasp turned into a sob. Yes. I could never take it from you because you were too angry to give it up. I considered fighting you for it, demanding that you release it, not for me, but for your own good. But I sensed such an approach would be futile. And then. Well, I died. You died, the collector agreed eagerly, triumphantly. You died and I was finally free. You were finally imprisoned forever, with no hope of release, Dumbledore said with a shake of his head. And in my death, in the timelessness of the ever after, I realized something. I had been so obsessed with taking something from you that I never realized that I needed to ask something from you first. The collector shivered, shuddered, covered his face with his hands. He was terrified to ask, but seemed unable not to. What? What is it you want? Your forgiveness, Dumbledore nodded gravely. He drew a deep, sorrowful breath. I wronged you. I was foolish. Desperate. Arrogant. I faced a disaster of my own making and looked for the surest way out. That way was you. And I am sorry. I am sorry for what I did to you. I beg your forgiveness. The collector clamped his hands over his ears and shook his head. James saw that the pathetic man had been living with rage and pain for so long that it had become his world. He could no longer imagine living without it. He did not offer Dumbledore his forgiveness. For his own part, Dumbledore did not seem to truly expect it. Your plan is in ruins, he said plainly. Your secrets are revealed. And you, my poor nephew, are a fractured, broken man. Will you, finally, after all these many years, allow me to help you? James watched breathlessly. The collector's shivering, shuddering restlessness increased. He seemed to retreat further into himself, his hand still clutching his head, refusing to answer for nearly a minute. Dumbledore did not rush him. Finally, faintly, the shuddering figure nodded his head. Dumbledore nodded back. Wordlessly, he withdrew a long wand from his robes. Slowly, gently, he touched it to the collector's temple. The collector flinched, but did not draw away. Dumbledore waited, his eyes closed. After a long moment, he drew the wand away again, pulling a long, brightly glowing thread behind it. The collector moaned. At first, James thought it was a sound of pain, but as Dumbledore continued to withdraw the banked memories from his nephew's temple, James understood that it was a groan of release, pent up for decades, nearly as old as the collector himself. The silvery thread broke away, dangled from Dumbledore's wand brightly, fluttering as if in a silent wind. The collector slumped, his shivers suddenly and completely stopped. Silently, Dumbledore placed the wand against his own temple. The silvery thread dimmed, faltered, and vanished. The wizened old man grimaced as it did. Finally, he stood erect, pocketing his wand once more. He held out a hand to the man on the floor. Do you understand what just took place? The man looked up at Dumbledore. After a moment, he nodded. Do you remember everything that's happened up until this moment? Again, slowly and reluctantly, the man nodded. Then you know that you will be made to stand for your crimes. You must face this, and bear the consequences. They will be fair to you, considering what transpired here today. But I cannot promise you freedom. Nor should you expect it. Can you accept this? A third time, the man nodded, his eyes dimming with the realization of what he had done, and what he was sure to face. Then I shall remand you over to Mr. Potter, Dumbledore said, gesturing toward Harry. He will take you where you must go, to face what you must face. But for now, stand with me, nephew. My time is up. Be with me as I depart." The man on the floor reached up wearily, taking Heisunkel's hand. Dumbledore pulled him easily to his feet. Standing, James saw that the man's face had reverted to Avier's, but different. There was something of Rector grudge in it, albeit softened, less cold. Further, there was a hint of the collector as well. And yet, the sum total made the man look different than all three. He was suddenly, James saw, the nephew of the man before him, bearing a distinct family resemblance, but with his own unique face. Dumbledore turned and crossed the office once more, this time approaching the tall shape of the Mirror of Erist. Silvery clouds still swirled behind its glass face, but there seemed to be other shapes moving beneath the veil of smoke, coming closer as James watched, mesmerized. Harry Potter stopped Dumbledore with a look. "Headmaster. How is this possible?" he asked again. "And..." He paused, swallowed. Finally, taking a deep breath, he said, "Do you have to go back?" Dumbledore met his old friend's bright gaze. "I fear I do, Harry. These bargains are rare and ultimately short-lived. I no longer belong to this world. But someone else does, someone who was kind enough to grant me this favor, in exchange for my help with some otherworldly endeavors of his own. But take heart. You never knew that the door between the living and the dead was a two-way door." James gasped. "That's what the gatekeepers say to me." "Ah yes," Dumbledore nodded. "In that, the creature that calls itself the gatekeeper did not lie. But it fools itself into thinking it is Lord Guardian of that door. It is not. Trust me on that. Even the gatekeeper, that great beast of the other world, sees but through a glass darkly." Harry stepped back sadly, placing an arm around his son's shoulder. "I am sorry, Harry," Dumbledore said, and James could see that the old man truly meant it. "But this is not goodbye. Do take heart. There is much more to come." He sighed deeply, and then turned away, approaching the swirling smoke of the mirror. "Oh, and one more thing," he said, turning to look back over his shoulder, smiling crookedly. "Do say hello to my namesake for me. And for Severus as well." Harry nodded and smiled. "I will. And Headmaster, one more request." Dumbledore's smile widened. His eyes sparkled again. "I know that I forbade it once, but that was when you were young. You are a man now. I suppose. One more look into the mirror couldn't hurt. Just don't let me see you." Harry nodded again, gratified. Dumbledore approached the mirror, drawing his nephew along with him. "Stay and watch," he said to the slightly younger man. "Someone wants to see you." On the other side of the mirror, shapes moved, pushing through the silvery smoke. One emerged as a silhouette, tall, broad-shouldered, moving with a sort of reserved impatience. "You very nearly took too long, Albus," a deep, grating voice said tersely. "I might have been marooned here forever." "My deepest apologies, Merlinus," Dumbledore answered lightly. "Tardiness has oft been my greatest weakness." James' heart pounded in his chest, and yet he couldn't quite bring himself to truly believe what he was hearing and seeing. Slowly, carefully, Dumbledore stepped into, and through, the mirror. The glass bent and rippled like water, allowing him to pass. As it did so, another shape pushed out, seeming almost to pass through the diminishing shape of Albus Dumbledore. This new figure was tall, broad, dressed in dark robes beneath a short leather vest. A deep crimson cloak hung from his shoulders, beneath a rugged face, grey-bearded, with dark eyes as wild and solemn as a full moon at midnight. It was unmistakably, and of course, Merlinus Ambrosius. James grinned up at him, helplessly, nearly giddy with relief. Merlin met his gaze and gave a stiff smile. "You knew that I would not stay gone," he rumbled, spreading his large hands. "I do so hate this age. But some of its people." He switched his gaze from James, to Zane, to Ralph, "I have grown rather fond of." Dumbledore's nephew stood near the edge of the mirror, staring into the swirling depths, watching after his departed uncle. Harry stepped forward, approaching Merlinus tentatively. Is it really you? He asked, studying the big man's face. I admit, I don't know you quite as well as I knew the man you just switched places with. It is I, Merlin confirmed. And if I am not mistaken, the post of headmaster has just been vacated once again. I assume none would argue if I resumed where I left off 1 year ago? Zane grinned and muttered, I don't think anyone would have the guts to. I further presume that my staff is exactly where I left it? Merlin inquired perfunctorily. I think you know very well that it is, Harry smiled wryly. Glancing around, James noticed that, along with Dumbledore's departure, the office had reverted back to what currently passed for its normal state. The Phoenix was gone, as were the clockwork gizmos and shelves of books. Shadows loomed in empty corners. The hearth was cold and dark. The only light in the room was a pool of pale blue, soft as moonlight, which surrounded the mirror of Eriste, emanating from its shifting, restless depths. Look, Ralph suddenly said, his voice hushed. He pointed at the mirror. Harry and Merlin both turned, stepping aside as they did so. Figures moved beyond the heaving silvery fog, accompanied by the faint echo of voices. James recognized the sound. It was the same as he had heard wafting from the portal of Merlin's portrait, earlier that evening, the sound his father had warned him back from. The man that had recently been Rector Grudge watched and listened, his eyes wide, worried, even fearful. The others backed away, forming a respectful semicircle in the darkness. 3 figures stepped forward from the fog, separating from the seemingly endless throng beyond. James squinted to see them. The one on the right was the tallest, a man with long gray hair, rough as straw and weeded with black. His eyes were blue, like Albus Dumbledore's, but harder, glaring from a rugged, tanned face. The figure on the left was older than he, but not frail. In the world they occupied, James understood, age had virtually no meaning. Still, her face was lined, careworn. Her hair, however, was still mostly black, piled up in a complicated bun with loose curls framing her face. The figure in the center moved to the fore, however, not taking her eyes from the man standing on the opposite side of the mirror. She seemed younger than him, thin and pale, her own dark hair hanging in waves over a high forehead and down to her narrow shoulders. The expression on her face was tense with interest. Who, the man before her asked haltingly, who are you? The young woman smiled sadly, affectionately. Why, I'm your mother. Her voice was light, ghostly, fluttering like moth's wings. My mother, the man repeated, as if he had never heard the word before. He drifted toward the mirror glass, raising one hand to touch it, as if to reach through to the young woman beyond. James remembered her name from Avier's diary. This was the unfortunate Ariana Dumbledore, killed in the battle between Albus and Grindelwald. That made the tall man Aberforth, her brother, much more recently deceased, and the older woman, Kendra, the mother of all 3 Dumbledores, who had met her fate on the night the man on the other side of the glass was born. Ariana smiled at her son as she regarded him, her face brimming with melancholy affection. He looks like him, Aberforth admitted, speaking to the other 2. Round about the eyes. I couldn't have said so when I was alive. But now. He does, Kendra nodded mistily. Who, the man before them asked, his shape barely a silhouette before the glowing mirror. Who are you talking about? We're talking about you, silly, Aberforth said, his mouth cinching into a lopsided smile. You look just like him, is what we're saying, thought. No, the silhouetted figure said, facing his family for the first time in his memory, clearly wishing he could push through the glass to join them. Who do I look like? Ariana smiled more broadly now. The smile lit her face, made her eyes twinkle with that familiar, Dumbledore cheer. You look like your father, she said soothingly, studying her son on the other side of the glass. His name was Timothy. Same as you. The silhouetted figure was silent for a long, frozen moment. When he spoke again, his voice was faint, thin with wonder. My name, he said slowly, is Timothy. Ariana nodded. Your name is Timothy, she agreed. And you are my son. I'm your son, Timothy nodded, more firmly now. My name is Timothy, just like my father before me. And I'm your son. All three Dumbledores smiled at this. And don't you forget it, Aberforth added firmly. Gradually, the swirling fog began to reclaim them. They moved back, descending once again into shadows, vanishing into the layers of ghostly voices. Timothy stood back as well, keeping his eyes on the shifting glass. He mouthed to himself, soundlessly repeating the words that had been given him. Merlin looked aside at James and Harry. Go, he prodded. The magic grows weak. Soon, the images in the mirror will again be reduced to mere haunts and reflections. James felt his father's hand tighten around his shoulders. Do you want to, James? He asked. James didn't answer immediately. He was afraid of the mirror. Afraid of what he might see beyond its naked, shifting glass. I don't, he whispered haltingly, I don't want to see Granddad. He hated how it sounded. The truth was, he wanted to see his lost grandfather very much. But after his experience with the gatekeeper, when he had been taunted with an image of the departed Arthur Weasley, seemingly alive and well, he didn't think he could bear such a teasingly bittersweet image again. To James' relief, his father nodded. I know what you mean, son. But the mirror of Erist is, first and foremost, a mirror of desire. It won't show you anything you don't want to see. James considered this. All right, he agreed. Then yes. I want to look. He remembered what this mirror had shown his father once before, when he had been younger even than James was now. It had offered him a glimpse of his dead parents. And yet, according to Headmaster Dumbledore, that image had only been an illusion, a sort of ghostly echo culled from young Harry Potter's deepest desires. Tonight, the mirror seemed to offer more than that. Tonight, the faces it showed seemed real, not even like ghosts, but more like living people, people who had simply passed on to some other world, easy as someone might walk into another room. Tonight, for one brief moment, those dearly departed could look back, gazing through the mirror as if it was a window between realities. James approached the mirror at his father's side, and still he hung back. What if it shows Lucy? He thought suddenly, an ice pick of guilt stabbing into his heart. I couldn't bear that. Not because I don't want to see her, but because the want is so great that I'm afraid it would crush me. James needn't have worried, however. Figures moved beyond the fog, coming to meet him and his father as they reached the mirror. The first to step forward into the light, James saw, were his long-dead grandparents. James Sr. wore glasses, just like his son. His hair was graying slightly at the temples, but apart from that he looked no older than the man before him, younger even. The woman, James' grandmother, had long, pale hair. Her face was ethereal in the bluish light, less stunningly gorgeous than deeply pretty, as if her beauty was something that shined from within, waking up with her every morning and going to sleep with her each night. You're all grown up, Harry, the man, James Sr., said proudly. And this is your son, I see. Of course he is, James' grandmother said, beaming at James. Just look at him. Harry drew a long, shuddering breath. It's good to see you again, Mum, Dad. James Sr. accepted this with a wry smile. Not quite the same now as it was back then, is it? Harry laughed softly. They say we all get 2 chances at the parental relationship. I missed yours. I still do. But I'm experiencing that relationship from the other side now. He squeezed James' shoulder and glanced aside at him. I think I just wanted you to see that. And to know that. I'm happier now. I still miss you both, very much. But I'm happy. Lily and James Sr. put arms around each other, meeting their son's smile with gratified smiles of their own. There didn't seem to be anything more to say. With that, James' grandparents faded. They didn't drop back into the fog, however, but seemed to drift forward, passing on either side of the mirror's edge. More figures came forward in their place. Watcher, Harry. This was a young woman. Like Nastasia, she had bright, bubblegum pink hair. James didn't know her name, but his father grinned suddenly, his face filled with delight. "Hi Tonks," he called happily. "How's Remus?" "Ask him yourself," the pink-haired witch shrugged, cocking a thumb over her shoulder. A man stood behind her, taller than she, his eyes twinkling with recognition. "Still casting your stag patronus, eh Harry?" he inquired, slipping forward through the fog. "Not much need to anymore," Harry answered, "not since all the Dementors were banished back to the netherworld." "And good riddance, I say," Remus nodded with feeling, slipping past the edge of the glass. "Still, can't hurt to always have some chocolate handy. And keep an eye on our young Teddy, will you?" "I will," Harry promised, raising his voice as the couple passed out of sight. Another figure emerged. James recognized this one immediately by his lank black hair and thin frame. "Give him hell, Harry," Sirius Black said bracingly. "And tell him it's from me." Harry shook his head, bemused. "And who shall I give hell to, then, Sirius?" "Whoever deserves it," Sirius called with a laugh, drifting past the mirror's left edge. The next figure was a young man with red hair. James knew who this was immediately as well. "It's all bloody brilliant, Harry," Fred Weasley announced enthusiastically. "Tell George, will you? It's all totally, bloody brilliant. He's going to completely love it. You all will." "I will," Harry agreed, his voice breaking slightly. "I'll tell him. I'll tell everybody." James was surprised to see a house elf appear next, his eyes as huge and round as tennis balls, his head adorned with an inexplicable stack of terribly knitted hats. "Don't be sad, Harry Potter," the elf waved. "Dobby is happy. Dobby has no regrets." James glanced up as his father nodded. He suddenly seemed unable to speak. An owl flew past as if in slow motion, snowy white and hooting happily. Following the owl was a stocky man who'd once had a horribly disfigured face, now restored and smiling grimly. Next was a young boy, fresh-faced, looking eerily like Cameron Creevey. Just past him, on the outer edge of the mirror's view, two figures passed discreetly, hanging back, but apparently wanting glimpses of their own. One was Arthur Weasley, of course. James' grandfather craned his head to look out at James and Harry, giving a brief, secret wave with his right hand. His left arm was around a young girl with shining black hair, her eyes bright with curiosity. She did not smile as she drifted past, but her eyes twinkled darkly. "I forgave you that very night." James' heart swelled in his chest, even as he blinked away sudden tears. He realized that he could bear seeing his grandfather and lost cousin after all. It was a bittersweet sight, certainly, but he knew that something essential would have been missing had they not appeared, peeking subtly from the swirl of otherworldly fog. After them came more. Many more. James ceased recognizing any of them, although the faces were hauntingly familiar. Dimly, he understood that he was now witnessing a silent procession of his own ancestors, men and women, some as old as Dumbledore, others younger than James himself, all smiling, with glittering, strangely knowing eyes, nodding as they swept past. Until finally, a young woman stood in the mirror. She was only a few years older than James, with a freckle-dusted nose, dark blonde hair and deep, almond eyes. She seemed somehow taller than she was, not because she wore boots and a collection of fine gold-edged armor beneath her cape, but because she had an undeniable air of nobility about her. Unlike the others, she did not drift past. She stood in the center of the mirror as if very little happened to her that she did not cause herself. She cocked her head at James, then his father. "And who might you be?" she asked. Despite her question, her eyes, like those before her, glimmered with secret knowledge. "I'm Harry," James' father answered, offering the woman a small bow. "Harry Potter." Her smile broadened, crinkling the corners of her eyes. "Indeed, yes," she said to herself. "Harry the Potter. I am in your debt, it seems, my dear Potter. For when I was very young, or so the story goes, my life was saved for the sake of your birth." To James' surprise, his father slipped easily into the woman's strange cadence of speech. "Does that make you my great-grandmother, many ages removed, dear lady?" I should say that it does, the woman agreed easily. And since time means nothing here, it does not even make me feel old. But pray, do not call me grandmother, great or otherwise. Call me Gabriella. Harry bowed again. That I shall, Lady Gabriella, when we are fortunate enough to meet again and tell our long, interesting tales. Gabriella smiled at the man on the other side of the glass and shook her head, as if she suspected he was a bit of a rogue. Then, she shifted her gaze to James and took a step closer, coming just to the other side of the glass. And who might you be, young prince? She asked, cocking her head almost as if she recognized him. I'm James, ma'am, James answered, strangely captivated by the beautiful, regal woman before him. James, she said slowly, as if sharing a delicious, whimsical secret with him. What a wonderful, delightful name. The end-of-term feast took place the next day, just as always, and amazingly, the great hall was restored completely, with the 4 house tables lining the main floor and the dais once again weighted down with the matching staff tables. The 4 school vanishing cabinets had been reinstalled along the front of the dais, all fully repaired, their disenchantments postponed until the end of the feast. As a result, and by design, the house tables were packed to overflowing, peppered with Beaux Batons students in powder blue silk robes, stern Durmstrangs and stiff, high collars and double-breasted formal tunics. Including the stony-faced Valkiev, who sat amongst a cabal of breathlessly adoring Ravenclaw girls, a scattering of Alma Alarons in their various house colors, most noisily arguing the relative merits of Quidditch and Clutch Cudgel, and last, but assuredly not least, a sprinkling of Muggle students from York Academy, including Morton Comstock and Lucia Gruberova, who was laughing delightedly with Lily and her friends further down the Gryffindor table. Ranged along every table, filling centerpieces of golden bowls, were drifts of red, purple and yellow flower petals, all as fresh and fragrant as if they had just been picked. There was no sign of the broken statues of the magical brethren or the temporary reflecting pool. Gone as well was the ugly 5-faced clock. James knew not where, but felt quite sure that the clock had met a neat end at the hand of the man who sat in the center of the dais, his gray eyes roaming the crowded, bustling hall, his beard bristling beneath a grim, satisfied smile. James had had very little chance to talk to Merlin since his return. The restored headmaster had spent most of the day repopulating his office with his collection of mysterious magical tools and curiosities, including, as before, an enormous stuffed alligator which hung from the ceiling, surveying the desk below with dark, glassy eyes. James, Ralph and Rose had stopped by just after lunch that afternoon, and James had had the strangest impression that Merlin and the alligator had been conversing idly until the students entered the room. So what happened to you, headmaster? Rose had asked. Last year, on the night of the unveiling. Everyone thought you died. The answer to that question would require a stack of books as high as this room, Emma's. Weasley, Merlinus replied without looking up from his work. Suffice it to say, there are many shades of death. Fortunately for me, and all of you, I dare say, I was only mostly dead. Headmaster Dumbledore talked as if you and he had some sort of big adventure on the other side of the mirror, James prodded. Is that true? Merlin did pause then, glancing up as he plunked a stack of slab-like books onto his desk with a puff of dust. He looked not at James, however, but at the portrait of Dumbledore that hung on the wall. James turned toward it, as if the portrait itself might answer his question. Albus Dumbledore was back in his frame again, his bearded chin resting on his chest and his peaked hat pulled over his brow. He snored faintly, somewhat unconvincingly. Yes, Merlin acknowledged. I suppose that's true enough. He assisted me when I needed it, making my return possible. And in return, I allowed him to occupy my place in this reality for a short time. Ralph cocked his head curiously. Any chance we'll ever hear the rest of that story? A stack of books as high as this room, Mr. Deedle, Merlin replied again dismissively, returning to his work. On the way back from the headmaster's office, James, Ralph and Rose had run across Peeves the poltergeist, who had apparently, somehow, returned along with Merlinus Ambrosius. He seemed especially agitated with them, pelting them with bits of chalk and chasing them along the corridor. Nasty students, he cried angrily, letting such horrors as the Lady of the Lake into Hogwarts. Letting her swipe away poor, harmless Peeves. Nasty, reckless, irresponsible students. We didn't let her in. Ralph protested angrily, shielding his head as he ran. She invaded. We had no say in the matter. James could not help laughing helplessly as he ran. He couldn't wait to tell his Uncle George that he had been lectured about responsibility by Peeves the poltergeist. Now, as the babble of excited students rang from the walls of the great hall, Merlin stood and approached the podium at the center of the dais. The room quieted slowly, all eyes turning toward the big man, awaiting his first official words as reinstated headmaster. And so it seems quite curious, he said, smiling his grim smile, that my first day back is your last day here. This was greeted with a smattering of laughter and applause. From the Slytherin table, Albus cupped his hands to his mouth and hooted. Nevertheless, you shall return again in a few months' time, Merlin went on, raising his voice easily over the happy crowd, and once again, we shall apply ourselves to the pursuit of knowledge, sport, and friendship. In the spirit of this, some things might best be addressed now, so that you shall know what you will bear returning to. The hall quieted again, somewhat restlessly. Merlin lowered his voice, growing serious. You have been told that we live in uncertain times, pupils. And because of this uncertainty, a number of new rules have been instituted. Age-old freedoms have been curtailed. Restrictions have been introduced. All in pursuit of the venerable cause of security. A mutter of discontent threaded through the room as the mood darkened. James heard whispered references to the restrictions and searching of post, the ban on social gatherings, the new draconian requirements for Hogsmeade weekends. I will not tell you happy lies, pupils, Merlin went on, gazing soberly around the hall. I have met with the teachers behind me. I have spoken to those at the highest levels of the Ministry of Magic, as well as those of other magical and academic institutions across many nations. Here, James saw Beauxbaton's students nodding at each other. Volkiev sat up, his face turning even grimmer with pride. Obviously, Merlin's meetings with leaders around the magical world was no secret. And I will tell you that what you have heard is indeed the truth, Merlin continued. This is an uncertain age, pupils. He regarded them soberly, leaning slightly over the podium. But if there is one thing I have learned in all of my many centuries and prodigious travels, my young friends, it is this: every age is an age of uncertainty. There has been no time without its own great dangers, no era that has been free of the strain of worry, of looming threats, of wickedness or danger or imminent, dangling apocalypse. He paused, and James suddenly realized that Merlin was, if not joking, then certainly making light. The big man's beard bristled as he smiled tightly. A murmur of soft laughter blew over the room like a warm breeze. As this is the case, Merlin announced briskly, your teachers and I have determined that there is nothing to be gained by special rules, rubrics, or restrictions designed only to cater to some imagined unique level of danger. Risk is the world that we live in, pupils. This has been true since the dawn of time. And while we, your guardians and teachers, shall avoid unnecessary dangers wherever possible, as well as provide you the reasonable protection and security you need to learn, to grow, to become the fine young witches and wizards you are destined to be, we will not stunt that development in the name of absolute safety. He allowed this to sink in for a long moment. Then, he tilted his head back and raised his arms. Our post, he announced firmly, shall return to its usual, unrestricted and natural state. Receive your mother's cookies, your father's howlers, your orders of dung bombs and skiving snack boxes without fear. What you do with those things may well fall under our jurisdiction, but how you receive them is your purview entirely. A roar of applause exploded across the hall as a fleet of owls entered, streaming through the high windows and bearing all variety of envelopes, packages, parcels, newspapers, and magazines. There shall be no more restrictions on gatherings, social or otherwise, Merlin went on, his smiling voice booming easily over the applause and the clapping flutter of wings. Organize what you will, be it study groups, dueling clubs, illicit night outings, kitchen raids. Our duty is to catch you in misdeeds, not to prevent you from dreaming of them. The applause redoubled at this. James noticed that a few of those seated at the staff table responded a bit less enthusiastically. Professor Votary, James was amused to see, was not among them. He stood before his chair, clapping firmly. Elsewhere along the staff table, Professors McGonagall, Revolver and Longbottom, fully restored to their posts on this last day, applauded as well, nodding with satisfaction. And finally, Merlin's voice rang out, dimming the applause slightly. There shall be no consequence other than your grades for unfinished schoolwork. It is not the duty of this school to force you to live up to your potential. It is your duty to yourself. We shall provide the means, you shall provide the effort, and the world shall be as it should. This was met with somewhat diminished applause, except for one pair of very loudly clapping hands at the rear of the great hall. James turned toward the sound and saw Mr. Filch banging his hands together violently, his sagging face grim with fervor. He no longer carried Grudge's black cane, James knew, nor spent his time beholden to the nagging statue of the former headmaster. Maybe he's had his fill of punishing us, Graham mused wistfully. Scorpius shook his head. I wouldn't get your hopes up. Still, everything's back as it should be. And I hear there's going to be a special meeting of all the school teachers and Filch. They're going to officially define and limit the caretaker's duties and responsibilities. In other words, Deirdre suggested with a mean grin, they're going to give him a good smacking down and assure that he can never again live up to his inner tyrant. All I know, James commented, glancing back at Filch again, is that I'd pay 100 galleons to be there when Professor Longbottom has his say. Or McGonagall. Rose nodded eagerly. A roar of applause lifted from the hall again. James glanced around and realized that the House Cup had been awarded. The Ravenclaws hooted and shouted happily, congratulating themselves and taunting the other tables. Among them, James observed Zane clapping and hooting most raucously of all, as if he himself had won half the sapphires in the Ravenclaw hourglass, despite not having attended Hogwarts for 3 years. And now, Merlin called out in conclusion, there is but one remaining order of business. It seems that our reigning Quidditch champions, the Hufflepuffs, another roar of feverish applause interrupted the headmaster, this time rising from the yellow and black-robed students at the Hufflepuff table. Merlin allowed this with an imperious nod. Despite their well-deserved celebration, are apparently entering the summer holiday without the benefit of a new trophy prominently displayed in their common room. This, I believe we can all agree, cannot be allowed to stand. With that, Merlin stood back from the podium and lifted his staff. As usual, James could not remember the staff being in the headmaster's hand a moment before it seemed to simply appear whenever he required it, as if the ancient sorcerer kept it hidden in an invisible cupboard, constantly at the ready. James could imagine the relief Victor Crumb and the rest of the Harriers felt at no longer having to guard the eerily powerful object. Merlin lowered the staff, connecting it to the floor of the dais with a ringing, hollow bang. The runes of the staff flared blue for a moment. Immediately following this, the Hufflepuff table erupted again into surprised, delighted cheers. James turned in his seat to look. Standing in the middle of the Hufflepuff table, rising above the heads of the wildly celebrating students, was the darkly glimmering shape of the crystal chalice, somehow fully restored and reflecting prisms of light from its ancient facets. Across from James, Devin Dardos half rose from his feet, his eyes intent, his mouth set in a tight frown. With a disconsolate sigh he plopped back down. Bloody beautiful trophy, he muttered. James, I don't care if you're on your ruddy deathbed for next year's Quidditch tryout. You're showing up and you're replacing Vassar. Got it? It wasn't a request. James nodded, his chest swelling happily. There was a loud clanking noise from the staff table. James glanced up in time to see Hagrid and Professor DeBellows just concluding a toast of their enormous tankards. Together the two men stood and began to lead the hall in a spirited, somewhat unmusical rendition of the Hogwarts tribute. James noticed that even Merlin joined in. James was just finishing packing that night, alone in the Gryffindor dormitory, when a ghostly shape approached, flitting soundlessly through the stone wall next to him. James startled, nearly dropping the wad of unfolded clothes in his arms. Cedric, he gasped. That spectre of silence thing. Seriously. Sorry, the ghost replied, unsmiling. One of Snape's portraits sent me to get you. He says you should get down to the hospital wing right away. James blinked at Cedric's ghost. Why? Rose is fine, isn't she? She was all healed up by the time we got to the feast. Everyone else as well. Cedric didn't explain any further. Just go on down. Hagrid's there. And Petra Morgenstern, I think. Sort of. With that, James' eyes widened. He dumped the last of his clothes into his trunk and dashed down the stairs. 2 minutes later, he clambered to a halt in front of the pebbled glass doors of the hospital wing, unconsciously slowing to listen, anxious for any sign of what might be beyond. Faint voices echoed from inside, but he couldn't make out any words. Tentatively, suddenly afraid of what he might see, James pushed the doors open. Madame Curio was bent over a shape on a bed halfway down the ward. Every other bed was neatly made, crisply white, making the single-occupied bed seem especially incongruous and unexpected. James, a deep voice said quietly. James turned to see Hagrid standing just inside the double doors, his face pale, his black eyes serious. How'd you know to come? Someone, sent for me, James replied, deciding in an instant that it might be better to keep Cedric out of it. What's going on? Who's been hurt? Well, that's the thing, innit, Hagrid said, glancing over James' shoulder, to the occupied bed halfway down the ward. She's not hurt, as far as Madame Curio can tell. She's just dyin'. Or not. Nobody can tell. Who? James whispered, turning back, caught between wanting to rush to the bed and a powerful reluctance to see who occupied it. Is it Petra? What? Hagrid said, confused. Petra Morgenstern? No. It's that girl. The one from the States, with the pink hair. Hendrix, I believe her name is. Nastasia? James clarified, dropping his voice. But. Found her in the cellars, Hagrid whispered roughly. Just lyin' there in the dark, half dead, all by herself. But no injuries, no sign of curses, nothin'. Hagrid was clearly deeply unsettled by this. Obviously, he had carried Nastasia to the hospital wing himself, bringing her directly to Madame Curio. She's just waken up, Hagrid went on. She asked for ya special. I don't know how ya knew that, but now that you're here, well, you can talk to her if ya want. Maybe find out what's happened to yer. If you're willing, oh, of course. James nodded faintly. Slowly, he approached the bed as Madame Curio retreated to her office, shaking her head and muttering to herself. Nastasia lay in a pool of yellow light from the nearby lamp. Apart from her clothing, which was grimy and damp, she looked the same as always, as if she had simply lain down on the hospital bed for a quick catnap. She opened her eyes as James reached the side of the bed. Hi, she said quietly. Hi, James said back, studying her face. Hagrid says you're hurt. What happened? Nastasia closed her eyes again and tilted her head away. 2 snakes go out, she replied faintly, but only one comes back. It was always going to be that way eventually, I guess. James frowned. He thought back to the scene in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, the 2 snakes, both representing the conflicting sides of Nastasia's personality, Nasty and Ashia, fighting for dominance, finally reduced to outright battle. You couldn't kill Rose, or the rest of us, he said. Part of you was ready to, the nasty part. But the Ashia part fought back. It made you go to war with yourself. Is that it? Nastasia nodded, still not meeting his eyes. And now? Part of you is dead? James asked, his voice unconsciously lowered to a whisper. Is that it? Nastasia nodded again, staring across the ward to the dark windows that lined the wall beyond. James shook his head. But, what does that mean? Will you be all right? Hagrid says. He says you're dying. Is that true? Nastasia finally turned her head back to him. I don't know, she answered, and James saw that she was silently terrified. Her voice was a thin whisper. I've never felt anything like it. I've never been so lonely. So empty and weak. Part of me is chopped off. I don't want to live like this. I don't think I can. James shook his head again, more firmly this time. You can. You just need to learn how. You can do it. I mean, he stopped, groping for the right words. You faced the darkest part of you. You did what most of us could never do. You confronted the worst in you and you overcame it. That's amazing, really. And because of that, Rose and Ralph and I, we're all still alive now. You're, well, sort of a hero. There's that, isn't there? Ashia. You're a hero. Hold on to that, all right? She smiled at him faintly and her eyes thickened with sudden tears. She closed them and the tears ran down her cheeks, dropping to the pillow. With some effort, she raised her hand and beckoned him forward. James leaned closer, sidling nearer to the head of the bed. She turned her head toward him again, beckoning him still closer. Weakly, she lifted her head from the pillow, reaching up to hold onto James' shoulder and using it for leverage. When her lips were next to his cheek, he thought briefly that she meant to kiss him again. He half wanted her to, and feared it. Instead, faintly, she whispered into his ear. I'm not Ashia. James' eyes widened and a sense of deep cold descended over him, chilling him to his heels. He backed away involuntarily, causing the girl to fall back onto the pillow, her hand dropping over the side of the bed. She was laughing silently, her chest rising and falling in swift huffs. I'm not Ashia, she said again through helpless laughter, tears still wet on her cheeks. Ashia's dead. I watched her die. She was so noble, so brave, so foolish. She battled the lady by herself. I wouldn't join her. I refused to. Her voice climbed to a mad squeak and she laughed harder. More tears leaked from her eyes, joining the wet streaks already on her face. She turned to James as he backed away from the bed, horror-struck. But she was so beautiful, even at the end, she gasped. The lady crushed her head beneath her heel. She laughed. She cackled as she did it. And when it was over, when the lady had run away, still laughing her crazy, demented laugh, I went back. I went back to my foolish, dead sister. Poor, dead Ashia. I rejoined her. What else could I do? What else? She forced herself upright on the bed, rising on one elbow, staring at James intently, begging him with her eyes. Ashia's dead, she said again, firming her voice to a shrill plea, her laughter breaking into gasping sobs. Oh Ashia. Why did you leave me? What's nasty without Ashia? What's the brain without the heart? How does half a person live? Ashia. You'll come back, won't you? You have to come back. I need you. She fell back, her laughs and sobs breaking into panting, ragged breaths, muttering feverishly to herself. A thin, warm hand laced into James, threading his fingers and gripping tight. Somehow, without taking his eyes from the shifting, moaning girl on the bed, James knew that it was Petra standing next to him. Will she be all right? He asked her. Petra shook her head. I don't know, she answered softly. I'm a sorceress. Not a prophetess. Slowly, silently, they turned, hand in hand, and retreated along the ward. Darkness descended around them, dimming the windows, claiming the beds one by one, until James and Petra walked alone, moving in that strange between world that they alone seemed able to access. So what happens now? James asked darkly, all the cheer sucked from his heart by the image of Nastasia's pathetic, diminished shape. Is Judith gone? Was it worth it? She's not gone, Petra sighed. But the connection between us is broken. We're no longer sister fates, she and Izzy and I. And that makes her weaker. Possibly even more dangerous, since she'll be desperate now, clinging to her place in this reality. But weaker. Weaker than you? James asked, glancing aside at her. She nodded. James stopped her, still holding tightly onto her hand. So what happens now? He asked again. Petra lowered her eyes to their clasped hands. All that remains now, she said, mustering her resolve, is the crimson thread. James frowned and shook his head. That's what Avier, or Grudge, or whoever he was at that point, that's what he was on about, too. But like I told him, the crimson thread wasn't really a thread, was it? That was just a symbol. The real crimson thread was Morgan, and she's dead. He glanced up in frustration and confusion. Judith lied to Avier. She told him I was the key to the crimson thread. She told him I held it in my hand. Petra was still looking down at their clasped hands. Judith didn't lie, James, she said softly. You are the key to crimson thread. And you do hold it in your hand. She raised her eyes to him again, studying his face. When Judith killed Morgan, it made Morgan part of our world, our reality. She belongs to this destiny now. I can't explain why, but that's just how it works. Morgan is no longer the crimson thread. Now she paused meaningfully. Now. I am. James met Petra's eyes, his own brow furrowed in confusion. You're the crimson thread. But. That means. What it means will come later, Petra sighed. But look, she raised their held hands. James looked down at them. A faint silvery glow emanated from between their fingers, the remnant of the mysterious cord he had conjured, using Petra's own magic, to save her life. I warned you that you'd regret what you did, she said, still looking into his eyes. You see? Judith was right. You are the key to the crimson thread. You hold it right here, in your hand. We're connected. Like it or not, as long as I occupy this destiny. We're part of each other. We're one. James considered this, switching his gaze from their gently glowing hands to her eyes. He was struck once again that he was now somewhat taller than her. And still, he said, feeling slightly bold, no longer caring about the repercussions, I don't regret it. I'm glad I saved you, Petra. And I'm glad that we're connected. I wouldn't want it any other way. Petra closed her eyes and shook her head slowly. The ghost of an amused, gratified smile curled her lips. And then, a moment later, James stood in the hospital ward, halfway between the waiting Hagrid and the shifting, muttering Nastasia. You may regret it still, Petra's voice echoed faintly, heard by none but him. But for now, I am glad you don't. And nor do I, James. Nor do I. James nodded to show that he'd heard. Any idea what's wrong with her, then? Hagrid asked, wringing his huge hands as James returned to him. James shook his head, casting about for some way to explain. She's lost part of herself, he shrugged helplessly, glancing back. Maybe she'll get it back. We're wizards and witches, after all. Anything's possible. Hagrid nodded fretfully, as if these were sage words. James sat down with him on the bench that ran next to the hospital wing's double doors. They were silent for several minutes. Nastasia, nasty, seemed to have fallen into a deep, thankfully dreamless sleep. We'll transfer her back to her own school tomorrow, Hagrid whispered. They've got the best medical colleges in the world, I hear. They'll be able to help her, I wager. James nodded. He wanted to believe Hagrid was right. He bid the half-giant good night and, as quietly as he could, slipped out of the hospital wing. Slowly, thoughtfully, he made his way back to the Gryffindor common room, his mind reeling gently. He glanced down at his hand. It was still, somehow, warm with Petra's touch, but the faint glow had vanished. It was still there, of course. Just invisible. The crimson thread had to be returned to its own destiny. James knew that was what Petra had in mind. How she would accomplish this, and how he might have to help, despite his own desires, haunted his thoughts. But for now, in the wake of their secret meeting, he felt a strange, numb calm. He couldn't explain it, even to himself. He just accepted it, gratefully letting it fill in the spaces where worry, fear, and loss might soon take over. He reminded himself that, for the moment, all was well. Judith was banished, her connection to Petra and Izzy destroyed. Merlin was back, restored to life and once again presiding as headmaster over Hogwarts. The Morrigan web had been defeated. And perhaps most deeply satisfying of all, Petra was glad to be a part of him, and he a part of her. James walked on, content with this. For now, all was well. For now, he held the crimson thread in his hand. The end.